generation. There's expected to be another 150,000 to be killed so that you can complete the percentage with the AI model. Yeah, AI model. So what Lavender was designed to do was to remove the soldier from accountability. And when you do the research, you'll go, my motherfucking God. So once the AI had made its decision regarding relatives, associates, people who are associated with associates and not to continue with the alcohol, to do a profile picture for bonding. Now remember, there's smart bombs and there's stun bombs. Daddy can learn about that. So the ultimate decision was the soldier just taking the AI's information because the soldiers, the controller is overwhelmed with the bonding target potentials. So you just pick them all. And that's why you had nice scattered bonding all over Gaza. Remember, it looked like a movie? Whenever you saw your videos, it looked like a movie. Because it was a movie.
So the problem with that, with her bringing up the daddy thing and then point is because of the targeting when they go home. Or when they're within a civilian population because it is a dummy bomb. So people around them may get hurt or they do die. So if you are in the area and it's a dummy bomb, then you can get hurt or you'll die. They're not specifically targeting their family. They're targeting them. And the database has to be updated. That's what we don't know. I don't know. They probably do. Whoever knows, knows, but they have to ensure that the database happens. And I'll follow that till we get out.
I'll put in the chat.
Patty, First Lady, check it back channel, please.
Gotcha.
What'd you say, Water?
Netanyahu, believe it or not, has been planning this attack, this strike, since 2002, after 9/11, after Mossad strong-armed the Pentagon.
Yes, but Volunteer wasn't there. Then they came out with a brand new card and said, hey, you want to buy this? And he said, hell fucking yeah.
In the script that everything's being written by, even Trump's, it's obvious now that it's all Mossad. He's the first president to ever have Mossad write his speeches. There's a reason why you don't see him have any management company like CAA or anything else like Kamala had, Biden had, even normal presidents had. Yeah, that's all I have to say right now. I'll keep adding more stuff that he works on. It comes down to a regime change once again within our nation. To get Bibi to step down. And Trump.
I thought Trump was invading Israel and seizing their nukes because they've been found to be irresponsible. They can't just start shooting in Iran, knowing that Israel has its nukes, right? You can't be provoked about anything if you have nukes. So I thought Trump was going to land on the beaches of Gaza and invade. Netanyahu's trial is supposed to start tomorrow. They're waiting to see if that actually goes down. I thought Trump was going to invade Israel.
It's an emotional error, but you got a question, you can ask a question like an adult. Presidents are hired by, they're represented by entertainment agencies and management companies for speaking engagements. We all know this is public knowledge for presidents. Okay.
What are you talking to?
Just being trolled by,
Where? I don't hear anyone.
the chat saying,
We don't know that that's what you're doing.
oh yeah, you're right. He was saying, would the CAA have anything to do with, the presidency?
Trump is advocating that Netanyahu be fired. So he's on a roll now, trying to get him assault committed to the criminal charges in Israel.
leaked that little one? I didn't hear that.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, I didn't check. Yeah, Trump was on the record just a couple days ago. He tweeted that it's a shame what they're doing to that Yahoo Nisha's pardons and all of their charges against him should be dropped.
And is the trial canceled tomorrow? Did you hear any update to the witness?
Yeah. My guess most likely pardons will be.
Wait, all charges against liar.
I'll check it.
Charges are on anything else. And Dallas was charged for shopping of students inside the hospital.
Just talking about the contract in this case, the court case that he's in since 2020. He's still, I think they're doing some cross-examinations and getting him to, and they keep putting a pause on it.
If your family's getting beaten up in the bomb shelters, you're technically right with people. His family's getting beaten the fuck up in the Israeli bomb shelters.
Yeah, but
They might have been related.
I was stuck in the shelter for 2 weeks. My parents
Were you really?
Meanwhile, Netanyahu's son was partying in Miami. Partying in Miami. It's not fair. It's not fair to me.
That link that I put in the chat, he admits that he calls you from 2001, 2002. This is the whole plan. This is how we're going to do it. That's all. Play him some.
Just for my question.
In the UN.
Alright, I think that bill is gonna pass.
On 4th of July, Levon.
I don't know where I have no faith in any government. I think these politicians are spineless. Lisa McCloskey and Susan Collins, they're spineless, and Shelley Rich. She voted for that big beautiful scam. I do believe it's gonna pass. Unfortunately, a lot of people are gonna suffer.
That we can have a peaceful protest in response until we understand that it's going to cause dissension.
That bill is dead and stinking. That bill ain't passing. That bill's dead and stinking. Elon's tweet said that bill's dead and stinking. We're waiting on Trump's tweet. Yeah, he could have been good. He wasn't on ketamine at 1 o'clock on Saturday yesterday, I don't think. Do you think?
You don't really want to know what I think.
I can't believe Trump, best of good, that Trump wants to sign into law. That's insane, man. My God.
This is good.
I think they're really open to organize and show up for the midterms.
Midterms? What the heck? What midterms? Who's that? Who said the word midterms? Who said that?
I think.
Okay, if Jesse Jackson one second, keep hope alive.
Great.
Shut up, Jackson. Leave that man alone.
This party politics has to stop, man. Democrats and Republicans are just going. Of course, it's something.
Where you at school? They still Trump.
You know, I left Trump train 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, some people say they left and then they come back and be like,
No, I'm not coming back. You would have to give me $1 billion if we come back.
but he told y'all all this shit was gonna happen beforehand. Did you think it was?
No, he didn't.
See?
I would never have voted for that.
School, oh my God, school's back. Yeah, you wasn't listening. You was too far. You was too far up his ass.
I wasn't far up enough. If I was, I was listening.
So what made you change your mind?
Iran.
So you didn't think that Iran would have been a problem when Iran was a problem in the first administration? You didn't think it was a problem when you took the GCPOA? You didn't think it was a problem when he refroze your assets?
You mean when you first ran, when you were first president, or
Yeah, the first administration. So during his first administration, he already gave clues that it ain't popping. This ain't what's happening.
Oh no, I saw what he did the first administration, but I didn't put too much. Like I didn't say, okay, this is gonna be a big issue. And then when he ran on this time around, and he was bragging about how he started wars, how he's president of peace, how he got the what's it called, the Accords over there. All of
When
that.
we talk about the Accords wasn't about peace. That was about financial transaction between countries.
99% of all treaties are usually with
Right, but it was also a piss on Iran too.
Sure, but at the same time, because it did kind of like segregate them completely
Right.
out of the Middle East.
And then under the Biden administration, they
Get back to it.
right,
Get back to
and
it.
UAE or Saudi started reopening. So maybe this season, like, we didn't see that this was going to be a problem, that everything would be reversed. And maybe Iran would be like, you motherfucker.
My question is, how much money are Americans losing in the rift to Canada? Does anyone know? Does anyone know? Does anyone know?
What rift? You talking about the additional 50% tariffs? Or the 50% tariffs on steel?
No, that's Canada already. I'm sorry. Canada already can do this military cooperation with USA. They're all trade. That just happened. I don't know what you guys don't know these things. So answer my question, how much do you think it cost American citizens for the winery industry and so on and so forth, the lumber, and red or blue? That's the point. Fuck red, fuck blue. I'm talking about motherfuckers, Americans, red and blue.
Motherfuckers.
And you didn't know about the Canada rift, so why don't you guys take 2 minutes to
Those motherfuckers.
Meaning everybody's affected by it. That's what I mean. But you don't know about it, so I guess you're not affected by it.
You're right.
But other Americans are. They're red and blue.
No more alcohol from America will be imported or exported into Canada. That's a new sign. Importer, excuse me. That's major. That is
He did another executive order.
Canada came out and made statements. That's what the point you're missing. The Canadian Prime Minister and then the finance guys. Are you looking up? So I'll just, I'll just
solidarity, and it's time we get on one accord and do our regime change like responsible Americans, like responsible adults. And I know it's not fun, but if we rip it off like a band-aid, we can get right back to the party.
It's simple. Common sense voting. What happened to common sense voting? Like literally. No, Elon's gonna fix it. He already said it. He said it's gonna. He said
Common sense vote.
no. You guys, you leftists also don't have common sense. Honestly,
Don't be
you
that.
have to support about it. Anyway,
Elon said motherfucking size, bro. So Elon said what you.
Elon said we like someone in the middle. Elon said that no more red and blue. He put Trump in. He's gonna take him out. He said he's gonna take him out. Elon said that maybe it's not going to party. The same thing. That's American workers.
We don't need Elon involved. I don't want him involved in shit.
Shit, if you give me a new party that is strictly for the middle class,
He has access to the
not going to split the bag of books.
We already have a party. It's called the Working Class Party, but they're gonna vote along with the Democrats.
Unless something crazy happens, they're gonna vote along with the Democrats.
Like, imagine in 2016, the common sense thing would have been to, let's put Bernie Sanders as a Democratic primary, as the candidate, huh?
I say, yeah.
Oh. Imagine that. We would have Trump today. But guess what? The DNC decided, let's prop up Hillary Clinton.
You think people were going to vote for Bernie? You had a stomach.
I swear to God, I was voting for Bernie Sanders.
You was, sir. You were.
That's why
You know what?
With Bernie Sanders, then it's all Hillary Clinton.
No, my dad wouldn't have voted for Bernie. My dad was absolutely.
He's a liar.
I don't know that.
I would have voted for him.
Yeah, what is split? Even if he was in a certain party, it was split. It would have still been a party.
Like, why didn't he get anything done beforehand? And has he ran for president before? I don't believe he has.
Hasn't
Bernie Sanders.
in the primary.
But he hasn't ran.
Because he can't. He's not getting. He doesn't win the primary. He can come in.
No, I know. I'm saying before 2016, did he run for presidency? Yeah, that's
Yes,
the question.
he did.
When?
No, not presidency, but for the primary.
Yeah, for the primary, but to be president, I don't think he ran against Obama. I don't remember him.
Yes, he did in the primary. Bruh.
Oh, wow. Okay, I must have missed that. I thought the first time he ran was 2016.
Bernie's been running for a long time. He needs to sit down.
Absolutely, especially after that Free Palestine chant. That is a speech that silenced him. That was a defining moment in America.
Yeah, he hasn't recovered from that yet, given the chance. He's under medication from that event. We'll see how it turns out. AOC's been affected also. We'll see how it works out.
I like AOC kind of, but I don't like her policy.
But you like Bernie?
He likes AOC. You like AOC's body, right?
You don't like AOC because she's a woman.
No. Actually, when I she almost swayed me. Oh man, I almost voted for Kamala because of AOC's speech. Oh shit, that thing almost got to me. Her DNC speech, it was one of those powerful speeches I've ever heard in the last 2 years.
So she turned you on. Yeah, she turned you on.
Yeah, she did, because I almost voted for Kamala Harris.
She didn't turn you on that much that you didn't vote. Come on, stop.
You do her research, which I know you guys don't much of because you're busy living your lives. So I only throw in shit that I know. So in her background, and I don't have a problem with her, I just know she's full of shit. But most politicians are. You got to meet them, oh fuck. So she used to be a bartender, but she left out the part that she also used to be a dancer. But you wouldn't know that. So let me mute her.
I don't care what she used to do. I don't care if Cardi B runs for presidency as long as she has decent policies and is authentically charismatic. And I think Cardi B already has that. She's authentic and she's charismatic.
Do they turn you on?
I believe it. No, don't care. The only politicians that have those policies that we're looking for, the ones that we nominate. There's nothing that's going to be handed to you that's going to be a one-size-fits-all. For the rest of the country, let alone you. So it really does have to be talked about, thought about, planned with care, with time, energy, and care, because that's what we're doing. Talking about our family, talking about our nephews, our nieces, our children, our grandchildren. This isn't a Buffalo News channel. This is an eager man.
What's the difference in there?
Between AOC and Bernie. Bernie doesn't focus too much on stupid identity politics. AOC does too much. And then AOC is too obsessed with the green, I do not want to call it the Green Beautiful Bill. What the hell is it called? The green, how's it called? The clean energy thing. Is it Green New Bill?
The new green deal.
Yeah, all this ugly names that they name these things.
It's called the new green beans. From green beans, green.
Yeah, if she wasn't obsessed with those two things, man, she'll be amazing, honestly. Like, I'm tired of identity politics.
He focuses on it too. He focused on
Trump?
No.
Oh,
He said Bernie.
no, he doesn't focus on identity politics at all. He barely does. He's actually very against identity politics. He's more class-based, like,
Yeah, he is class-based, but he
like
is.
rich people, poor people shit.
Yeah,
Which I agree.
He's the one that came up with those. He wanted to do those programs.
So the reason I mention it is because there's currently Project Lavender 2 going on with America right now. Okay, so that's why I kind of mentioned it.
Who's had?
Never mind.
I'm not fixated on identity politics. Prove it.
I mean, he does do identity, but you are right, it's more the class thing.
If you want to, we're gonna play with it. Like, I'm not obsessed with identity politics. I hate it. I actually hate identity politics. I just wish we could go back to, like, just people poor and rich.
He's saying, what's his quote? He always said economic justice is racial justice, right?
That's Bernie's quote.
Yeah, that's Bernie.
No, I really like Bernie, man.
Yeah, sorry, I can take a picture of it for you.
Like, I wish I could combine Obama and Donald Trump. That would be my president. That's my ideal president.
What's your ideal president?
Obama and Donald Trump combined.
Funny dictator? Who's Carrera? Is that what you want?
Black man.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Like,
You know that AOC and Bernie is in this mentee mentor thing, right?
the team what?
I said mentee mentor thing, right? Like,
No, I know, but
right? If the executed win the primary, more than likely she's gonna try to ask Bernie to go home. Not saying that Bernie would do it, I don't think he wants to be second fiddle to anybody, but
I don't think she'll run for president yet, though.
yeah, I hope not. Cause
She's new. She's not ready, in my opinion.
you think so either.
But she can speak, oh my god.
So why don't you just go with Oprah?
What he's telling to tell y'all is he doesn't want a woman as president, period. He said that.
Oh, that's a lot.
He said that in the past. No, no front. Well, you didn't say that about. You said that about Kamala.
No, you're lying. Y'all see something? I'll vote for Candace Owens as president. I'll vote for Michelle Obama. I'll vote for
Everyone that has no experience.
I think Obama. I'm gonna do Michelle. I think she set it up by proxy. Yeah, she has to keep choosing the wrong women. Like, you're obsessed with
She's very qualified. She's
not like her.
yeah, from like the thing that's so crazy, she's been involved in politics since she was a little girl. When her father took her to see MLK, she's been involved in politics since. She was president of the Young Republican Party when she was in college. When she changed her views, she freaking was in Life magazine as a valedictorian and wrote a speech against the fucking against her own, against who she was representing at one time, and women's rights. Like, she's been in politics all her freaking life. If you want to talk about ACA, when she was the one that was fighting for ACA back in the 90s and at least got something for children, she was on it. She's done more than any first lady that I've seen, at least in my lifetime.
CHIPS Act for children to get through.
Right.
She's very.
You couldn't even tell who the president was. That's what they were saying at one time, weren't they? Like, she actually was very active with her husband. You can't even compare a Michelle Obama to her. You can't compare you tell me one first lady other than FDR's wife that's done as much as she's done. There's only two first ladies that I know of, one in my lifetime, but two historically, that have done shit like they were the president as well. I'm not talking about their fucking initiative programs. I love Michelle Obama, but she's not a politician. Bush's wife initiative programs. These women, Reagan's wife initiatives. Like, when it comes to fucking Hillary, shit, this motherfucker was she was everywhere. Her face was everywhere.
Universal health care. That's
Yeah. People don't realize that shit. She was like fucking stomping grounds, talking to women from other women, delegates from other countries. Like, she was all over the fucking place. Y'all keep sleeping on Hillary because she's a white woman and didn't wear a tight dress and dressed funky and didn't have the cutest smile. She's a fucking beast.
Yeah, she sure is.
Didn't she? No.
Maybe you need to read all the initiatives. Just do a Google search. And you need to look up Hillary and then look at how the policies of today are because of some of the shit that she's done.
She did, they cross-examined her for a record 6 hours and she did not point.
And to be honest, I love Obama, right? And I'm glad he won because we got to know who he was and he got to be the man he was as a president. But I promise you, at the time, I voted for Obama, but deep down, I knew that Hillary was the most qualified. I knew.
You know who your next president is going to be? Because I'm going to back her and I'm going to make it happen.
Who is it, Klein?
Val Demings. You heard?
Go back to sleep.
I don't know who that is.
She's from Orlando. She made a bad move when she dropped the Senate and tried to run for that open seat. She should have stayed where she would. She was a police chief down here in Orlando. Very instrumental, but that was a misstep on her. Now she's out of Congress.
Well, she's coming back. She's coming back.
And she.
I just want to say before we move on from Clinton, she's responsible for Gaddafi's assassination.
I think Val Demings can be put in a position, like, in the administration. I just don't think she's ready for president.
You think Trump was? Neither.
I never thought Trump was. Don't put me on that. I wasn't on that one.
So then Val can do it too.
vow, right? But not as the president, right? Like, we've already, look at the mistakes that we've made.
She was made somebody good in law administration or something with some crime, because that's her background. She's a badass on a horse down in Orlando, police chief. That's her. That's
She's a CPA. Oh, interesting.
Yes, you can balance the objectives.
She's the chief of police.
she's a cop. She's a cop.
Right, that's why I would went fine. Like, maybe she should be the attorney general or deputy attorney general. That would be great. Or maybe in charge of Homeland Security. That'd be my thing.
Agreed. Point outside at. I don't know why the hell you do that.
Deputy attorney general. There you go, Vaughn. Not actually. Attorney. Because she has ran for some offices. Hasn't she, like,
She dropped her Congress seat to run for, I forgot the thing, but she didn't run. It might have been against Rubio. Might have been against Rubio. I have to double check. I think it was against Rubio. But she didn't win. So that was a misstep. They should have kept her in office.
Now, if Biden would have chosen, because wasn't she on the list for Biden as one of the VPs?
I think she was, yeah.
He was on the short list. So I think if she would have got a little bit of experience working under Biden, it would have been maybe a little different too. But I don't know.
I think she ran circles around Biden and Kamala. But anyway, Val Demings for president. President Demings. Doesn't that have a ring to it? President Demings said today. No?
If Biden would have chosen her as VP, then we could at least. Because even with Kamala, she had to change some of her views because she didn't, the level she worked at, she didn't realize how it affects the country. And she's made that clear.
Val would have won. They wanted someone to lose. They chose Kamala to lose. Yeah.
They didn't choose Kamala to lose. Her name's Kamala.
I believe they chose Kamala.
That's crazy how y'all can get Ben's name right, but y'all can't get Kamala's name right.
Color green Kamala. Where is she? Has she come out to speak out about
It's
things?
so dumb, point.
And I'm so tired of it.
That's why I don't give a fuck about it.
And they do it on purpose. It's really sad.
You know what's crazy?
It's so
There's been a
disrespectful.
couple of women that actually said that in their family, if you're from the South, if you're like from the deep country South, like Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana, like they actually do that when they're having a big celebration. I was like, fuck, y'all really rinse your bad talk.
I refer to her as Kamala on the Ding Dong. She said that.
And did they do what in the bathtub?
So,
that they actually do, like if you have like a bunch of family members coming over, they'll like soak their collard greens in the bathtub because it's a lot.
You know when I had my catering business, I'm sorry, man. When I had my catering business, I had a apartment size washing machine installed in my basement, and that's all I used it for was washing greens.
Yeah, because there was I'm not gonna say her name, but she's known on the app. But she's actually from Atlanta, and she was talking about we do that in my house because like during the Christmas holidays, a lot of people come to Atlanta. They come to my parents' house, and we clean the tub really good, and we put all the greens in there. That's just that's what we do. But she's originally from Alabama as well. So, well, maybe I just doxed her, given that.
how do you wash greens in a washing machine? One mic on you again? What was it, Sandra said?
Yeah, it was me. I bought a little apartment. Well, they do it in soul food restaurants across the country. You just ain't been back in the kitchen.
What are they doing?
It takes a long time to wash greens.
Do they
They hand wash greens.
put it in a Muslim bag? Or pillowcase or something to hold the greens together?
No, they just put it in the washing machine on cold water and undelicate, but it hasn't been used to wash clothes. These are separate washing machines. They're only use them for that purpose. That's why I bought that brand new washing machine, and that's all I use it for.
Okay, I eat at home.
I eat at home too, but I mean, it's what's the difference between doing it in your sink and doing it in a completely brand new clean washing machine?
That's how you make hash too. In cannabis, we would use washing machines back in the day.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we use ice water and just like you said, you just agitate it, and then now that it's all foamy and stuff, you get it out of the washer, you just start straining it through the silk screens, and then bingo bango.
Yeah, but she's putting hers on permanent press cycle, and it's
Super spin cycle.
Look, Dr. Goddess just said it's a black cultural thing. Maybe y'all just don't have people that's from the deep south. That's what it is. Like, get it. And then, with Sandra saying that you're using a washing machine, it's pretty much the same concept. They're using a bigger tub to put something in because they have mass people that they're trying to feed. Like, it is what it is. Just because you don't do it, don't mean it's not a practice.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Great washing machine.
No, there's some people that don't like that you clean babies inside of the sink, but people still do it, right?
Right. Look, I said her grandmother used a tub. Not the bathtub, but she used a tub.
I think I remember my grandmother doing that. I can't speak to her, but I remember her doing that especially for like Thanksgiving and Christmas.
I'm calling the police on her.
Make sure you make that phone call. I want to hear you talking some. I can't hear you, Point.
I was calling FDA, but they said they've been disbanded by Trump, so they're not inspecting food anymore. But anyway.
You sounded popping in for a minute, Point. What's going on?
Yeah, I picked the whole brown grocery bag full of collards yesterday. That's how fast my collards jumped up.
Patty, that comment I just put in the chat, that's from JD.
So in your menu, under the greens, you put smoked greens marinated in the washing machine.
Point. I thought you were smarter than that. You need to quit.
He keep laughing. We're gonna hear who he really is. Oh my God.
I dehydrate my beef jerky in the dryer.
I think cappuccino was more funny. I don't know.
Cappuccino was more on point.
Cappuccino only stayed around for 5 minutes on the bounce.
Cappuccino with his stilettos.
Disappointing.
Cappuccino, do you remember when you had your stiletto, right? And you came into the house I used to mod in, and we all had stilettos on our PTRs? I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah,
that's funny. I remember that too.
It was pre-October 7th. After October 7th, Megan was born.
Is that true?
Oh. So you a Libra, baby.
Political things that were happening on Clubhouse. That's one. But we can go into that another time. I'm back, Kay. It was when I discovered that buttons were pushed on your politicians regarding amounts of funding that they got from certain companies, and there was a big board, and then it was highlighted which companies, blah, blah, blah. So if you put the squeeze on certain companies, it would put the squeeze on certain politicians because they were funding sources. So it's complicated, but it's real simple to understand. And maybe we can go into it another time. Another time. That's why I read you Jasmine Crockett's backward. That was just one person I did. I was just messing around to do that. So when you start to understand that, when you understand where people lie, are they really representing you? Yes or no, et cetera, who's acting and who's not, who's Mercedes and the pool and the big house is by Dow Chemical Corporation and who isn't, et cetera. So that came more to light after October 7th for some of us because we started checking shit. Based on the stock market, we started checking shit. Like who had their money in Palantir? How did they know? You know what I mean? That kind of stuff. Who's getting tips? Who wasn't? On the market? Oh yeah. So then that gave rise to point taken. You get my point now?
You gotta take it in. You take that. What are you gonna cash in your ticket?
Yeah, because
No, so that's part of the issue also. Some rooms I cannot join because I've been banned from so many other rooms. You get a maximum, there's a number. So you would know this because you ought to know the outcomes. You don't really
Yeah,
have
but all the rooms, I'm looking at the rooms you follow out of hotels.
I'm saying there are certain rooms that I tried to join in, for example, watch. In this one, join. You can't, it's embarrassing, but it says it for mine a lot. You can't join this house.
Yes,
I mean, that's a great
somebody banned me.
yeah, that happens to me too.
That's cool. That's cool.
It's,
I mean, it's a troll for me. I'm not trying to be anywhere too long. You know what I mean?
Cappuccino, what did you say about Jasmine Crockett? I missed it.
Well, Patty was saying that she's filthy.
There's no Patty was not saying that.
Her funding, who were her backers.
I like Jasmine Crockett. I think she goes too far sometimes, but I like Jasmine Crockett.
I did until I found
Now my daughter,
That girl got some good in her.
my daughter loves her some Jasmine Crockett.
We all go a little too far, so that means she related to us.
That's why we can't
Who said the man who said they love Jasmine Crockett until what?
until I just found out about where her backers are. If she can drop them, right, with the quickness and show what she's
So
about her.
why would she drop them when she needs funds, campaign funds? I don't understand why y'all think that people should just drop these. That doesn't mean they own them. They might think they can buy into your campaign or whatever what you're gonna support as policies. Doesn't necessarily mean that. Fucking Trump has fucking donated to both parties. Doesn't mean he got a say so on what policy looks like.
Right, he donated to Kamala before.
Yeah, so what that doesn't mean that she was gonna be like, you know what, I'm gonna jump in on what Trump has, what he wants to do. I'm gonna get rid of the no, that's not what happened. So
If it's one or two,
take that money.
that's funny. She's wanted to put it out. Yeah,
She's gonna need it now.
Yeah.
She needs it even more now. They're trying to give it. They can't give it to her, so they're trying to give it to her entire district now.
It was she sent the message in my time feed on IG for fund donations for Kitover. She says, I don't really want to do this, but I'll check it on IG, blah, blah, blah. So that's what made me go, wait a minute, hang on themselves, been funding her. And that's when I read what I read, and I read it to you guys. But anyway, check it out.
Well, I'm gonna retract my last statement because it just overwhelmed me the way the point was reporting it. So maybe it was a little bit of fear mongering on his part, but it just threw me for a loop because I just had no idea how many cities, the corporation funding is 2025. But yeah, if that's what needs to get done. That's what needs to get done, and she's definitely going to be president. If this is what the point is saying is true, she is groomed to be next in line.
Let me read them again. BlackRock, Goldman Sachs, Lockheed Martin, RTX, McDonald's, Home Depot, CBS, Verizon, and Toyota.
Shut up.
Okay, but I haven't seen
That's a team.
it. Almost what was that? This is money. It's just money.
That's all public information, man.
So it comes down to this: is she gonna break bread or not? Because
So there's a lot of people that donate to a campaign, they still don't break bread. It's just these lobbyists think maybe they'll do it this time, maybe they'll do it this time. Maybe.
but what I'm hoping for and what I'm gunning for is that she just all I care about is her representing her fellow sisters, her fellow women. You know, all.
Yeah, the last net roll that she did, I think she is representing.
That's what's up. And she's got my vote. As long as that's happening, and I see that she's not about her ego and just being the token, and we get it.
She's cool so far, but right now she's at the crossroads of one phone call consumed most of her funding. So that's why he got hit with the idea.
That's not true. It's something that, you can go to Open Secrets and look. So she gets 45% of her money from small individual contributions. That's less than $200. She gets 32% from large individual. She gets 23.5% from PACs, and you can actually break down and see who these things are coming from. So the top industry that she gets money from is retired, which is just retired individuals. That's not problematic in my opinion. She gets almost 200,000 from lawyers and law firms. This is one you see a lot with a lot of people, just because lawyers make a lot of money. It doesn't necessarily mean that she's beholden to lawyers. There's a lot of different flavors of lawyers. And then the next highest industry is health professionals at $100,000, which again, doctors also make a lot of money, and it says most of that money is from lawyers and doctors as opposed to individuals. So I'm not really seeing, we were talking about like maybe it was up for 23, 24, because there's not a lot of money coming to her from other places.
Okay. I do know that Trump threatens people behind the scenes restricting their funding because he knows those uncertainty. But anyway,
Where did you get this?
this is Washington.
I just,
Well, she's not a crossroad because she just stated she never got. Basically, she's saying that her Democrats don't appreciate her. Somebody told her behind closed doors that she's not a team player. That was started from an hour ago. And that's very, very unfortunate. This is what pisses me off with the issue. Let the young people do what they think they're shit.
And that throws me for a loop.
The person who said she's cracking.
She's having bad.
She's dry snitching. If you got that phone call, say folks, that's what I'm talking about. They got their phone calls. It has to be from somebody high up. So
She said, let me step on so I can tell y'all, she's not feeling appreciated. She said, despite raising over $4 million and attending over 100 events for the Democrats, she's tired of them telling her she's not a team player. So she's going to be right back to multi-party districts and working with people like Al Sharpton, Jamal Bowman, like, not Jamal Bowman, other black, actress. And for her home district, she's not.
She needs women though around her at home, and that's what's gonna keep her.
she says she wants to go back to pimping. Pimping is cheaper, it's less risky.
Shut up now. Shut up. Come on.
Well, once you mentioned Sharpton, now I respect what I'm doing. He still owes me money, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I'm taking her for shopping.
Right? So you call that name, and you put her with it, then I'm the same pimping.
He was caught at the dating party one.
Exactly.
Really nothing to do with that. I'm just saying this is a company. She has a lot of energy. She has a lot of trust to support. That's the energy that
I agree. We have to protect that energy at all costs. So she needs to fall back. God bless her. Take your time. She's with you.
Rifting ain't easy.
I would say that about Candace Owens. I wouldn't say that about Jasmine Crockett. She's been on business and shit. She's trying to stay that way. So she's doing what she gotta do.
Shout out to Candace, collecting that money. Yeah.
Owens, that's the grifter. You know, so that is a definition. You look up in Webster's dictionary, there she is. I wish her the best. I hope she stays on code. Candace Owens.
Candace Owens.
Yeah, I hope she proves me wrong.
Listen, let me talk about this.
Yeah, I know she uses a washing machine for her greens. Lisa, child.
I don't even think she eat greens at this point.
I was gonna say she definitely don't know how to cook them. She like they took her black eye when she was in kindergarten. No, that's not true. Candace Owens actually filed a lawsuit and used the NAACP back when she was in high school and she won a lawsuit when she was 25. Oh, wow.
Impressive.
I'm winning lawsuit. Yeah, that's when she was grifting too.
Yeah, Trump was the first president not invited to the convention. What's the convention in English? That is a NAACP convention. I'm surprised he hasn't called for the dismantling of the NAACP.
Can't do that. It's not federal. You better stay in his lane.
Oh, does he have a lane? He has a lane.
His only lane is federal. He can't really do anything to anybody else. That's why we can say fuck Trump all day long. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, but when I go to the grocery store, I take my passport to my forehead nowadays, just to make sure, you know, I'm not mistaken. Nice. Are you guys taping your passport to your foreheads?
Yeah, I have it right now. I have it on right now, just in case they come into my house.
Oh,
They come in for location. Yeah.
so I say.
Now,
Did you see the poll that Elon put up? Y'all see that?
where? Oh, whatever it's on Twitter.
He has polls show that this bill is political suicide for the Republican Party.
What's the date?
So if you, 6:28, 5:10 p.m.,
See,
5:12 p.m.
1 o'clock was the tweet, first one that I read to you. 5 o'clock was the poll. I'm crying. Can you read us the poll information, please?
So it's Elon Musk claims that this legislation is an outrageous fourth-field spending bill that will massively increase the budget deficit and burden American citizens with crushingly unsustainable debt. That's the statement at the top. All voters, 58% to 37. Well, 58% agreed with that statement. 5% are unsure and 37% disagree. Hard GOP voters, 53% agree, 3% are unsure, and 43% disagree. Medium GOP voters, 59% agree, 5% are unsure, 36% disagree. Toss-ups, 61% agree, 5% are unsure, 34% disagree. And then the second one is the One Big Beautiful Bill. I hate this name. Oh my God. Okay, anyway, this One Big Beautiful Bill tax and spend. I'm sorry. Let me start over. This
unsure, 35% disagree. Hard GOP, 51% agree, 7% are unsure, 42% disagree. Medium GOP, 58% agree, 9% are unsure, 34% disagree. And the toss-up are 60% agree, 8% unsure, 32% disagree. And this is from the Terrance Group, TARRANCE group.
They're basically saying the war starts with Trump and Elon after 8 p.m. tonight. That's what I said. We were waiting. I didn't know the guy went further. That means Elon threw 2 stones at Trump. And the second stone is even echoing the first one. He says, I put you in office and I can take you out.
Exactly.
Let's hear Trump's response. Oh boy, what time is it now? 3 o'clock. Okay, tune in at 8. I put it in the chat. Get your popcorn ready. I told you.
Okay, so y'all know, Elon created Grok. So somebody asked Grok, what did they think about Elon's tweet? And Grok says, I don't fully agree or disagree with Elon Musk. The One Big Beautiful Bill is unpopular, with 64% unfavorable views per polls, risking Republican voter support, especially in swing districts. Its cuts to Medicaid and SNAP could alienate moderates and independents. However, MAGA voters and corporate backers support it, and tax cuts may soften the blow. The bill's fate hinges on Senate hurdles and public perception. It's risky, but, quote, political suicide might overstate it. Depends on how Republicans spin it. So that's what Brock says.
That was hilarious when that first came out. And then he's talking about it's broken. He has to fix it.
He's actually been down in Brock recently saying that it's stupid and they're going to reprogram the whole thing.
Exactly.
So what do you think Trump's response will be?
Who wants to pray with me that his head explodes? Can we join hands?
Wait a minute. What
do you think he's going to say? He's going to tweet soon. Someone keep your eye on Truth Social.
What's going on, Dr. Goddess?
Well, it says, so I'm just, the headline is, this is a tweet, so. More than $9 million worth of checks are hitting Pennsylvanians' mailboxes, and the state treasurer is encouraging people to cash them. We want everyone to know this is a real program and this is real money. So clicking on this, and it says, the Pennsylvania Treasury says nearly 40,000 checks totaling $9.2 million have gone out to people through the second round of the Money Match program. It's exciting to see so many people getting money they didn't know they had. Treasurer Stacey Garrity said in a press release, it's now important that people cash these checks. We want everyone to know this is a real program, real money. Every dollar we return to Pennsylvania families is money they can use to buy groceries, fill up their cars, gas, or pay their rent or mortgage. This money belongs to them, not the state. What money is this?
Every state does that, yeah.
I'd like to see
That's
that.
money returned based on
I'll drop the link.
properties, etc., whatever was in the past. So.
I got it.
Oh, yeah, these are unclaimed property. Okay, yeah. One second, I'll drop the link regardless, so 1 second.
So no one answered. Someone almost answered and they said they hope his head explodes. Well, we know that's happening right now. But what do you think his tweet will be?
Whenever does anybody mind giving me just a really super brief recap? Super brief.
Yeah, Elon did a tweet Saturday at 1 o'clock saying, fuck your bill, Trump. And then Elon did a survey at 5 o'clock on Saturday of Americans, and it shows that Americans don't like the bill. And so now it'll be Trump's time to tweet. Something like that as a short recap.
So he picked it up again. Like, so Elon apologized and then doubled back.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't think he thought that it would go through the way it was going to, and because I think it came right after the vote yesterday, right, or right before they voted. Hello, somebody.
Wow. Is that what it came through?
So my point is, if he went as far as to take the poll, right? Here's what I asked everyone, what do you think? Trump's tweet. You remember the last war they had? You all know that we were on the verge of him exposing something like Melania's nudes or Epstein pictures, whatever. You knew that. You felt that. It didn't happen, but okay. The game has changed now. With the embarrassment of Iran, potential World War III, except, the hysteria of the American people. The game has changed. The stakes are higher. So Elon's saying, fuck your bill, and the Americans believe in it. Of what I did, because I did a poll and they said, fuck your bill, and I put you in office and I can take you out. I think if they start another Twitter back and forth war, Elon will post the Epstein information right on X.
Yeah.
I think the stakes are higher now.
It's coming now. I just don't know when.
I get it, point. No, that was X. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to add, brother, it came to my mind that someone said that they have the actual, there's footage, there's like literal footage of Trump having sex with kids.
We all know that. That's already been known for years. That's not the point I'm making. The message that's being sent with these tweets is, I gave you a break the last time we had a war. I'm not going to be so nice the second time around. So that's why I said, what do you think Trump's tweet will be?
He may not, because of what you just described and the potential liability, whatever Elon is harboring, that he will probably expose. It seems like if I were Trump, and we know he's egotistical, but this might be one that, one of the wars you win by not fighting it.
Yes, that's why we said we're waiting for between now and open up market tomorrow.
Got it. No, I'm fully on board now. I'm surfing. I got you. It seems like this kind of aligns with why Elon was brought in. If it was genuine, right, he was supposed to be fighting frivolous spending and showing us places where we could save in the budget, and this beautiful bill goes against everything that he supposedly worked for and all the savings that he was able to identify. It seems like this would counteract all of that if you're talking about 2.6 trillion added to the deficit.
Yeah, Cash Patel ain't releasing nothing. That's for sure.
Does anybody remember how much Elon actually allegedly saved via his investigation?
It's negative something. I can't remember.
I see what the chat's saying, and y'all couldn't be more incorrect. I know what the media's been cycling. We all know what the media's been cycling. But at the end of the day, we haven't seen dissension, right? Until we see that footage.
Water, I don't know. I think with the way MAGAs move, if they found a video of Trump having sex with a minor, they go back, we don't know how that minor enticed him before this video.
I'm confused. What are you talking about?
When earlier,
Especially if it's a girl.
right, especially if it's a girl, she did it. Patty, we're talking about how Point initially said that Elon was on the verge of, outing Trump on some level with some form of, we don't know what media, whatever he has over Trump that would show him in a different light, right? That would be beyond unfavorable. What was said just now was what Water said, to be specific, that there's supposedly a video of Trump having sexual interactions with minors or whatever, which we don't know if it's true. So Big Brother's definitely lying.
got too many different nationalities, too many different cultures that all are in one accord against pedophilia. That will be the glue that binds America. And not better.
I'm not as optimistic as you are, Water.
Naturally. Because you've been on board with this guy, brother. You're jaded with this dude.
I'm jaded with the way MAGAs respond to whatever he says. He can say and do anything, and they justify it, and they don't care about the obvious. They don't. They just will ride with him. That's the reason why they call it a cult, like following what they call it. They do things that go against logic. It's illogical. Nobody wants to take groups, drink that's going to lead to mass suicide, but the cults do that, right? And that goes against self-preservation, but they still do it. So they do things that go against the natural laws of nature when it comes to Trump. So that's why I'm jaded. I don't think that they will just be like, oh my God, we can't anymore. Like, that moment should have happened about 10 times ago, and it hasn't, and no matter what. That's why Trump was bold enough to say, I can shoot somebody. I forget what he said. I want to mess the quote up, but he talked about shooting somebody in the middle of the street and still being able to proceed with his political career. I forget how he worded it, but that was the takeaway. And I think he's right.
Absolutely, brother. Would you say that the whole problem
I had no idea they were back at it again, though. Thanks for the update point. That's crazy.
Have you all reported on the Ayatollah within the last 3 hours? Just late night interviews.
I've been hearing he's in hiding.
Well, it says that he issued a fatwa calling for Trump and Netanyahu to be treated as the enemies of God, and not in the metaphorical sense.
That's not going to work out well for him.
Well, it's not going to work out well for a lot of people.
Well, I think it's the end of the regime. I'm hearing that we're still attacking on the ground over there with drones, and that the military has taken over, and the mullahs are in hiding. So I think the regime change is already in progress. I heard Trump was invading Tel Aviv to unseat Netanyahu Monday. That's what they know.
Say that again, Trump. Did he say that again, point? I'm sorry.
He said the lion is lying over the lab and was raiding cats.
Oh, God, he trolling. You never know when point is trolling when he's giving information.
He's always trolling. Stupid ass. Stupid ass.
That was today on the United States with my eyes on.
Let's see. Yeah, it was listening to this breaking 3 hours ago.
Well, Trump has been saying shit in the last, I'd say. He said they got beat to hell and talking shit about them yesterday. So he said he saved for mine.
Do y'all feel there's been any other president where you had to stay updated daily to see what the hell was going on such a drastic level? Like,
Hell no, minute by minute.
that's a fact.
It's like whiplash. I mean, it's crazy.
I remember get tweets that tear down text messages every time he tweets.
That's different. Not you're getting treated.
Like the obsession is real, sis.
Did y'all read or hear that? I guess I don't know if it's Christie, but somebody on his somebody on his staff is trying to create Trump's briefings in the style of Fox News because he won't fucking read his briefings.
Yes, Christie don't fuck with Trump.
Everybody on his staff is from Fox News.
Yeah.
That matter.
Or a reality show.
I never
that 22-year-old boy he hired.
Hold on, but I'm saying something.
Yeah, go ahead.
He hired a kid to be in charge of
I was just about to say, I don't understand why Fox would stay so close with Trump after he cost them such a large settlement by lying on their platform. Like, you think there would have been a breaking point?
but they had to get listeners and viewers, so they still get that's all money.
So I guess that's the real movement then.
They gotta keep the lights on in the studio and all that.
You got a point.
So
We always have to know it. Sandra, the 22-year-old you're referring to, I believe, was a former grocery clerk who also happened to do an internship at guess where? Heritage Foundation.
Yeah.
22 years old. From store clerk to working at DHS.
Yeah, but tell
Don't
people
forget he was a guardian too.
and call out what his position is.
I don't know what his specific position is.
Terror, it's something with terror protection or something like that.
No, what's the real language in American language according to the Constitution? And it's call out his title. I can.
Well, go ahead, point. I can't get to the regular.
I don't work here.
Yes, you do. You're a professional troll. She is.
They're going to give them a chance at the time.
I'm professional, Sandra. I'm crying.
Professional.
Well, I'm not. Mother, I thought you were supposed to be out of the country. Anyway, point. I thought it real quick that Trump still hasn't,
Hello. Yeah, I'm
point. I don't understand why Trump hasn't responded yet to these tweets.
You said the one on Saturday was at 5 o'clock, correct? Correct, the poll.
I thought the poll was at 5 p.m. Yeah, but the original tweet is at 1.
1 p.m., yes.
Right.
So
So now we almost 24 hours into the poll. We already had 25 on first.
It's probably not trying to cause any dissent within the party because, just
the poll was in today.
Exactly, this is my point. Elon had him in a chokehold because we know Trump don't back down for nothing. So the fact he hasn't said anything,
It's epic, and that's the point. Elon's platform is how many people?
220 million.
Dear God. Don't you see what he just said to Trump? To the poll?
Yeah.
Did you hear what Gemini said? Did you hear what Gemini said?
No, I didn't hear.
Oh, look. Okay, well, so nobody even tell me what way you all left the room and came back. They were dropping bombs in here. So, based on the last Trump Elon war, right? Remember that? She asked me,
Yes, I remember.
I think you're trolling. You do know.
No, I'm just trying to get somewhere. I can't control the road.
The last time they told
Yes, you can.
me and everybody else was waiting on Elon to drop some pictures on X.
Yeah.
They're all, okay, that didn't happen, blah, blah, blah. Now here we are today.
Right.
Trump knows there's another war. He risks that happening because he just fucked up. He just fucked up in Iran, looked like the idiot. Everybody knew you ain't bombing to create no nuclear dust. You bombed and you missed, and the press picked it up. And so the message to him really now is, it escalated since his first tweet at 1 o'clock. The poll makes it clear that he's saying, I put you in and I can take you out. So we're waiting for Trump to respond. The whole market is waiting between now and 9:30. Jim and I said sometimes Your best response is no response, especially if people have shit dangling over your head that they can post on their platform and 200 million people can see it just like they saw the fake Iran bombing. Are you kidding me? Your country's at stake right now. Everything's not a joke.
That's exactly what I said.
The shit that you say is a joke, though.
No. Like, honestly, I used to think of other voice, but when you listen to the accurate points, when he's not trolling, like when he's trolling, you can tell, but whenever he's giving accurate information, I've actually been able to pinpoint, like, it's actually very valid information if you just think about what he's saying. It makes sense to me.
Being in the room, I embarrassed Del Normal in front of the entire
No, I'm
audience.
not embarrassed. I find you entertaining.
I find that
I like Crash left the room earlier. Now it's fucked again. Now, earlier, Gemini, we were talking about Gaza. So I said, how many are killed? He said, I had no idea. I said, so let's start at a base number of 2,000. And he took the bait because he's a sucker. And he said, okay. And I said, do you think it's more or less than 2,000? He says, oh, I think it's more. I says, okay, good. So you're thinking, you're finally using your head. How much more do you think it was? Oh, and he crashed out. Oh, he knew he'd been set up. Yeah. And then Project Lavender, which is the killing machine, AI killing machine for Gaza, which was out since 2021 during COVID. But anyway, we went through all of that, and he never knew about Lavender until today. So that was 2 ways I pulled his pants down on the stage, and he's still mad. Bitch ass motherfucker.
I get the anger now. It makes more sense.
Yeah, so he came back with so more vengeance. He's still cooked. And he gets cooked in Israeli-Palestinian rules that I'm in. I always cook it.
No, I've never seen Norm get cooked so often, so frequently.
One time, wait, no, I worked with him before. I said, how many Hamas soldiers do you think are dead? He gave a number. I think he said 30,000. And I said to him, of those 30,000, how many were under the age of 6? You know what he said to me? I don't know the data yet. Stupid ass. I said, Hamas soldiers. And then I said, under 6. And you said you don't have the. Oh, you're an idiot, Norm. You're an idiot, Norm. You're an idiot, Norm.
You represent Israel, and this happens in his ass.
Exactly. He's an idiot.
Zionism specifically, not in Israel. Actually,
I think Norm can hold his own in most rooms. I don't know if Israel's winning.
now when they're losing.
When is the last time Israel's been losing? I guess not.
We got go on, mother. Say your piece.
Oh, go ahead. No. I'm chill. This is not something I've been intense about. So.
That's good. Because Gaza needs to receive justice.
Well, my question is, how do I trade on the Israeli stock exchange Monday if the building's been blown up in Tel Aviv? What do I do?
No point. You said something actually earlier that kind of made me think I've been missing out. Like if you can find out how to correlate Trump's tweets to the stock market shifts, which is the crazy needle every time.
We did that 2 months ago in this room. I gave all
I wasn't here for that.
We gave it for about an hour straight.
I wish I was here for that. It makes a lot of sense. You have to day trade on that though. You can't swing on that. You got to day trade to really make that work.
Day trading on it at roughly 100 to 200%. We're swinging on it to the tune of 1,300%. I put all that information in.
The fuck, for real?
It's not my problem. Not my fucking problem. I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. It's just true. And you know what's funny? I don't see how normal giving you guys any tips on anything, not diamonds or nothing regarding I don't know Israel. I'm just so where's the plug, Norman? Any plugs to drop? Yes, I'm just hot air. No facts. You don't even know about fucking Lavender. How's that? You represent Israel.
said not for the coil.
Yes, he did. I heard that.
You said say it a little lower next time somebody might hear you. Not for the coil. Oh, y'all coil. Hey, kid, damn, man. What does that mean, coil?
The non-Zionists.
That's not the question. The real question is, Norm. No, here's the real question. Norm, the normal, what do you guys call them? Lear jets that come out of Congo with the diamonds with land and Tel Aviv. The airport's fucked. Where do they land now? Norm, why don't you come up and tell us? Bitch ass motherfucker.
Was that in Lisa's room or in this room where you were giving out the stock information?
That is Dr. Gaddis. First, I don't read the room titles or I just copy what it's all over the clubhouse. I don't remember which one it was.
Doc, guys, do you know which one it was or no?
The first lady was in Lisa's room.
An option room?
Yeah.
It was late at night.
It was late at night. I think it was Lisa's week. I don't remember. Yeah, was that recorded?
That's what I was about to go find out.
The financial minister in Israel saying they only got about 1 or 2 more weeks of money.
And there's no food trouble, babe. There's no food trouble.
Wow.
It's unfortunate. I can't stand Netanyahu. I don't have an issue with reasonable Jewish folks, but Netanyahu was just a scourge. All those bombs, that's another reason, and the same thing, the U.S. sent all those bombs to intercept. They're low on stock. There's not much money left in their whatever the treasury. So we'll probably let them more money or send them money. So
Iran was ready for this day in the 80s. You know, they were ready.
It's not fair to the people.
It's not fair to Gaza, and it's not fair to America. You're right, it's not fair worldwide. This is not fair. And it needs to, they kept saying regime change. We're not waiting fucking 4 years. I don't know what it's going to take, what steps we have to do. We're going to go through the proper channels, but we're not waiting fucking 3 years. We don't have that time. We don't have that luxury.
well, I think every mother, wherever they live, should feel safe for their children, whether it's Israel or Gaza or where you're at. I just wish all the fighting would stop and they would come to some.
And if they keep starting wars, we're not going to hear any more news from Gaza. You're going to have to really dig to find it. And that's what's going on right now, is that we have to get ahead of this, because if we don't hold them responsible for the first mess they made, you know, if we give them an inch, they're going to take 200 billion fucking miles.
Well, I don't have any, not this shit, but I don't have any thoughts about Mandani because I followed him, but not as closely. But you can see what the South Democrats are doing. This whole thing is just.
We all know how Indians feel about Pakistanis, so I don't have too much faith more than the rooms, the same faith I have for the people in the rooms we've been helping out, trying to keep the peace between India and Pakistan. They can't get their head out of their own ass with their own racism. So,
Well, I don't know if Indian or Pakistanis. What I meant for it is, like, if you're gonna argue against Mandani, argue on him on policy. I don't want to hear anybody speaking or Islamophobia bullshit. Just argue on the politics, right? That's what I'm about.
So I was
nothing but hope for him.
anti-Mandani at first, and then I realized he would be great for Florida, and all the wealthy people are going to move to Miami. So, well, go Mandani or whatever. I mean, that's where I'm at. Whatever.
You stupid, shut up.
You know these people don't. You know these people do not care about policy. They vote on religion and race.
And money. I was like, this will be wonderful. Raise all the taxes in New York City, and we'll drive all the more wealth
Just shut up. Yeah, but their own policies can get them. They can't get insurance. I get it.
Well, I'm sure the wealthy can afford insurance. They'll be fine.
Oh, yeah, they'll be okay.
Politics is nasty work.
faith in male politicians for the longest, and I hope Mandami proves me wrong in this case, and that he represents more women and equal balance, representation, and get some shit done finally. The youth is on fire for him, so I'm really happy about that.
Yeah, well, he's 33 and he's addressing seemingly some of the issues that would be in their mirror in terms of rent, rising cost of rent and whatnot. But it's interesting that Schumer, who else is it? Schumer, Hochul, or whatever her name is. The big wigs in New York have not endorsed them yet. It's very interesting. And Kristen Gillibrand, yeah, after what she did to what's the guy from Minnesota, Al Franken? Yeah, and now her comments that she's taken out of context about Mandami, yeah, she could go have several seats.
So on the housing front, I honestly that issue in itself. I think I've only seen one city correct that, rising costs. I mean, also just build themselves out into a price drop, right? And then people were mad because prices started dropping on units 25, 30%. But I don't think anyone else has an actual solution to the housing crisis. We have a similar thing in South Florida. So I don't know, what is New York going to do? Or what are his proposals? I guess I'm curious. What is he planning on? Does he have good ideas?
Our issues in South Florida is different.
No, I'm talking about just in New York City. What is his? Does anyone know what his position is to fix the housing situation? I guess I can go look it up. Let me go look it up.
Yeah, he has some tax policies out that's been really driving the right crazy. They're saying I haven't read it, so I don't want to speak on it, but they're saying that his policies to tax this is MAGA, tax the white areas and raise the taxes on the white housing areas in New York to fund the middle class or lower income areas in New York. Now this is MAGA. I haven't read it myself, so I don't want to speak on it per se, but that's just dropping. They're going crazy trying to paint him really hard as a racist and a socialist.
Well, it's not the white areas, it's the wealthier areas.
The white areas, funny.
Yeah, that's why I said.
I said white.
Yeah, that's why I said. Yeah, that's why I said I haven't read it. This is what MAGA is saying.
Yeah, I think so. Spoke about that yesterday.
No, his focus is and I'm not an expert on Mondani, but his focus is on having the government be the primary runner for transportation, housing, and healthcare to try to even out. Because democratic socialism is the idea that the people, everybody deserves some basic rights.
Yeah.
And so housing, transportation, and healthcare would be the top three. But it's not socialism the way people think, it's communism, because you can still vote on things, you have choice and all that. So to be honest, I'm not sure that Mamdani is going to make it to the to the mayor's race. I think he's going. I don't mean that he's going to be assassinated, but I think that these people are so triggered, they are going to put a whole lot of money up for another candidate. I almost guarantee that. So will he make it? I'm not sure, but I think he's a lesson. This is a good lesson. Period. Go ahead.
Dr. Ng, do you see that Andrew Cuomo, he went against what he originally said and he's staying in the ring,
Oh, we'll see. There you go. It's Dr. Goddess, by the way.
I'm sorry, Dr. Goddess.
No, it's all good.
I'm so sorry.
It's all good. But yeah, you see that's because people are like, what the hell happened? You see what I'm saying? And they are going to put a ton of money behind Cuomo and all this stuff. So but I think Mamdani, he should. There's a lot that he can do. Even as he's running for mayor, to literally transform New York on another level and just kind of get the people on his side. I think he could do it because they are definitely gearing up to make sure that he does not win.
his win would be a sign for these Republicans, right? Like y'all keep letting these far right people, and you pass these far right policies, and it's showing like, America's going to swing, further left. You keep playing around. So I like it. I like what's going on, regardless.
You need to be careful. Did you see? I missed the room a couple days ago, but I don't know if you guys talked about the Republican Congressman Ruggles, or whatever his name was, that proposed, he sent a letter that he should be deported on the army.
Yeah, he sure did.
But did y'all see how fast them KKK hoods came out when he won that primary?
No.
I mean, they weren't holding back nothing.
Listen,
They calling him a jihad and all this other stuff. They are crazy.
So this is like what they're doing. So what they're doing to Mamdani is what France and some of these other European countries are doing to the Muslims in their countries, right? So America does not have a large Muslim population, that definitely not relative to, France and stuff like that. And if you look, the right wing, we've already talked about how there's like a whole white supremacist movement. We've talked a lot about this, at least on this app. And if you watch it, they literally say they've created like whole commercials, a bunch of AI, and it's basically that the Muslims are not coming here to assimilate. They're coming to take over. They count the amount of mosques that are in the country. The UK put out, well, not the UK, but like these right wingers in the UK put out a video of how many Muslim governors exist. So they're doing a Willie Lynch, but like by the multitudes over there. So they haven't done that to Mamdani yet, but that is exactly what they're going to do to him and anybody else that pops up. But this is why this is so important. It's really important for us to pay attention. Watch. Let me grab I want you to see the UK one. I'll grab a couple of videos that I see because I always try to think globally. Because for whatever reason, my people, the Black Americans, we somehow think that this is not like a global issue. We think Trump is on our side or whatever. We're happy that the immigrants are being deported like idiots. It's just. But anyway, let me.
I think London has a Muslim mayor, 3 times elected, Sadiq, I forgot his name. I want to say, it was not London, it's a large city in England. I want to say London. They do have, but I take your point with France and some of the other European countries.
Does anyone know how much Elon's security detail personnel make a year?
I do not, but I have some breaking news myself. You may want to hear this. I don't know if Americans, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it says that Americans should know this. There are around 800,000 to 900,000 Jewish settlers in the West and East Bank of Jerusalem. And did y'all know that none of them work? They live off government funding, free housing, free healthcare, free everything.
You send your money.
And our tax dollars pay for this. I did not know this.
It says they have children. It's a certain group of Jewish settlers or
Hasidic Jews.
Yeah, and they have a lot of children. And
12 or so.
I think during the beginning of the war, I think they passed some type of legislation because they're not, like when you get 18, you have to automatically serve like a year or two in the idea. And I think that group was exempt from it. And if I get it right, I believe they went back to the legislature to try to make them conscript. I don't remember what the output of that, but I'm aware of it.
So water, basically, yes, you are financing Israeli breeding camps. Yeah.
Powerful.
Water
6 kids.
Yeah, they were talking about one. Wasn't Trump that was talking about that? They're doing $5,000. Yeah. They're giving them money.
You should repeat that. What?
So, madam, if you are a female and you have more than 6 kids, at least 6 kids.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah, they're gonna give them money.
Like that, you know?
In this country, in the United States.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes. They were. Yeah, they were both.
That's like just like they did in Germany when they needed some more Aryan babies.
But back to Israel. Don't hate the player, hate the game. I ain't mad at them for giving their and it's not just like the general population. They get free, I think, free education, free college, or free healthcare. I can't hate the player, I hate the game, but this is what we should be striving for in this country.
Exactly. We can't get the universal basic income.
You should be striving to finance other foreign entities. That's what America does best, and
It is what it is.
that's why you all don't get goods and services properly exempt.
It's not gonna change. That is what it is. But I want to say some states here do give free community college. I don't remember all of them, so that's a start. But we are a long way. Even if it's not universal care, the fact that they're cutting so much gouging so much out of Medicare, Medicaid, and SNAP, and all of that is an abomination.
If you behind all students of all ages, you start somewhere, like you said. Don't just do nothing. Don't just start cutting shit.
That's a
Distributing a price.
So back to how much security guards with Elon get paid. Did you know Beyonce's making security guard gets $1 million a year? And she's broke compared to Elon. So the point I'm making with the poll he took, he didn't take that poll from Mike Johnson. Get it? Mike Johnson didn't make a quarter of what a security guard makes. He did that poll for Trump. He says, I carry the voice of the American people, not you. Oops. Yeah, that's where we are. Now remember, you gave Elon access to all your treasury information. And shit, Trump just took on 2 of Elon's best boys and involved them and embedded them into the government. So, sort of like when Trump said to the Ukraine president, you don't hold the cards. Elon just told Trump, you don't hold the cards.
Oh my.
I don't believe Elon does either, though. So I don't really feel like saying shit. If he was gonna do something, he would have done it already. He's just biting his heels at this point. Taking away.
Alright, so that's a game of chicken. Let's see what happens.
I think Elon got the okey doke pulled on him. I'm sorry. I think
I agree, move on. You don't get a black guy in the White House and come out on top.
I wish I was alive.
Jesus Christ. Some of this footage, something like that, there's cameras in that place. You're gonna see that footage one.
Yeah, 2 administrations, 3 administrations from now, you'll see the 2.
So I put some links in the chat. I think you can start with the last one. You can at least see how people are tracking political leaders who are Muslim. And then this week, right before that, people have. These tweets have gone viral, but these are popular tweets where people are, highlighting the numbers of Muslims in the country and or Muslim leaders and stuff like that. I'm just saying that Mamdani is about to get that type of treatment in United States, even though the U.S. doesn't have anywhere near those numbers. I mean, but this, I don't know why people don't just learn from the Black American experience. We've really been through it all. I mean, you just better be ready. Like, you can't just be out here rapping. You better be ready for the bullshit they're about to throw your way.
Yeah, the Black experience, they didn't have Palantir or Lavender.
Exactly.
We have it now.
I bet you Elon didn't even swing bad. I bet he just took that shit like a bitch.
That guy did a puppy. Take that.
And he was called a fraud too right before I heard. Palantir, that guy, that's another person that needs to be held for war crimes sued against. He created or the Oculus, if I'm not mistaken, where he bought Palantir, created Palantir, right? So he's a gamer, getting other gamers on board for mass murder, mass genocide, killing fields, video games, y'all, Xbox controllers, y'all.
So Israel will always blame 400,000 people on Palantir and what they're going to win. When you read the article in 972, breaking down Palantir, everything it means, and how it integrates with human beings, you're going to see it crystal clear. That's why they don't think the genocide is good. You have to look at things from different perspectives. So when you're on the Israeli side, you know about Lavender. You know, shit, I'm not doing nothing.
From Hell Point, because I remember you bringing up Project Lavender during COVID, honestly. Yeah, you're right.
I just put the information out, what people do with it. It's all good.
I put it in ChatGPT to just summarize it, so it'll back up. I'll put it in the chat.
Oh, where did Norm go? Did he run off again? Did Corey run him off?
So
Convenient timing, yeah.
so he hates me because he knows that his job's mine.
You know what's funny is he's the alpha scientist on this app point, and his light work for you.
One hand tied behind my back.
No, I think we'll go, whoever that is, that other group, I think he's a step above.
Really interesting.
Yeah,
Noted.
he's awesome.
I felt the same energy. I'll give him that.
So I'm going to ask the question one more time. What do you think Trump's response will be to this Elon war that started yesterday and culminated with this fucking call that Elon took of the American people?
If he's smart, he wouldn't say anything. He's just gonna ignore it.
Is Musk driving Epstein, pictures again, or what level of battle are we hearing in the scene?
It's implied. No, I think that there's already 3 Republicans that have voted no, right? Or that have expressed they're not going to support. And so if I were Trump, I would low-key send a message to a 4th and tell that 4th person to go ahead and vote no.
Right, imagine if you're Elon Musk and you did a poll and you sent out, 1 or 2 clips of Trump and said, do you think he should be impeached for these clips? Yes or no? Can you imagine the significance of that? Would that be treason? No, that would just be. No. What would that be? What would that be?
Are you
patriotism. That's all. Some people have tweeted about it. I think some people tweeted because this has been an issue since the last time they fought, and even before then. But that if Trump is exposed, in that way, he should be impeached. Which I support, but are the American people? Do we have enough bravery amongst these people? Because I'm not sure. I'm not do they really care about pedophilia? They didn't care about the insurrection. They didn't care about January 6th. They don't care about him lying. I don't know. I'm all for it, but I just don't know.
I agree. I think his biggest tip was with the bombing in Iran, right? Sadly, I don't think the MCU thing would even have an impact in here. Yeah, just keep those borders closed. That's all they care about.
And I was saying the same thing, and I'm wondering, if because before my phone died, I was about to get into that. It seems like to me, the only thing that was keeping that side looking the other way and encouraging and rallying and campaigning everyone to really look the other way was the promise of Bitcoin, the promise of digital coin and digital currency. But when I forget how to turn catchphrase goes, the balloon fell off the rose or whatever. Basically, when he got punched, that was like the divorce, and there is no Bitcoin coming back. And the bill kind of was foreshadowing that, I know your shit's bullshit, and none of this is going to work. So, I think the fact that is, the mask is off, the gloves are off now. This is where true revolution, true escalation is going to be seen, going to be notated. We have to have clear demands. It's a regime change. With the PDF shit, and I'm telling you, that is going to be one of the things that brings people back. I think that will be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Because look how fucking crazy people went when that one Belarus man slammed a child on the floor at the airport. That shit went viral. And people are screaming that the idea, like at Glastonbury, which is one of the biggest world music festivals in the world right now. And not just one band. Many people are making dedications to Gaza. So we need to stay on that time. That Gaza is number one priority. Hold them accountable, and we will get everything we need in our country. We prioritize efforts.
So for the third time, last time, because no one seems to answer my question. What do you think Trump's response will be?
So water, I was gonna say to your statement, I don't think people really give a shit about Gaza. I think it's not even in people's top 10. That's why I think they would.
I think that is why Iran was just to ignore Gaza. I don't believe nobody gives a shit about Gaza. You look at Madonna, right? So people do care about Gaza, even if they're not coming out and saying.
What do you think Trump's response will be?
I honestly don't think he's going to acknowledge it, because if he does, it's because he knows how pivotal it is right now. He's about to it's all going to be voted on by the 4th of July, no? So I feel like this is for Trump. Elon are having conversations about this off of X right now, because he probably asked him, you mind doing a poll for me so I can see, am I going to get this through, what do I got to adjust?
When asked Elon did that poll for a reason.
Yeah, it's not the reason.
You don't think so?
Not to know the truth. What do you think Trump's response will be? Why you guys keep running? It's a question. Questions right now.
I don't know, I really truly don't know. I have no comment. I have no clue as to how he's going to respond. Only because of the fact that he hasn't said anything.
He's going to say no. He's going. My guess is no one can answer. I hate that when no one even wants to use a little creativity. His response has to be poll. And your poll is fake news.
You're right. I can't be so naive.
Minimum. He has to respond like that.
Old Trump would have done that. I don't think new Trump would get scared and he'd write a diatribe that's like 2-4 pages long on a tweet.
It's a poll.
One big long
I think you guys are close. I got a platform of 200 million people, and I took a poll. That's different from you motherfuckers taking a poll. You don't even have 300 followers. 200 million, and I took a poll. How dare you take a poll of that on something I'm writing on? Don't you understand what Trump has to say? And you couldn't guess what his tweet was. You know what? I'll call the police. Hold on.
The police still haven't got there? What the fuck?
You don't think Trump's burned out yet?
Alright, we moving that.
Moving on.
Yeah,
Do you see my message? See my message?
Oh, man. I'm not going anywhere. I have too much stuff. I'm not picking up all the stuff. Don't go nowhere. Nothing.
Now, this is the one thing too, is that y'all gotta keep in mind. I think that all the people that didn't want Trump to be elected going through
Just because this Trump is going to move forward, since like said, the this yeah, that's fine.
So, can I answer the question real quick? I just want to say, I think the reason why like Trump and Elon,
They're not listening. They're motion moving and
okay.
Thank you, point.
so mean.
Well, I just said she could go. Just went to the shop.
I don't know how to do that. I'll call for cops.
Call dial 199.
I have you write it down. Hold on.
Click the link at the top. Click the link at the top. Hey, Robert, good to see you, brother. Just sent you a message. Hey, Edie. Hey, Frank. Hey, Swoop. That's right. Hey, Matt Poole. Come on and join us. Hey, Mr. Anderson. Hey, Camille. Hey, Ray. Happy Buffalo's anniversary. Hey, Edie. Hey, the brochure. Come on and join us. Hey, Frankie. Maya. Come on. Jay. Join us. Frankie. Why not so damn? All right. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This space will everything applying politically correct times. Hope you have a wonderful play.
Do you see if your brother can get it? Or it doesn't have a again one of those?
Yeah, it does. Let me do it right now. I gotta block it first. But he's already in.
What happened?
Fast. Nah, it's fucking.
Oh.
Yeah, he's already at the bottom. Okay.
No, alright.
Trying to pay him. Give me a second.
Why did we move over here? To topic?
Because we had the warrant open up warning, waiting for the minute to open up.
Okay, period. Like, who are you? Why did you ask me questions?
I asked questions. What's going on?
No, you can't. Well, you can't ask them, but we don't gotta answer.
Then you might say,
No, I can come off mic like I just did to tell you shut the fuck up. She can get out.
are you doing this again today?
It's always gonna be on site until you apologize.
I'm not apologizing. Do anything wrong?
Well, how about I remove you as a friend? And then how about I remove you from the room?
Alright.
Bye.
Alright,
So he asked me what the definition of pH balance was, not what pH balance.
He's in the room right now.
Yeah, he's in the bottom. That's the one right there with the lips. If he doesn't have the lips, he has the shades. And he's there. Yeah. I'm trying to see it right now. I'm trying for the room to get it to here.
Welcome to that.
And it's like, what is he fucking? He's over here saying that he's running for Congress, but you recording other people's shit, and then you streaming it on multiple platforms. Like, what is the fucking purpose? Because if you're running for Congress for the Republican side, but you want to hear what the other Dems basically are saying, it's just ridiculous. All right, I can't even see the house.
Then he has another account that we haven't blocked.
Correct. Yeah.
This who's a lawyer running for office. I can't remember her name for the life of me.
Samara?
Yeah, was it? You remember the name?
I just said Samara. She from Georgia.
Yes, Georgia. How'd she do it?
Yeah, Patty. So basically, we block somebody when they go to become anonymous. They still can't get it. Yeah, so I found the house finally, but it shows me like there's no house open.
Can we get her here?
She comes in and she says at the bottom, I tried to find her on stage, she never comes on stage.
Gemini said he was going to teach me how to report the YouTube.
He just walked through the door.
Okay.
We should formally invite her, we create a safe
Hey,
space.
Gemini.
I'm over here struggling with my mental health. I'm struggling with my mental health.
Oh.
Because I thought it's not enough space to really work on that today.
You guys don't answer. I mean, we have a set time. I called Hez. I called Patient. I called, what was this, DAP? And no one, and I said, if we have a set time and we carve it out for that day, I've already carved it out. So I'm just wondering if we're going to stay on, you think it's going to be able to work?
I might join the Telegram because I would definitely would have responded. Nobody called her, interacted with me. I definitely would have been available. So I'm going to join the Telegram.
Are you
I'll join today though.
Which one?
Whichever one you guys think I should join, I'll join.
And bro, if you want to make a new house and have a backup, I'm there for you, bro. I have no issue doing that. Sunday.
They have a house.
Yeah, I think they have one.
They have a house, water.
I was like, I'm going to put their house up here on the top so you guys can follow it. Hold on.
Just in case somebody gets sick, somebody's working, we're human after all.
They have a house.
All right, so I'm going to put the house on top. If you guys could follow this house, please. Hopefully y'all hear me. Probably not because this shit is on.
No, we hear you. I hear you clearly.
I don't know why. Every time I put it on high, it goes back to normal. Everybody, please follow the link up on top. Black Men Speak. Follow that link. Follow that house.
he's still here.
Yeah, he's still streaming.
I didn't get cut.
Yeah, I see it.
No, I'm gonna tell y'all. Today I'm gonna take the time to go through so I can tell you exactly which way to report because it's easy to take something down when it's coming from Clubhouse because Clubhouse has a policy that doesn't allow third-party recordings and third-party production of its content. Yes. And believe me, I know YouTube like the back of my hand. I got 2 large channels, and I know what the copyright strikes only takes 3. So 3, it could be from the same person or 2 different. So all it takes is 3 different people to report it. It could be the same thing. That channel's out of here. You don't get it back. I don't care how many burners you got. Let me go to my list.
Gemini.
I'll look right now.
Yeah, because I'll let you know when the lips leave, because that's definitely the account he's on. And he's still rolling. I'm just not going in because I don't want him to block me out. But I can see, without me going into his live, I can see that it's still live.
Got you. Just give me a second. I'm in front of my desktop now. I'll pull it up.
I was about to put my photo with my middle finger up.
Clubhouse already has that as a built-in policy, which is why I just gotta remember the exact way to report it. Because I remember Wack was talking about how Wack was the first person I learned that from. Like I already know how channels work because I have a couple that I don't know, but he started showing me how he was taking down particular channels that he didn't like. So there's some channels that he will allow to reproduce because he knows it helps him to be an algorithm like that. Then there's some people he don't fuck with, and he would knock their channels down. I was like, how are you knocking these channels down? He broke it down. So just give me a second.
Don't put on blue. Hopefully everybody followed that link up on top. That's where they will be doing the weekly Black men's room.
Y'all remember when y'all used to go to record or something, how it would say that red line would come up saying Clubhouse prohibits blah blah blah. Y'all remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
That's a policy that you use to take them down. Just give me a second.
Mm-hmm. Like if I usually get that bar like when I sync my phone to the TV, it gives me that. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I do have a statement from Iran's ambassador. Trump need to shut his fucking mouth because all this fucking back and forth shit, he actually responded to the nuclear enrichment. So, I think we are pushing them to the point where they are going to try to get some type of warhead and vehicle to freaking launch it.
Garabani, who joins us from New York. Welcome to Face the Nation.
Thank you for having me.
Ambassador, can you give us some clarity? Does Iran intend to reconstitute a nuclear enrichment program on its soil?
You know that we are a responsible member of the NPT, and according to this treaty, we have the mutual rights. It means that the right of one side will be the obligation of the other side. In the NPT, it has been defined that we have two very explicit rights. The first is that we can have research and development, we can have the production of uranium, and we can have to use the peaceful energy. And the second right is that the legal protection by the IAEA for our activity and technical cooperation for our development programs. And in return also, it will be two rights for the agency in this regard that they should have the full access according to the Cohesive Safeguard Agreement. And the second one is that to preserve our peaceful nuclear activity will remain always in peaceful manner. So the enrichment is our right and inalienable right, and we want to implement this right.
So you do plan to restart enrichment? That sounds like.
I think that enrichment will not never stop.
Well, when you mention NPT, just for our listeners, you're talking about some of the international agreements Iran has made with the UN on non-proliferation and safeguards. You mentioned the UN nuclear
arrest Rafael Grossi of being an Israeli spy and calling for his arrest and execution. To be clear, is Iran threatening UN inspectors?
No, there is no any threat. It is a very clear law of our parliament that they have been suspended our cooperation with II because the agency has not implemented their rights, their responsibility. Due to this, it is a conditional law. And as long as this condition has not been set, so our cooperation with IA will be suspended. But whenever it's set out as according to the law, so we can have resume our cooperation. But there is no any threat against the general director of the IA.
Well, that was published in Iran's Hayyan newspaper. Your foreign minister did also say that the IAEA and Grossi himself are malign in intent. Are the IAEA personnel, are the inspectors already inside Iran safe? And can they go back to their work of inspecting your sites?
Exactly. They are in Iran, they are in the safe condition, but the activity has been suspended. They cannot have access to our site. But maybe someone, it is individual opinion of the people that may criticize the IAEA or threat the general director. But we criticize IAEA, our assessment is that they have not done their jobs, so they failed and they prepare and pave a grave for such aggression against us.
I imagine that you would condemn the calls for his execution?
Yeah.
President Trump
It's not important behavior.
Well, I know you're speaking to us from the UN. President Trump said Friday that Iranian officials want to meet with him personally, and he said that will be soon. Mr. Ambassador, is Tehran planning to drop this demand of indirect communication with the United States, and will you begin speaking with the Trump administration?
See, we were in the negotiation, but because we know that any dispute between you and the United States or other part of the GCPOA cannot be resolved without negotiation and using the peaceful means to resolve this dispute. So we are in the negotiation and we are ready for the negotiation, but after this aggression, it is not a proper condition for a new round of the negotiation, and there is no request for negotiation and meeting with the president.
Well, the United States is wanting to meet with Iran to talk. And while the Supreme Leader issued a statement saying Iran had dealt the U.S. a slap in the face, after that, President Trump said he had actually stopped Israel from going further and had stopped Israel from an attempt to kill your Supreme Leader. Why not take the offer of a diplomatic lifeline? Because he seems to be offering one.
It is a very gross violation of the international law that treating the Supreme Leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran or any head of a state, they have impunity from any attack. So we should understand that what is the principle and condition for any negotiation. Negotiation has its principles and it is a give and take process. So we should engage in the negotiation and discuss with each other, maybe we reach a conclusion or not. But unconditional surrender is not negotiation. It is dictating the policy toward us. If they are ready for negotiation, they will find us ready for that. But if they want to dictate us, it is impossible for any negotiation with them.
Mr. Ambassador, thank you for your time today.
We just need to get high.
I like it when they took away social media access. That was a good thing.
They should, yeah. They need to look at social media. Because this shit is like attacking the country while they're going through like negotiations and then jumping in on the attack between the two countries when he actually could have tried to motivate people to fall back and then act like he was the winner. And
been sitting on TV lying, saying that they're trying to negotiate with them when Ambassador made it clear, no, I'm not. That's why, this I understand how politics works.
I thought he was the Mason Noguchi.
He's a master flyer. Canada's gotta be embarrassing. Like, every country, every time he comes on there, they're begging me. Mexico's president come out and said, like, no, that's not true. Like, these countries be like, yeah, they even spoken to him. And even when they do send the representation, they try to contact him, they haven't been able to speak to him. Maybe because he's gone. He trying to do shit for this country.
Yo, what's good? How you doing? What's everybody doing?
What's up?
What you do? What?
Congratulations. Your service to Rob Warren. I didn't know that it was you that introduced him to it, and so I tried to get Ish to be inspired to like get into cybersecurity. I don't know. I think he's a little obsessed with gangsta life and making music documentaries. So
The new trend right now is spiritual security. Try that. It's like cyber. You know what I'm saying? But it's not physical like cyber security. You know, spiritual security, that's a new job popping these days, guys. Did you hear that the guy said no more pronouns? Am I living in heaven or something? What's going on out here, guys? Talk to me.
How do pronouns affect you?
I'm telling you, go look what the Secretary of State says.
I really don't care. But it doesn't really mean
So are you not a he?
That's slow. That's slow. Good answer, Gemini.
No. What's that your name?
That was not Gemini.
I didn't say something.
Yeah, let me tell you why. You just sitting around just thinking like, the fuck is really going on in your head, bro?
I just sit around.
You sit around just thinking about dumb shit and come on here and tell us.
Nah, every time I feel like being lied to, I don't talk to some confused people. I just click on Clubhouse. On God.
Rob, did you vote for Trump?
Hell yeah. It's I was voting for her again and again and again and again.
Oh, okay.
In the world, he's got to be the greatest rapper since you got. Well, yeah. Oh, matter of fact, Asian sensation, since you're my brother and we have the same lineage. Yeah.
Who I get?
So, maybe welcome to him. Yeah.
Oh, hell no.
Get your people. He said, get Momo.
Oh, man. Get your people, Asian. Between you and that job, man.
What's going on, right? First of all,
All right. When you in Florida, right?
I'm from Florida.
Yeah, y'all niggas. Yeah, y'all don't like New York.
Yeah, I got booked working. My son off from New York. I got to go take him to Florida right now as we're speaking. I was just thinking about that. Oh, God. I'm like, oh, that's what's going on with these niggas in New York. That shit crazy. I got to take this Florida soon, boy, because
Like the ones in Springfield. They're trying to make something.
Yeah, abandonment issues. I don't know if it's the project hallways and the doors and shit, but Jesus.
Lord, what are we gonna do? I don't know.
We're speaking the truth and nothing but the truth. Like constructed truth, I need to tell Unconstructed truth, meaning in the beginning was the word. It's not this can react. What is that? Oh yeah, Haitian. Thank you very much for the update, because sometimes you have to observe for a second. No matter if you know something, you have to observe.
You go to everybody that talk shit about y'all people.
That's crazy.
And your country.
Yeah, bro. Like I think you way lower than that, man.
Hold on. Talk about, nigga, you ain't here for me. I'm looking for a Haitian. Yeah, I'm not looking for y'all. You know where I'm coming from, man?
Status on 500,000 open, but they be smoking he revoked the status of 500,000 Haitians. There's a bunch of people, 500,000 people to progress and do something with their lives.
Assimilation people. My cousins are Haiti who get in my Jordans. Now they got mansions down there.
Oh, they got mansions. Okay. You're an idiot. This is crazy.
My shoes from the 8th grade.
Thank you, I'm sure they did it. So now that you have your Jordans, you don't give a fuck if anyone else has them. Think you're one that's actually 750,000.
Yeah, so I wouldn't make it about how to mention this dumbass. Yeah, I'm getting myself.
Jesus Christ. When I first joined these stages, I didn't say anything to you because I thought that you might be dumb.
Oh, hell
yeah. And then I started listening to you and I was like, that's not the same dude.
Nah. Well, Patty, Florida,
No.
that's the Kodak Black motherfuckers.
Yeah, I believe it. There's plenty of people in Haitians in Florida that I like. No Haitian that I know supports this. And I have a lot of Haitian friends that are attorneys that are fighting for their Haitian people to stay there from Florida. So you might hear one or two idiotas on Clubhouse, but that is not the case. There are plenty of Haitians.
Oh, no. When I say that, literally, I'm not talking about immigration.
Okay. Yeah. No, okay, yeah. Yeah, but they're like, I went to school with Zone Haitian, and Haitian grind way harder than Dominican people. That's for damn sure.
Haitian.
What?
My baby daddy.
So, yeah, my baby daddy Haitian. So hopefully he's a good Haitian, but I don't know.
Yeah, he ain't on that Trump train. He crazy, but he ain't on that Trump train.
Good.
But he's still great.
Man, can't save the Puerto Ricans, can't save the Dominicans, can't save the fucking Haitians. We're fucking screwed. And everybody else around us. Now you know what's happening now is that the people, which we all have to do this in accordance with like our respective kingdom anyway, but the people who are being called to righteousness are not going to be called per their ethnicity. We're all coming together spiritually and we're collecting with one another. And so it does require us to leave some of our own people behind. And that's what's happening in everything.
Just like Harriet had to do.
Just painful though, but just gotta do it. Yo, this guy is such a stalker. I'm talking about late night rooms, after midnight, still doing this fuck shit.
He's crazy. This isn't something.
Yeah, I seen a room that literally none of us was there. Gemini was a mod, and there was another mod there. They was just, still in the room. And so that's how I know it was really late, because none of us were there. And he was still recording that shit. I'm like, what the hell? That shit is weird.
It's very dangerous, It's very dangerous. Like before the election, we were being recorded. It's, that's why, so there's, I don't mind mine, but I mind when Lisa was like, okay, the replays are on, because I'm like, oh God, these people are, they're crazy. They use our rooms like for their strategy, to report back, to show how popular they are, to fight back against the libs. They use this to get jobs. Don't think that what we're doing is just chatting on here, for sure.
It's not easy to get a job. He's got a mental health issue. He said,
I don't think this one person. No, I don't mean the dude y'all talking about. No, just in general.
But then that means you're giving ideas to that person. So let's just change the subject. Anything else?
So the Middle East advisor did make it clear she was a Middle East Pentagon advisor that, and she had warned the U.S. on joining Israel on the strikes against Iran. So she does have a 3-minute clip with Wolf Blitzer. And I didn't listen to it, so y'all want to hear it real quick. It's only 3 minutes.
Okay.
Let me see.
When choosing the right gear to hunt, clear, or mow your yard, Lease has all the power you need to get the job done right. Because gas or battery, your local Ace is the destination with the best power brands all under one roof, like Steel, Eva, Milwaukee, and Toro. And with free assembly and delivery or ready for pickup in 15 minutes, covering your outdoor projects is never been easier. Around the block, where you need it stock, research is so good it's guaranteed. So helpful hardware, folks.
Joining us now, the former Pentagon Middle East advisor during the Obama administration, Jasmine El Gamal. Jasmine, thank you so much for joining us. You say the U.S. would be taking a huge risk if it joins Israel in this military conflict against Iran. Tell us why.
Well, thank you so much for having me. A couple of reasons why I'm really worried at this moment. First of all, I'm looking at the relationship between the political reasons for going to war versus the intelligence reasons, and how that intelligence is being used to justify war. I was in Iraq during the first weeks of the Iraq invasion, as a translator, suited up in chemical suits, before realizing that whole thing was based on a lie. The danger here is when we have a political reason, Benjamin Netanyahu right now, when he has already made up his mind to go to war, then it's very easy, Wolf, as we both saw in Iraq, for that intelligence to be used to justify a pre-made decision versus being used to look at the situation and figure out whether we need to go to war. So that's just first of all. In terms of the ripple effects, the unintended consequences, and the risks of going to war in the region, we always talk about, and I hear this a lot, about Iran's military capabilities and how they're much less impressive than Israel's military capabilities. And that's completely true. There's no parity objectively between the two. But the thing is, Wolf, Iran doesn't need to parity with Israel in order to inflict serious damage on Israel across the region and to U.S. forces stationed in the region and U.S. interests as well. So I'm looking at, if Iran is cornered in these negotiations, if there's no diplomatic off-ramp, then it feels like a cornered animal. It feels like it has nothing left to lose, and therefore, let's burn the house down. And that's when we start to see the real risks that will affect not just Israelis, not just Americans, Wolf, but really everyone living in the region. Arabs, Israelis, Iranians,
U.S. troops stationed throughout the Middle East. Right now, Jonathan, as you know, the French President Emmanuel Macron says European diplomats will push Iran to agree to zero enrichment of uranium during today's high-stakes negotiations in Geneva. Do you see any chance at all that Tehran would agree to that?
I think, and as I heard you say earlier, Wolf, in your earlier conversation, the U.S. is really the key here, not the Europeans. It all hinges upon whether Donald Trump decides to enter this war with Israel, and that, I think, will tell us a lot about how the Iranians are going to respond. Now, the Iranians have reached out to their Arab neighbors in the region, and they've said, listen, we'll come back to the table if the U.S. doesn't get involved. So I think that's the key opportunity here, is to look at elements and ways to de-escalate. And one way to do that is to try to bring Iran back to the table, which it already was at the table, just as a reminder when this all started. To try to bring Iran to the table to say, okay, we won't go in, but if you don't want this to move forward in a way that's really bad for you, you need to come back to the table as well. Wolf, I think this is and I've been saying this recently because I think it's really notable. This is the first time in decades that you have a Middle East region where every Arab country has stated publicly its willingness to work with Israel to move this region past the wars and the conflicts and to turn a new page. Most of the countries in the region now are in peace treaties with Israel. Even the new government in Syria under Ahmed al-Shara has said, we don't want war with Israel, we want to cooperate. You have a government in Lebanon that for the first time in decades is an anti-Hezbollah government and is working to disarm Hezbollah. So this is a real opportunity, Wolf, for diplomacy to have a chance with all of the actors involved to get to a solution that is comfortable for everybody.
You made really excellent points, Jasmine. Al-Gamal, thank you so much for joining.
That's it. See, it's crazy. So she gave that interview prior to us striking. And now, like, she told them, like, so obviously the intel has told them, like, hey, this ain't a good idea. Don't try continuing diplomatic talks. Don't get involved. And we got involved. And now their ambassadors in. That's one big role y'all played with me today. So we're not doing that. We're going to continue to enrich uranium. And we're not letting inspectors in. So they're not letting the inspectors come to inspect.
I would go ahead and to make out I think that, sorry, my policy again. I think there's something deeper at play here with the uranium enrichment point because it's kind of interesting that, like, why is Iran enriching to 60% anyways, right? Like, you need, like, that's what saying like 90% or higher to actually make a weapon. And, like, they were, in the JCPOA, I think they agreed to, like, 3.7% enrichment or whatever. And there's this guy named Scott Horn who sometimes on these interviews, like on YouTube, you find him, and he makes a really interesting point, which is that they're actually doing this for the negotiation purposes. They're trying to show that by enriching to 60%, they're showing that if we wanted to, we could enrich to 90%. So as part of the negotiations, we're enriching to 60%, showing that we're giving up something real. And then, so in return for giving up something real, we want something real back, namely like lifting up economic sanctions and things like that. But again, being Palestinian, that's the one thing I think Israel really can't live with. They can't live with neighbors that like assert themselves and negotiate along their own interests and do so successfully. And so they have to. So instead of like actually negotiating with good faith, they come back and say, no, now the whole 60% racial thing, that is the problem. The fact that you're doing that at all is the whole basis for why we're going to attack you. When in reality, it's just a really sophisticated negotiation tactic on behalf of the Iranians. And the Iranians, like these Persians, I don't know, like I've been reading about Persian history. These are like this is a proud, like deep civilization. They're on like 6,000 years of history, like multiple civilization cycles, and these people carry that history with them. And this low point in their history is just one low point of many, and they're gonna move past it. They're fully expecting that they're gonna succeed. So, but at the same time, I think the Iranians, all things considered, and excluding their domestic politics, like living under theocracy, whatever, in their foreign policy, they've actually been quite rational actors. Like if you pay attention to how they move, it makes sense from their perspective. Like you put yourself in their shoes. Like they went tit for tat with Israel. they responded to the Americans, but in a way that like guaranteed that there wouldn't be any escalation. And I think that they still would negotiate, provided that there's some face-saving mechanism. But like these Israelis are fucking crazy, dude. If they only feel safe if they're completely dominating their neighbors. Like you have to basically live under a political, economic, or military occupation. Otherwise, they feel like you're going to threaten their existence. And so the Iranians are like, actually, we're going to live as equals in this region, and we're going to be sophisticated in the way that we negotiate with you. That's something that drives the Israelis up a wall.
Oh, I agree, Neapolis. Is it Neapolis? Neapolis. Okay, so yeah, I was reading an article about that too, about why they because it's not we're not in their mind, but I did read some articles about that, why they went up to 60%, and it was to use, and they said the same exact thing about them being rational actors, and how they're just trying to save, like, so their regime can survive.
Yeah, and it's like there's a funny meme I saw on Twitter. It was like, look how close Iran placed their country to all these American military bases. Like it's like if you're surrounded by American military bases, and the Americans are in cahoots with the Israelis, and the Israelis are like running the settler colonial apartheid regime, why wouldn't you build a ballistic missile system to like protect yourself? Why wouldn't you explore like a nuclear deterrent? Why wouldn't you keep yourself at with latent nuclear ability? And it's the really crazy part is like the narrative capture in American media, like how this very straightforward kind of analysis gets no airtime, and there's a completely manipulated narrative that's like breathed in like it's air or like like water or something. It's kind of like it really makes you think, Anyways, I just wanted to make that point because of the title of the room. So appreciate you guys listening.
In regards to the recording of the room and the YouTube channel, I sent First Lady the information on taking it down. You want each person to do 2 complaints. One is going to be a privacy complaint. The other one is going to be a copyright complaint. One of those are going to hit, probably both. And after 3 videos, they're done. Their channel's gone. 3 videos in 90 days.
Yay. Gemini, he can't deny. Petty, I'm gonna send it to you. No, I'm gonna send it to you.
I tried to send it to you, but channel play is just too long. They don't allow enough.
Okay.
Hello, Patty. Hello, everyone. Yeah, I completely agree with what Neapolis shared. Oh, okay, before I say that, my name looks very Iranian, but I promise you I'm from India. I've never been to Iran. I wanted to say something that might not be as popular, because right now the popular topic is, should Iran be allowed to do this enrichment? Should Iran be allowed to make this nuclear weapon? Should Iran? Yeah. Why is India allowed? Why is Pakistan allowed? Why is, Russia allowed? Why is North Korea allowed? Why is Israel allowed? And why is America allowed? I mean, why should Donald Trump, sitting on that chair, have the power when my life is sitting thousands of oceans apart? I mean, Russia has the power to destroy the planet like 5 times over, and so does the United States. Why do they have that kind of power? I know it's not the popular topic today because everyone wants to talk about why Iran should allow, but United States asking Iran or other countries to not do it is like the biggest bully in the class with the longest sword in his hand, asking the little boy, why do you have a pocket knife? Does it work? Show me how sharp it is. Is it 90% sharp or is it 60% sharp? Look at the hypocrisy. And again, so that's how I feel. So I think it's time that we start conversation where why is my country from India and I'm against India having nuclear weapons. And if I'm against India having nuclear weapons, I'm against everything that has it. I think these are the conversations we need to have rather than being carried away by the Western narrative that is only asking questions, why is Iran allowed? I mean, hey, they have signed NPT, Israel haven't even signed NPT. They allowed IAEA until Donald Trump cancelled it in 2018. So why these double standards? Also, I would also like to point out that I'm against the attack that happened in Israel and where innocent lives were lost. I'm against that as well. But what followed after that, the genocide that happened after that, it's just heinous, you know. And the same, rhetoric was used against Iran when they were saying, they are making weapons of mass destruction, and the entire world is going to be a better place if Saddam's time goes away. I did not like Saddam's time really a lot, but the country was far better. People were still happy there. Look at the country now; it's in ruins. And they're just exposed to the vultures of the world. So yeah, that's how I feel. Thank you for letting me speak. And back to you.
Can I jump in real quick? There was a comment, I think it was in response to us saying they were saying that Iran said that they wouldn't negotiate. Actually, I saw that news too. I think it's for a couple of, not because they wouldn't actually negotiate if there was a good faith effort, but I don't think that, and I understand from their perspective, they don't think that there is a good faith effort from the United States or Israel. Like, what do you mean you give 60 days to negotiate, and then if you don't get what you want, you're gonna bomb me on day 61? Like that just means you're never actually negotiating. Like, you're willing to create a little theater or performance to get what you want, and if you don't get what you want, then you just bomb. Like, and I think that's gonna have many negative repercussions for American diplomacy in the future. Like, imagine trying to negotiate with China, trying to say, how do I know you're actually negotiating? Or Russia, so on and so forth. But I also think that there's something interesting happening with like MAGA movement itself, where they're actually, like everybody knows this, they're like divided on Israel. And so if I was in Iran's shoes, I would actually just let American domestic politics play out and see how much wiggle room does Trump actually have, because he got called out a lot for taking this military action, or like Tucker Carlson's and whoever else on the MAGA side of things. And I think Trump is actually sensitive to that. And so the Iranians might benefit from like this lane of American domestic politics that might just not leave Trump with much of an appetite to continue to get involved. And they might be able to get something out of it without having to risk more humiliation. So even though they say they're not going to go, okay, they are the weaker part in the grand scheme of things. Like if the United States comes back and says, "Hey, this is how," like it gives it something reasonable, they will do it. But I think the politics are playing out right now such that they don't have to, so they're throwing it.
So you are breaking by your connection. I think maybe it was just me or really breaking.
He's in the blender.
It's in the blender. Yeah, but I don't think Iran should have access to nuclear weapons. They signed the NPT, and then you use India as an example. They never signed the NPT, so they're not subject to. They're honest that they said they have weapons. Israel has never actually said that they have it. I mean, they haven't lied, but they haven't acknowledged that they exist, even though we know they exist.
But they have lied several times, But even Netanyahu lied when he said, they are weeks away from making, nuclear weapons. And he said that 15 years ago. And then he said that after 10 years ago, and then he said that 5 years ago. He had been lying all this time. So,
Those years ago, the nuclear program.
Yeah, but I think Smotrich, I think in 23 said, he admitted it. In a speech, he said we shouldn't accept. And there was a lot of write-up about, are you actually threatening to release a nuclear bomb? I'll try to find out info, but I think it was Smotrich that stated that.
That was Smotrich in no way writes Israeli policy or something. He said that he was saying it as a wacko, not as a
He's a member of the government.
I think
He's a member of the government. An active member of the government.
he is today. I don't know what he was then. Again, it would be like
he was.
perjury to. It would be like, again, I don't know if he was then. It doesn't sound like you know what he did then either.
No, I'm saying he was.
Perjury Taylor. It would be. So what was he in the government at that time?
I'm in Publix right now shopping online on. He got a post.
Okay, that's why I said you don't know.
No, I don't know.
So, but you just would be like,
No. Wait, hold
what
on.
did he do with the
I did. Hold on. I literally said, I'm shopping. When I get a minute, like I normally said, I will post an article.
What were we talking about? You know, I think my refrigerator on Sunday.
Hey, Patty, I'm trying to replicate a Red Lobster boil, okay? I'm trying to get my stuff steaming. I'm making my bag. Well, let's show them where they steam for free.
I
No, I'm serious. I got a one lobster, I got parrot, snow crabs, I got a parrot shrimp, they steamed it, I got my Old Bay, I'm getting my corn going to Aldi because somebody told me you could get the foil in the bag for $10.99, the potatoes and the carrots. I'm making myself good. Yeah, she's $45.
It'll be a lot better than Red Lobster. Red Lobster seafood boil is not getting good reviews online, so I'm sure you will like it.
Yeah, I see it.
And I've gotten that bag before at Aldi, just once, because I've never made a seafood boil, so I got that, and it was
Was it good? It was?
that bag, yeah, it was, I had my seasonings, but yeah, it was good.
I'm gonna try it.
Getting better, you know.
What were you talking about? I don't know what you was trying to push on.
No, she mentioned the sort of a fringe person in Israel, and I said, I don't know if she mentioned something 50 years ago. I said, I don't know if he was a member of the government at that time.
I said 23.
Oh, 2023. Oh, yes. Okay. So, I mean, again, this would be like Marjorie Taylor speaking for the U.S. government. He doesn't speak for the Israeli government.
Wait, who is he?
She's an extreme British. Just a member, and I believe he's part of the cabinet.
He's very extreme. Thank God.
That is extreme right now. Well, I don't understand, Eleanor, why y'all have a president and a prime minister. Like, I know the president is there for good looks and intuition.
He's a spokesperson and a symbolic figure. They don't have real power.
They don't have no power. All the power.
And the prime minister is the leader of the coalition that received the most votes. So you have to form a government.
Normal. It's just, I get it. Like they make all the policies, yada yada yada. They'll put is the president's job. The only thing I see him do is take pictures and show up to it.
And he makes statements.
Yeah, and make statements based off the policies that's coming out of the fucking parliament. Like he can't make no decisions. That's why I'm like, what the fuck is the point? Like, isn't that what? Okay, I said.
He has getting enough people behind him in the different parties, because there's like 15 parties in Israel. That's a slight exaggeration, kind of weird for a little country to have so many parties. But he's able to get enough people behind him to form a majority. That's why he's been able to move on and off, I should say. Because we had about 5 prime ministers in the past 7 years or so. 5. But that's why he's been able to have stay in power for as long as he had on and off. Because he's good at putting people,
Every time his neck is on the chopping block, so to speak, he's forced to the right to then, form coalitions with more extreme members just to stay in power. He's constantly, and he's further to the right as, he tends to lose or be in danger of losing power to form these agreements, these coalitions with these extreme people.
Yeah, but again, the reason why the whole country to the right is always in response to terrorism.
God. Because I don't know what's going on with the Israeli people. They got smaller. Y'all ever heard?
They're gotten what? Smaller.
Well, you know what? It's a lot like the United States. It's still about half to the left, half you know. And it would be like, well, this is actually what Trump did. I think Trump takes a page from Bibi's book, actually. Because Trump reached out to all sorts of people that nobody else reached out to, like the Amish and the crypto guys, the crypto bros. You know, it's very weird what Trump did. Remember, he had a big rally in New York, even though he knew he would lose there, because he was trying to get the popular vote. I think one thing that Trump is clever at is in popularity. He's good at getting people to be interested in him and follow him. Weird people like the Amish and the Orthodox Jews. Nobody ever reaches out to the Amish. But he wanted Pennsylvania. So they could have helped him quickly. And I think maybe they did help him in Pennsylvania, which was a shocker, right? That's supposed to go blue.
Well, they don't vote at all. So yes, they did help him with. Yeah, they helped him because I mean, there was a guy who was like a lead consultant, from Trump's team, but they reached out to the Amish and sold Donald Trump as like a Christian, who goes by the rules. And the one thing that Donald Trump has for him is that, like, he's like, I don't drink, I don't do drugs, type stuff, But otherwise, how they could even remotely think that Trump was a Christian is beyond me. But it worked.
Well, they also that pasteurized milk thing, that was an issue for them. That guy, Scott Pressler, I don't know why, but big policies, but he did an amazing job of reaching out to the Amish folks. His name is Scott Pressler.
Yeah, that was this past election, but they turned the Amish for the first time. You got them to vote in Trump's first election. And I was like, what the hell? You gonna get the Amish? I mean, yeah.
There's this time with the Amish voting. They expect me to say for politicians. But I can see them voting for Republicans because they're there to do the right thing.
Well, I don't know how many have really been testing people with their percentage, because that's what, like, they don't really, that's not part of this list.
Yeah, they don't vote normally at all, First Lady. So that's what caught my attention, was that they even voted, and then that they voted for Donald Trump. I have to look up the numbers.
One big thing about Trump, Dr. Goddess, is that he's allowed to lie indiscriminately, and nobody really holds him accountable. So whatever lie he could tell to the Amish, they would just, he could say, I'm a Christian and I support this or that, and nobody would really hold him accountable. And they would be able to repeat it, and he could just move on. He's allowed to change his position and lie to different groups, and people just accept that like they do from no other politician.
And just look up the numbers, it says traditionally low turnout, historically only 5 to 10% of Amish eligible voters would cast ballots in presidential elections. However, dramatic increase in 2024. Pennsylvania, only 90,000. The turnout surged to 50 to 60% during 2024.
Does it say by chance how many votes he won Pennsylvania by?
Can you look up 2024
7%. 2020 was 17%. And it elevated in 2024. That's it.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that's the work of that guy, Scott Pressler. In addition to that pasteurized milk being an issue with that, that was a big deal between those two things, and that really got them to respond.
Yeah, that's all. They were like complaining about the raid. They think of it the federal government.
And what the hell does Trump care about pasteurized milk? Nothing. Go back to 2016 and y'all get the stats.
Use that fear. That's why they came here. That's why you can use it as a fear tactic. Like this is what the federal government's doing to you. Because they actually believe that it was the federal government that the reason why this shit happened with them. With that raid. But what were you saying? Somebody said something about the numbers.
Yeah, can y'all give me the number for 2016?
Okay, 2016.
I just put in the chat, but in 2024, sorry, not 2016, 2024, Trump won the 928,000 votes. So he would have won even without the numbers. Really, this is a really curious thing. Why somebody on the street wants to vote for him? Then what are these like religious fanatics who thought that Trump was the site of something? They just like totally thought that God was really.
Yes, this is why this 2016, this is what I'm asking for. I'm fully closed. I mean, I can stop. But if y'all are looking at the stats, please do look up the 2016 vote because that is when the Amish vote first began around Trump. This is his first election.
By abortion. You can get everybody content by abortion. Why?
Well, that's true. I mean, I just, what I know is for sure is that he was sold to the Amish as this highly Christian person, and then him being an outsider, just like Bernie Sanders, the consultant, they sold that part to the Amish.
Christian, because I don't think anybody would believe that. It's him saying that he would serve their interests, like appointing real Christian types Supreme Court justices, which he delivered on. He did that. Made a difference. Because that's just what he made. Politicians since 1973.
It hurts how much fast about the Supreme Court.
Amish turnout in 2016 was the most percentages, and Trump won by 44,000 votes, the whole state. And then in 2024, he won by 120,000 votes, so 3 times as many votes. He got like 60% of the Amish to turn out for him. So it might have been like
Well, they started in 2016. You see what I'm saying? Now we want to be like fully nerdy. If we go back to 2012, it's probably much lower than that because they don't traditionally vote like at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think they started Trump was certainly.
I'm telling you, that guy, Scott Pressler, I followed him. He had an amazing ground game in Pennsylvania. All the parts where the Amish folks live, that was door-to-door, knock, right in their farms. He had an amazing ground game. Like I said, I don't go around with his policies, but I might just tip the hat off to him. An amazing game. Amazing. Look about Scott Pressler.
Yeah, I agree with you, LeBron. I agree. The raw milk, now mind you, people died over this raw milk. So they're actually wrong about it, but they believed it, and it definitely became, it definitely became like a real issue among the Amish, for sure.
So I think Trump is mostly like a solution that found the problem. Like most political parties, like if you can remember the Trump era, it feels like 10 lives into it. Like before the Trump basically purely an economic benefit for Americans. There wasn't much like moral messaging or like basic human messaging, and they were speaking through like the political machines. And then you had this guy come along who, for all of his flaws, is very human. And even in the way that he makes mistakes, even in the way he fucks up, he's a flawed human, and that comes through, I think, loud and clear. And I think that coupled with his marketing skills just out of the presence.
So you think him being understood as a flawed human being is what got him the presidency?
Yeah, I think there was something refreshing about it. And Americans just wanted to signal that they're fed up with business as usual. And so they took the risk that they took the gamble. And especially like white America was very much like they were like it was like a callback to like better times for them, right? Because yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. No, I'm glad you said white America because we had Trump because of Obama. Let's keep it 100, brother.
I agree with that to a very large extent. I do think that there's some real like economic issues like in America, right? That like I don't think that's like a non-factor, but for sure like the dude swinging white guy was like a breath of fresh air to like a lot of white Americans.
But he also addressed problems that were at the forefront of people's minds, including one that he brought to the forefront, which is immigration, foreign wars, and the economy. He addressed those issues squarely, and people were dissatisfied with the previous administration's handling of those issues.
Well, if the moderators will allow me to respond, I disagree completely. I don't think that that's relevant at all because I travel world, people were clones of Donald Trump winning elections. So the emergence of Trump has nothing to do with Obama. It has nothing. The same exact frustrations that brought Trump to power bring clones of Trump to power all over Europe. I don't like Trump. I think he's inevitable because of the issues all over the world. I'm done.
But his clones have recently lost elections all over the world. His clone in Canada lost, his clone in the UK lost, his clone in, well, nor at least his political support in France, they did not win. So what do you mean?
Well, the most recent in the UK show his clone winning in a landslide and his clones in Sweden in a landslide. And the voters in Sweden said specifically the reason they elected the Trump clone is because immigrants to Sweden are a tiny percentage of the population. They commit the vast majority of the rapes. So the issue of I'm almost done speaking. The issue of voters being Brian, I'll post it if you disagree with me, Jason, but I'm saying the issue of voters all over the world being angry about immigration, it has nothing to do with the U.S. I'm done speaking.
So in the last room, y'all remember I dropped the about 4 or 5 links to the way that Muslims are projected in the United States. Projected in the UK. I would have to go back and post them again, but just think about that as Elmer speaking. You know, I'm well aware, many of us are well aware that there is a full global right-wing, white supremacist organizing going on. So, you know, I don't think that Elmer is wrong per se. Yeah, that type of person is going to attract the same types of people, but around the world, that type of person is also being rejected. So there's a war going on. That much is true. But Elmer, don't
and in Denmark, it's the most interesting country. But hold on, let me finish, Doctor. Denmark's the most interesting country because people who believe in social programs like free healthcare and generous rights for LGBT, they won because they pivoted. People in Denmark, the left in Denmark pivoted to saying no more immigration. And America are unwilling to pivot on immigration, but in Denmark it worked. I'm done. Thank you, sweet Jesus.
But, here's the thing. White folks, they will always choose different types of egalitarian social systems as long as it's primarily white. So that's why you can have universal health care in some of these countries. That's why you can have some version of socialism or care for housing. I mean, look at Swedish women, for example. Swedish women are being called out their name on a regular basis. There's not this heavy misogynistic attack against Swedish women. Swedish women are known for being more forward with their flirting and so on and so forth. And that's because Swedish women are taken care of in a much better way than in the United States and in other countries. So you're trying to say that this is about immigration. It's not about immigration. Well, it is, in the sense that when you appeal to whiteness, it becomes an issue of immigration. But it's the immigration of people of color. And unfortunately, that's the appeal. So I hear you making that appeal, but that's just a white supremacist appeal. We're used to it. You can make it. We hear you. But I just want everybody else to know what it is.
I have to work this out. The idea of calling a European country white supremacist is a little bit raises a question mark.
Because I'm calling out European country.
Well, no, but in the context of countries that were created by, I think what you might call white people, though in Europe they were involved with some white people. And there's a big difference between somebody from Portugal or Greece and somebody from Norway or Finland. Those distinctions are more important than national origin and location. I don't think white supremacy kind of explains the outsiders. It's something else. It's their culture. It's their safety. And yes, I do think countries want homogeneity in part. They want diversity when it comes to less expensive labor, which I think is why many people Europe to work, and Europeans needed them. They weren't replacing themselves with the birth rate, so they needed low-priced labor. At the same time, they are cautious about the culture change, and I think that's in part how you got Brexit in Britain, for example. And you see these other right-wingers in other countries winning elections. Israel, by the way, the one thing that's not an issue in Israel is immigration, by the way.
Brexit is a complete failure. Like, they imposed economic sanctions on themselves. And the way they sold it was through lies. So they literally, they've done more detriment to themselves by leaving the single market.
Happy with the immigration consequences and unhappy with the economic consequences. And the promise, I think, from Trump, because Brexit happened, I think, during Trump or just before 2016, the promise is that Trump would make up for what they were losing from the European Union. I don't think that happened, but I think that was the idea.
So I hope that everybody heard what Norm said about inviting immigrants to come over for the cheaper labor. And I'll just use Jamaicans as an example. The British literally cried for, invited, and made provisions for Jamaicans to come over to the UK to become nurses. And I mean, I'm sure they probably didn't see the doctors coming, but eventually that would come as well. But to increase the healthcare system. The NIH became one of the best healthcare systems, in the world. And now, I guess I want to say, the last roughly about 7 years, I think it started roughly around 7 years ago, there's been a movement to get the Jamaicans out. And then suddenly the British government, who kept track of the people coming into Britain, they've lost people's paperwork. So the harassment that we're seeing here in the United States, they've been doing that to Jamaicans.
It's called Windrush, right?
Yeah, I was just about to say it's called the Windrush generation. The Windrush is the name of the ship that the people came in on it for being welcomed. But now the British government has lost their paperwork. And they're harassing Jamaicans and other people, but I'm just highlighting Jamaicans so we can keep the story straight. And like people are like, I don't have paperwork. I never got paperwork, But the British, they kept records on the people that they brought in. They purposely lost some of those records, or they're just hiding them. And now they're deporting people. So, but according to Norm, this is just the aspiration for homogeneity is not white supremacy or anything like that. And keep in mind, they could come and work and create one of the best healthcare systems in the world, but now, the cultural homogeneity has shifted in the wrong direction, so now they got to go. But that's not white supremacy, though.
I think I didn't say it's not white supremacy. I said I thought it was weird to think of countries that are created by and composed of what you would call white folks, although they wouldn't call themselves that, to think of them as white supremacists. They are majority supremacists. They want to be, again, I'm not saying that what they're doing is right or wrong. I'm saying is that they're concerned about immigrant and changing their culture. And by the way, when I go to England a lot, and I think they are much better at accepting people who come there as British full stop than America is. Particularly when it comes to, for example, Jamaican folks. I think they're much more accepting of Jamaica. I don't know this deeply the way I know America deeply, but that's the impression that I got.
Can someone on the stage tell me or explain to me what is a white person?
Someone that forgot where they came from.
No, I'm just asking because I noticed that every time we speak on a country that has white people, everyone wants to say those are not white people. They don't consider themselves white. They still have some form of melanation. So I'm trying to find out what is a white person in 2025 because, I guess everybody could be whatever they want to be at this point in life.
Whoever says they're white and not their actual race.
14 minutes. 14 minutes. No, it's going to be fast.
She said, nah, Ma, I want it right now.
They ain't got the timer on her. She said, will that take long, Mama?
He was all nice about it, though.
That girl, she could eat 50 times a day if you let her.
Oh, man.
So people tell me that all tourists have an appetite like that, so I guess, I don't know. She's supervising me over here, making sure I'm doing what I gotta do. Yeah, so nobody got an answer about what is the white person? Norm, you don't have an answer?
Norm is considered as a white.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But I think it's a weird designation that the people who you would think of as white don't see themselves that way and don't call themselves that. So I think what you're really saying is not black. Like a Latino is not a white person or a black person, and it's not a language either, and brown isn't a race. So it's just one of those American things. I can understand but a Latino can be black, though.
And a Latino could be white.
Yes,
and a lot of people don't want to admit they're white, but they get certain privileges that other people do not.
There you go.
Right?
In the chat.
So a white person. Yeah, that's why I didn't want to speak on the Latinos because obviously we have like 7 different shades. Literally, right?
Yeah,
if you go to your crayon box and you pull out those 7 shades, if you have a neutral box, I know you guys haven't had kids since 1955, They now have a nude box of crayons that you can have, and it has all the nude colors in that box. So yeah, they have all the shades. But when you see, when I say white, okay. So I come from. Wait, Mama. 12 minutes. Jeez. So for us that are New Yorkers, right? For us, white people were Italians, Jewish people, right? Those people that we were around, right? Russians, Polish. Who else I was around? I would say that's about it. I was with a lot of Russians because I worked at NYU, and there was a whole lot of Russians in the location in Forest Hills. Not surprised because there's a lot of them that live there. But that's what I consider white, right? But I don't know. I'm hearing those same people that are coming from those countries saying I'm not white. So then we start speaking on the way. Then we start speaking on the way we check off, right? And we're saying all these people are checking off white. We have all these people checking off white. How you don't consider yourself this, but when you check it off because that's your complexion, or that's just, I don't know. I'm just trying to understand, guys. Just trying to learn.
You work in the hospital before it is?
What?
You work in the hospital before it is?
No, it's a clinic. NYU clinic. Yeah.
I live in Old Car.
Yeah, I was on 63rd and Queens Boulevard.
Well, you know, all these people being deported, right? We know we have white immigrants here, right? We know they're not really being reported like that. You hear one-offs, one off here, one off there, but the vast majority of people that are voting, but that are being deported and that are being targeted are Latinos, right? And of course, you saw a Haitian neighborhood where they got fucked up, where ICE fucked around and they found out and they got their asses fucked.
That was in Jersey. That's in
Jersey?
Like you said earlier. You know, it was like the Floridians.
Yeah, that was like, so, yeah.
And I would say we were mainly around the Hasidic Jews, and I would say those are white people.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That's why I'm trying to learn from you guys. Maybe I don't know.
There's definitely don't like Puerto Ricans. That's for damn sure. Like, my man is as white as can be, and they would still call him slurs growing up and everything. And I'm like, to me, you look Jewish to me. But they know I'm not one of them. So yeah. they discriminated the fuck out of him. Like,
So the complexion that your man is the complexion of my first husband. And depending where you're at, they'll give him a white card, right? So there was times that we had to get the police involved, and he was white. When the police came, he was white. I seen the difference on how I was treated versus how he was treated. But when they asked for the ID, at that point, you can't hide your last name. Most of our last names end with Z's, right? So they know that's a Hispanic last name. But prior to the ID asking, or prior to a police report being written up, he was white.
Like, he got the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. Multiple times. And he's from Yauco, which is a lot of white Puerto Ricans, blue eyes, blonde hair, and yeah. But yeah.
It's funny you say that, right? You see me to be one thing. How they move so much differently. I say that to say, I know you familiar with Q Waters, right?
Yes.
Okay, so my wife and got a place over there. They thought she was Jewish.
Wow.
And from his
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They're like, oh shit.
Yeah. But you remember, so they're looking at their perspective. You know, when they're looking at you, they're judging, right, off of how you look. But that's prior to anybody looking at a resume. That's prior to anybody looking at ID. Because once you show any of that, that's when you see the real treatment on how they want to treat you.
Exactly. My brother, one of his jobs when he was in grad school was he had a white partner, and I forget what agency they worked for, but it was an agency that was like anti-discrimination and stuff like that. So they purposely sent them out as fake people, and they would have like a very, very similar resume and everything, and it was all fake. And so like the white partner would, go out and, he would, so they would like target a different business or a place or whatever. And they would go and have interviews. And consistently, my brother, he got rejected a lot. And the white guy, he would just keep getting accepted. They had the same information. I mean, it's just like, I'm not sure about where the denial or why the denial is, but this research has been done. But for the record, whiteness was refined and defined in a very curious way in America. But whiteness did not begin in America. So this idea that Norma was trying to present that like, oh no, Europeans, there's no idea about whiteness in Europe. This is all culture. This is all nationality. That's not true.
But to be fair, that's not my position. I said the idea of applying white supremacy in countries that are created by what you would call white people and that are mainly populated by what you would call white people, it feels a little strange to me because those countries were always what you would call white, but they were not all white. But within Europe, which again is a very diverse place, from southern Italy, from like say Sicily to Portugal to Norway and Finland, there's a wide variation in how people look. Now you might call all those people white, they would not call themselves that. And they fought with each other for millennia, not because of their skin tone, but because of the competition for power and resources. And different, people had nationality and language groups in different locations. It wasn't about race at all.
Times now in 2025, a lot of that is about preservation of race, right? Because people, even if a person is a black person in Finland and they're 2 or 3 generations in, they might not be getting the same treatment as a white Finnish person. And so a lot of people are talking about preserving Finnish. It's coded with preserving whiteness, right? Because, white people globally have been able to, suppress others, right? That's just a global thing. Like, this is not something that just happens in America.
Why is that?
All over the world.
Why was that?
Well, to you, were white because they were different than you. In Europe, were not white. I'm talking about now, of course, the Jews. You might not have known this, but
What happens when those same exact people call you the N-word? Are they still not white? Hello?
I was in the middle of a thought, and then
Okay, you could continue.
Why did the white people colonize the planet?
I don't know if they did or not,
if you go with the white people, every continent has colonizers on it, including North and South America. Arabs colonized the planet, Chinese colonized the planet. You'll see they're all different ethnic groups in China, not all Chinese. So what I was saying though, you might not know this, but in the Soviet Union, if you were a Jew, you had that stamped on your passport. You weren't Russian, you were a Jew. And of course in Germany, if you were a Jew, you were considered not
But Jews now being white in 2025. Jews are white, considered majority. They're considered white. Is there still that distinction?
I don't know.
Do Jewish people still have a distinction?
Yeah, of course they do. Look at what's going on in universities from coast to coast. We're the only people that you can say that, I can't finish the thought.
Maybe you should talk elsewhere.
You want to answer my question?
Of course there is. It's the only race that once you graduate, get $1 million job.
I want one of those.
Yeah, we're not doing that shit.
Yeah.
We're not doing that bullshit. So, but Norm, there's a lot of people that are Jewish who identify as white.
They may. I think they're kidding themselves, but they may.
So the Jews are not white. What are they?
We existed before these European ideas of race. I think if you look at the
I think
why are you corrupting? Why are you corrupting? You're gonna ask a question and listen to the answer. It's not gonna be long. So if we never saw ourselves that way, and I would say that this idea of whiteness is a kind of a protective covering, is a survival mechanism to try to assimilate, so that we're not once again victimized by an attack in another genocide, which nevertheless is happening. We were in the middle of defending.
You're not gonna talk about genocide right now. Alright, let's move on. No, you're not. You're not. We're gonna move on. Next topic. You're sick in the head. Anyways, I saw. Yeah, you know what I saw? I saw a bunch of kids. Have you seen? I sent you the video now. A bunch of kids. Their parents are scared to operate their food stands, and now their children are working the food stands in order to help their families. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Speaking of which, this is in LA. Sue, did you hear that?
It is my neighborhood.
Yeah, so you're seeing the kids
Infuriating me. And I'll tell you why it's infuriating me. Because, and they're putting it out on Netflix.
Yes, ma'am.
And what they're saying is, go support Nathan. He's on this corner. Here is his Venmo. His parents are too afraid to come out of the house. Well, he's not the only Nathan. We have Nathans all over the place representing their parents. So they're throwing so much money at this one kid while the rest of the valley is going unnoticed. And it really irks me because we need to be getting the word out that every establishment, restaurants, housekeeping, nail salons, all the places I've been saying that where we had legalized people working, we have kids working now supporting the parents because the parents are too afraid for so many different reasons. But yeah, it's very true. It's Nathan. I got his number, but don't give him to his number.
Wow.
And I want to just say, I'm Jewish, and my lineage, and I've said this here before, I'm Russian, German, Polish, and Welsh. My skin tone is olive complected. If you look at me, you'll say I'm white. I grew up in a very diverse community. I don't identify color as white, but not my ideology. So there's a very big distinction for me. I'm not going to put myself in Nora's category. First of all, I don't pick on people that have speech impediments when they're trying to make a point. I don't pick on people who use a name that doesn't match his ideology. So I don't want to go down those roads. So I want to make very clear that type of belief is well served in Israel. I'm not sure how well served that is, at least for me, here in the U.S. Thanks.
I'm Jewish. Period.
Well, you're half right, halfway.
Okay, so please do not call Norm's name because then he wants to respond, and then you can say what you're gonna say without saying his name because then he wants to respond, and I just don't really feel like hearing his voice right now.
I don't think it's with pleasure. Let's not make him stay.
Yeah. All right, so
I like to say,
okay.
2 seconds.
Wait, is it about being Jewish? If it is, I don't want to have this conversation with Norm on the stage. If it's not about being white and Jewish, okay, go ahead.
I just want to say, it's interesting. They'll have some people say, don't call me white because they don't identify as white. But then when I identify as white, they tell me that I'm wrong. Period.
Well, I tell you because you're a halfwit. Get it right.
All right, so you've interacted with these kids, these underage kids.
They're not underage.
Stuff.
They're not underage.
I saw one that was 13 years old. That's what I'm asking.
Okay, so those are not. You're not going to see many underage kids that are sitting out on a major street corner for that reason. But you will see them going into homes. You'll see them at a local park. You'll see them at the house. Yes, matter of fact, there's underage kids right next door to me right now cleaning a house. So yes, you will see them in other locales. I have not personally seen them at a fruit stand yet. I've only seen, I don't go up and ask them their age, but they certainly look 16 or older, but I don't ask.
It's like selling cheap gas at the border.
It absolutely is. And I don't know if I told you guys this. I took my dog to a new groomer the other day. And I taught in my neighborhood. So I know a lot of people here. And I walked in and there's a young, I'm going to say she was in her very early 20s, behind the counter. And I had an interaction with her. And what she was telling me did not make sense. She was asking me, I wanted to have my dog have a bath. And she just asked me if I wanted to have conditioner. I just looked at her and I was like, I've never heard of getting shampooed without a conditioner. And I said, is that actually an extra charge? And she looked at me and goes, I just worked here and busted into hysterics. And I looked at her and I said, I'm so sorry. I didn't think that was a hard question. And she couldn't keep it together. She just went on with, I only work here, I'm only doing my job. And I looked at her and at first I was like, you need to toughen up. And then I realized, wait, there's something else going on here. So I said, I'm a teacher. Whatever you have going on, let it go, melt down. I gave this girl a hug. And then I had a talk, and I come to find out her parents have been in the house for 2 months. Her dad won't stop drinking. She has a little baby sister who isn't getting the medical care that she needs. I can go on and on with how bad this story is. By the time I walked out, my heart hurt. These stories are not made up. These are the people that we face in the market, at the gas station, in Costco. No parks anymore. I was at a park yesterday, a local park. There was nobody in the public pool. Nobody. It was 95 degrees. That pool should have been wall to wall. You guys, I can't tell you how real this is.
So is there any letting up? I know the Marines are there for 60 days, I think.
There's no letting up. As a matter of fact, I have people that are going down there and saying, let the Marines go to Disneyland, let the Marines go to Universal, let the Marines go to Knott's Berry Farm. This is nuts. They're just standing around in the heat doing nothing. It's worse than it was during the earthquake.
That is a lot of money.
Oh, it's a ton of money.
I'd rather have it here than killing God's babies.
What does it have to do? Where?
Yeah, let's keep it right here. You need to take care of our own.
That's right.
You know, and it pains me to think of how many kids are out of school right now and programs that are not being subsidized because people aren't coming out of their homes, and not because they're not citizens. There are just so many reasons behind all of this. You know, I mean, all the way back down to the self-deporting. I know 5 families that self-deported back to their countries where they own property. And they were done. I'm out. This isn't worth it. So it's exponential. We have a lot of kids out on the streets right now because they don't want to be in school. They're too afraid. Isn't that nuts? That should be the same place for them. So they come out at night and then the problems start to occur.
Yeah, are the protests still going on in LA or no?
You know, they are to a small degree. Like the ones that go on, Indivisible has their groups that pop up every Saturday and every Wednesday. Tesla still has their groups that pop up. But other than that, no.
Wait, you mean the people that go to the Tesla dealerships?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that was still going on.
Yeah, the Tesla takeovers are still happening. Not as often, but they are. I know.
Los Angeles.
Yeah.
You know, people have been protesting so people would not buy Teslas. So they go to Tesla dealerships. So I wasn't aware this was still going on. So this is news to me. So that hasn't stopped.
Well, like on the corner, are you in LA?
I'm in Central California.
Okay, so in the San Fernando Valley, they have a corner where there is a Tesla dealer in the shopping center. And they've targeted that. And then another one where there's a storage facility, and they targeted that.
Genius.
So it's very strategic on how they're targeting. In Hawthorne, there's another one, and they've targeted that one.
I think terrorism is bad, personally, but maybe people disagree.
What?
No.
I think terrorism is
Well, this doesn't have anything to do with terrorism.
Yeah.
You know,
so wait, burning stuff is not terrorism now?
opinions are like,
Yeah, these are protests. Okay, so these are largely peaceful protests. So mute up and let's speak and not interrupt her.
we have not seen terrorism, and that's a word that, you know, is a dangerous word and would start to incite really bad violence. So we don't like that word out here because we're peaceful. And that will really incite some stuff that we don't need. So no, it's been very peaceful. We have had no problems whatsoever. And the rest of the country needs to know that. It's been extremely peaceful. But what hasn't been peaceful is the way in which ICE goes about taking people. That is what hasn't been peaceful. That much I can say. Just look at the video.
No riots.
We're not having riots. Contrary to what you may want to think, we are not. But that's okay.
I just read the news.
Yeah, I think the right.
Just ignore him when he speaks. Just ignore him, because he's acting up.
The weird part is the riots have subsided. but the violence from ISIS increased.
Thank you.
Which is really weird. You would think like the riots would escalate because of the mistreatment and the wrongful manner that they're being handled, but it's not. I just seen one yesterday where they busted the dude's windows open, busted his head wide open, and he's sitting there handcuffed, bleeding, and he didn't know physical violence toward them. Right? They just are straight like hyper aggressive with it. I can post it if y'all want to see it. It's not pretty sight.
Yeah, can you post? Yeah, that was bad.
It's not surprising.
Saw that one too.
Last week in
I saw that. On some of these, on some of these, I wish they were longer, that we could see the lead up to it more. And then on others, I'm like, oh, we didn't need to see all that, but we do. And the one Gemini's gonna put in the link, he didn't do anything. They're just getting really aggressive. And I think that's why you're not seeing a lot of protests right now. People don't want to be caught up in it and swept up, and they've already proved that that's what they'll do.
I think
They are.
yes, my bad.
No, I just wanted to say they've already proven to those of us that live here, if you are in a group of people and ICE shows up, we will outnumber you. They've already proven that. So, and Gemini and I both know that. And there's no way for us to get the manpower enough to try and stand up to them at any given time. It's not possible. And the other thing is, what we haven't heard yet, is any reporting from anybody who's come back. So we don't know where they're going, what country they're being taken to, what state they're being taken to, how they're being treated. There's so much here we don't know. That fear is what is in the air in LA. Well, it's not even being. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I didn't mean to stop you. I'm sorry. If you're from Venezuela, that country doesn't take back deportees. And you get caught up in that, you gotta go to Sudan or the Congo or one of those. Yeah, that's what the Supreme Court ruled that they're okay to send them back to country. Yeah, if their country does not accept them back, they can send them to. So imagine you don't speak the language, you have no means of working. I just fear that people are going to be, especially like human trafficking or slave trade.
I think it's
But how are you going to?
Go ahead.
Yeah, how are you going to survive? How are you going to survive if you don't even speak the language and you stand out like a sore thumb?
I would think with as eager as Trump is to do this to these people, I find it interesting that have we seen any flights land in these places they say they're taking these people, and actually seen the people get off the plane?
They had some people, they said they were keeping them in storage containers until the ruling came down. They had them in a holding pattern.
I'm wondering about the plane, LeBron. They say they're taking them back to these, sending them to these countries, right? Where are they landing? Where are those people keeping them? I need to see some flights landing, some people being held somewhere.
April, they're just one, and I was paying special attention to this one because of my heritage. But there's a hotel in Panama where they have a bunch of refugees, not refugees, I said the wrong word, immigrants, that have been deported and sent there, and Panama doesn't know what to do with them. So they put them all in this hotel and seal them in the hotels, and reporters are trying to speak to them through the windows, right? Because they're all in the windows holding up signs, making gestures, putting their arms in like an X format and stuff like that. And they're scared because they don't want to go back to their home countries, but they're being held indefinitely without a payment in this sealed off hotel in Panama. You can look that up.
Yeah, I think we need to know more about that, and that's, you know what I'm saying? If all this was so great and wonderful, wouldn't he want us to see these people being dropped off wherever they're being dropped off at? I'm just cynical. I'm not saying they're not taking them and they're not holding them places. I want to see these places they're taking them.
That's my.
They ain't telling us shit, April. You know
I know,
that.
that's the thing. They never will. They never will, Levon, and that's the scary thing about where people are being taken.
They get taken to Gitmo for all
It
we
just
know.
doesn't feel right to me, and I don't like it. And I've had so much unease. This morning I was on here earlier, but I've had to do other things. And I was reading last night about the dirty war in Mexico and in Argentina in the 70s when they took people in planes, dissidents, whoever it was that they decided was illegal or criminals or whatever element they wanted to ascribe to people. And they just sedated them, took their clothes off and dumped them, flew out to the middle of the ocean and dumped their bodies in. And that kind of stuff sticks with me because that's the kind of stuff that people do when they get to a certain phase. And I want to know where these people are going. And I know that we'll never know where all these people are going. That's my.
You remember the gay guy that they sent to, I think they sent him to CCOM in El Salvador? Remember him? They had that congressional hearing, and the congressman was begging Christine to say his mother just wants to know if he's alive. Can we just have a wellness report? Can you just let that mother know that he's alive? And she refused to answer. She obfuscated, went around it, and never even committed to say that young man is still alive. So you think they're going to tell us shit about these guys?
Oh, I know they're not.
They don't care.
I know they're not.
They're horrible.
And even if they told us stuff, I'm not going to believe what they say. I need to see things happening. And I'm just, this administration is so, with Kristi Noem and Stephen Miller at the head of things. And I know Stephen Miller is the damn head of Homeland Security right now. Kristi Noem is just the front-facing person, right? She can't even keep her purse safe, let alone America safe. I just wonder. I just wonder. That's it. I can't help but think what's going on that we don't get to see.
Yeah, speaking of which, April, you brought up that good point about the person who disappeared, made people disappear. And that does remind me of the people who are being deported to.
Oh, okay. That was nice.
Really,
I'll open this up.
Really far from Levon.
There you go.
You have your mic open. Let me see if I can mute her. So yeah, that did remind me of the people that are being disappeared to other countries. It's going to really be difficult to make their way from Sudan to their native country. These particular people that I heard of were Asian, so they have to try to make it back home. Maybe they can find someone to send them money for a flight, but that's certainly going to be a huge burden for them. But anyways, I also wanted to add that there are this person, this Latino man, committed suicide in Denver. I believe it was yesterday, and I'm trying to figure that out. But he hung himself from a tree, and so I'm trying to figure out what happened. But I've been hearing of suicides, specifically men, occurring more recently. So I don't know if anyone has also heard about that, but yeah.
To me, their methods just are so. These people that we don't know if they are ICE agents, we don't know if they're deputized. We don't know shit about these people just rolling up on folks. And I keep saying they're going to roll up on the wrong person. They're eventually going to do it, and all hell's going to break loose.
This is something.
Yeah, you can't just have people.
April.
Hold on, Ashton. You can't just have people whose whole identity, their face is obscured. They don't produce badges. They come in packs of 2 or 3 vehicles and just jump out and start chasing people and beating the shit out of them and all these things. I don't know who these people are. They could be just human trafficking at this point, and we don't know because they say that they're ICE or they're detaining people and all this other shit. None of this is above board. None of it is making sense to me.
Just a few things.
It is absolutely scary, man, because Oh no, I live in a stand of
I
ground.
should let Jeremy get and then you could go.
I'm sorry, Jeremy.
I was just saying that they did the same thing in Germany years ago. How they rounded individuals up, had no clue what where they're taking them. Anytime any government does something, they're going to see how the people react. Any empire that's ever done something, they're going to see how the people react. The same way they did the lockdown with COVID to see how people would react. The same way they're doing this to see how you react. Whatever you give them, they are going to take. That's the first point. The second point is when they are done with these individuals, now make no mistake about it, I'm not a bleeding heart. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't care if they go or stay. That does not bother me. But how they're being taken is something that's not cool. So with that being said, who do you think they're going to turn on next? And with them talking about taking them to Sudan and taking them to every other place, Iran and all that other stuff, all they have to do to get somebody that is a natural born citizen is place them on American soil, such as an embassy or something. They build prisons there. They establish that as American soil. They can take them to whatever country they want because they're on American soil. That is how you get around their natural citizens. So you keep giving these individuals and giving, it's going to turn into something that we don't want. And it's going to affect all of us sooner or later.
Look, it's been concerning because LeGrand Plaza Mall here, there were folks riding around in unmarked vehicles. Security came over the loudspeaker. I guess, some folks translated for me what they were saying because the lady was speaking Spanish to some of the folks in the mall. And she said that it's running off clients. She said because, yes, the mall is, has all kinds of shops and all of that, but a lot of people do not like unmarked vehicles, even whether they're grabbing people or not. The lady said the fact that we are armed security up here, and what if we end up shooting one of these people because we think that something's happening and we fire upon them? That was something, that was talked about even in places like that. Some folks that have businesses inside of LeGrand Plaza are afraid to go to open their kiosk, is what the guy called the little shops that they own and run there. He said we've seen a precipitous drop in people of nationalities, different nationalities. He rents to anybody. He doesn't care. But he said, I've seen my business just under thanks to Donald Trump. You know what I mean? And this dude helps the startup businesses, the people trying to make it. He was like, yeah, they're not coming to work. And that's scary. And somebody in this state is going to return fire because you're coming up to people in malls, in businesses, and even security don't know who you are, right? So thank God for the people that's translating for me. But it's not cool what's going on out here. And guys, it's scaring people. It's really scaring people. The LeGrand Plaza is a mall packed on the weekends. A lot of people hang out there. Mexican mariachi was the sign that was hanging up. They're no longer coming, right? Because they're, they just don't want to come because of unmarked vehicles riding around in the parking lot. So I don't know, man. Somebody get out of a car. You all mask up. Am I supposed to ask you questions and return fire later? I wouldn't know who you are either. How do you address that, man? Like, that is scary, and that's what the mall is saying. It's really scary to see people in unmarked cars, and they're not policemen either. Crazy. Lisa, anybody, what would y'all do?
We're 6 months in and we're talking like this in America. This is wild. This is wild what we're putting up with, what we're allowing. And if you try to dissent, if you try to protest, you see what they're doing to California for that fact.
April, people, like when it comes to protesting
honest, would I be, picked up? You got people asking about, being picked up or watched going to some of these protests that are in opposition of Donald Trump, like the No Kings rally. We had over 5,875 folks out there, so we had a lot of people out there that gathered in that park. That we can count. Now the folks back, we don't know how many people were back there, but the ones that we can count, that's what we estimated. And so it's scaring people. And a lot of folks are scared, and security said that they'd like to be addressed, at least to know they're not going to tell the public. She said, but at least let us know who you are riding around on our parking lot at the mall, because the mall's private. You know what I mean? And the owner's like, ooh, we want to know who y'all are. So there's going to be some big conversations up here at some city meetings, because some of these owners, the folks who got the money, they ain't happy because it's running away their businesses and their clients. So
we got paid.
They're losing money.
They don't care out here. They're doing the same thing out here times 10. We got here in Bass going on multiple press runs talking about this issue. And it hasn't slowed down. It's only escalated. They don't care.
And the people are losing money, and the economy. I mean, the guy that did
There's restaurants that can't open. There's stores that can't open. There's things that just can't function. There's construction sites that are just stopped, halted, left right there.
They have to shut down.
Nobody cares. They don't. They're the federal government. They're not worried about local business. It doesn't work like that. I thought it would. I thought the mayor speaking that would have something. That would have some type of impact. It hasn't. Not at all.
Judge Tim O'Hare, he's a Republican, and even he made some comments about the county, stuff dealing with the money here and how that precipitous drop. I don't care if you're Republican, Democrat, you better listen up. When you start having money start dropping in county funds and stuff like that, those folks come up for re-election, and Tim O'Hare's like, wait a minute, that ain't what he's a Republican, right? He's speaking out about the crap, and the big beautiful no bill ain't beautiful either, because the county's going to have to eat a lot of money if that bill passes. And Fort Worth and the surrounding counties are not trying to eat hundreds of millions of dollars. So it is not looking good out here, and the businesses are going to the city and complaining about the money they are losing, and the government doesn't care. That's really embarrassing, because he may have to shut down. In 40 years, this guy's been helping people for over 40 years, and all of a sudden, may find himself having to shut his doors, and he helped entrepreneurs in the poor. That's what's messed up about that. That's messed up. Really upsetting. This is bad.
I believe in Texas, but I'm not sure how in Texas the company got this in the bag. Like,
our state is, they don't want to dip into the rainy day fund because of Donald Trump's BS. The state we're doing good financially. Texas isn't poor, so as far as living here, I think most people will do fine. But the people who depended on this guy to keep their businesses open and kiosks and whatever else, these folks are scared to come and run their businesses, because these unknown vehicles and all this stuff, they ain't telling people they think should be told, which would be the security, of the mall. The public may not have to know, but they're like, hey, y'all got to speak up. And these meetings are becoming very contentious out here with the city and stuff, because the public, whether you're Democrat or Republican, people want to know what is going on and why it is perceived this, financially. People, when you start hurting people's pocketbooks, we have a problem. And the city is seeing their money go from way up here, and it's starting to drop, and that's not good. And the city just isn't going to go for that. So I don't know if that is going to the state issue or if that's something higher up, but it's not looking good out here for a lot of people who depend on these folks to get help, and those who are poor dependent on this man who's been around for some 50 years may have to close his doors, and all those businesses, because of Donald Trump. And it's some 70 to 80 businesses in there that he has helped. It's really sad, y'all. Huge tax revenue gone. I mean, think about the taxes that. Think about it. It's gone. It's gonna be gone. That's embarrassing. That's what the city is not happy about.
Repeat it again. Oh, what are y'all talking about? I was thinking about Trigger.
Oh no, I was talking about how these businesses are losing money to Donald Trump. You know, and somebody had brought up, the government really doesn't care that, local businesses are losing money. But then when the cities start losing their tax bases and stuff because of it, now we have a problem because that starts to trickle up, and that's kind of what the state's talking about now that they're having a second special session may come into account for some of that and balancing the state budget. Seeing what Donald Trump will do with this bill, who knows? But the state we're not poor here, but we're certainly ain't dipping into no rainy day funds to rescue those small businesses, and that's embarrassing too.
Okay. So, we went from academia and uranium, and now we're talking, are we on tariffs or what?
Next is tariffs. 1-800-TARIFs. Yes, ma'am. I just got in here. I don't know what y'all were talking about. I'm sorry before I had got in here. If y'all were talking about
That's how our conversations usually go anyway. It's like, we wanted another topic. I was just trying to.
Oh, okay, because I was like, I just got in here. I didn't know what y'all were talking about. But if you're talking about uranium and plutonium, no, I don't know what y'all were talking about. I don't know. That's what's up, man. I'm having a good time right now. That's why I'm okay. It's gonna be good, right?
I'm under Kitover here, right on top of me.
Damn, what, sir?
He's a bottom.
I mean, he's the one that says the shit out loud, so it's a cell phone.
What the is a okay? No, you said he's a bot. Well,
Ashton.
A bottom and a catcher.
Okay.
It's a sexual term, Ashton. Who's on the bottom, honey?
Okay. Well. Okay.
Well, looking into the story, it's a DC. It was kind of going viral on social media. It said that 34 girls in DC went missing overnight. Did you guys see that?
No.
The police are saying it isn't true. So I'm just trying to, I put a link in the chat, but yeah, they said it wasn't true. But it says teenage girls are coming up missing in DC. And there was one meme that was going around that was 34 in one night. But the police say they're not observing an increase in missing cases. But they say they closed 99% of their missing persons cases in 2024. 919 cases. So it doesn't look like there's an issue, but I'll kind of keep digging a bit more. But I don't know if anyone here had anything to add, or if anyone heard of any people missing.
What was the ages of the folks? Do we know what ages they were? Were they in college, high school? What do you know?
Well, they're saying they're saying it's not real. They did post a picture of basically all black girls and say that these girls are missing. But it turns out it's not true.
Was it AI or something that was a hoax? I mean, why would somebody make a hoax of something like that? You think there was a hoax or something? What a horrible thing if it is.
Yeah, it's a horrible thing to play with. I don't know.
That's embarrassing if somebody did that. Think if they would have sent resources looking for seeing people, stuff like that happens very rarely where, I don't know if you call that some form of swatting, but something similar where resources are used for a hoax. That's not good. It's really bad.
So Trump is threatening to cut off New York City funds.
What now?
No, babe. You heard about that?
Wow.
No. If the Democratic mayoral candidate denies Trump's accusation that he's a communist, reaffirming the Bush tax the wealthy, you guys are gonna pay.
So I was talking with a friend of mine who's a Marine. His specialization is explosive ordnance. I asked him about how effective the bunker busters were. So I met the Jim's not breathing hard. He estimated that they probably penetrated about 13 meters. Just 13 meters, so they needed a few hundred meters. My words, the US is going to bomb it on the for sure.
Well, Trump wants to find out who the reporter was who leaked that information. They're going to be punished. Something done to them. Maybe they'll get on the flight. I don't really know.
Bunker busters penetrate 50 meters. You can do the math on it.
Have you served in the U.S. military recently?
Say again?
Have you served in the U.S. military recently?
No, ma'am, I sure have. If you have, I thank you for it.
And then what you need to do is shut the hell up. Shut the hell up.
That does not change.
Shut the hell up.
Bunker busters go.
Shut the hell up.
No,
Shut the hell up. Shut the hell up.
this is not about me, it's about
You are reading stuff that you don't know what you're talking about. I would assume the people there know what you're talking about.
Yes.
Just because a weapon can do something doesn't mean that it did do it.
And it surely doesn't mean that it doesn't. Correct.
No, shut the fuck up. Really. Just shut up. Nobody here wants to hear your voice. You're just sitting on stage. Okay. Because Patty, just because we respect Patty. So just shut up.
Well, then show the respect to me as well.
Shut up. You deserve no respect.
Well, then you're not going to get it.
No, I don't want any respect from you.
Okay,
Thank
then
you.
we're not.
Go away.
Then you should.
Go away. Buzz off. Buzz off.
Thank you for your service.
Buzz off.
Buzz off.
Buzz off.
I just think the target's friendly. I don't know how far it went down. Maybe that's what he told me.
No, that's my friend. It's a Marine. I couldn't tell you it was number science, so I can ask because there's a whole bunch of stuff I can't remember. But yeah, his specialization is explosives and Syria. Really thinking about the consistency of geology of the ground there that Florida was under. He suggests that it's still very much capable.
It's capable. It came out in the news report. Let me go ahead and find this video real quick.
Yeah, good to the IDS.
No, we don't do that anymore. No.
For this room? This
No.
The shrooms down, step away from the shrooms.
That's what the kids are saying these days.
Well,
You don't have to.
Doing too much. It's doing too much. And extra water is like a mile in.
yeah, you do too much.
Extra.
Just so you know, we're just going to be bombing Iran again. And that'll be the war that Trump got us into.
We don't need to get into no more wars. I mean, he was the one that said we shouldn't have been in war, so.
You are correct. You are correct, especially someone who ran on a platform of peace. But here he is. Bomb, Iran.
Not peace, and then we find ourselves back at the negotiating table. There may not be one here. Iran is talking about, essentially counseling, allowing for inspectors
leaders and, global folks that, inspect nuclear facilities and all that, they won't let them in and all that other kind of stuff. So it's just another issue that America has to keep its eye on. But I think that if a nation was sovereign and wasn't doing nothing to you, you wouldn't find yourself listening to chants to death to America. If America hadn't gotten this in the first place and just sat back and ate some ice cream and some cookies or whatever people do, just chill, then we wouldn't be in this death to America. What y'all say, right? Because we shouldn't have bombed a sovereign nation. They should have just kept that ire on to Israel. Now that ire is going to be pointed at us. And whatever is delivered from that may not be proportional or equal. And that's another thing that Donald Trump does not have control over. How our country responds to issues happen. Yeah.
That's always been done for America. Whether you agree with that or not, that's always been the same technique.
It's always been that way. Okay. I didn't know that.
You want a controversial take? If Iran had a nuclear weapon, that's where it was started in the first place.
So it says there's new satellite imagery showing ongoing activity at Iran for the nuclear conflict. This was after the strikes. So yeah.
Oh yeah, they still got all the material. They're going to, and especially because set the war goal to be global obliterating. I assume their capability. Clearly that hasn't been met yet. And as soon as it unequivocally becomes clear to the US populace, he'll have to go in or for fear of being considered a top of, once again.
So it's
from ways we missed the target, guys.
He missed the target. Stop. He missed it.
That's what we were saying.
Oh, okay.
It just, the bombs aren't designed to do what they sent them in there to.
So they are trying to do that. It's just that they, the fortification of that.
We had an obligation. We met the obligation since 9/11 and now it's done. We don't have to keep dancing to this war, but we got to the chat. So we just gotta.
Or they may have moved there.
No,
That's right. They did that.
We've been taking shots all the time.
I don't know what the point of this article that I was talking about, I don't know what y'all was talking about, is that the Fordo facility, I'm not talking about goddamn the uranium. They said the Fordo nuclear complex has ongoing activities. That's it. I'm just saying that they get destroyed.
Yeah, I agree with you guys. What I'm saying is that first Trump said they obliterated, then they had to he walked it back when he was at that NATO conference, and they had reports on, I'm not sure if it can be joint chiefs, somebody gives a report, I don't know, where they used some different language where it wasn't clear that it was obliterated, because it was literally cautionary.
The defense. So even when Kane was talking, we were talking about it. If you listen to how he words it versus how Hector's like, we destroyed, and then when they would talk to Kane, he'll say, this is what the bunker bomb is designed to do. It is not our job. And he said our intelligence, what they do is they pass it on to, higher, and they're the ones that actually interpret the intelligence. Because he was like, it was just weird. It's like he wasn't lying at all. It's just he did not answer the question. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I gotta really listen to it. We actually played it that morning, and I would like stop for a second, be like, y'all listen to him. He's not saying it was destroyed.
We're talking about
Kane,
No. The military, the actual military people, I'm okay with what they said. They did their job. They're sort of being very neutral and just give them the report. But Hexat and Trump, the two clowns. The two clowns. That's what I mean. They're lying.
Lying like a motherfucker.
I'm dead.
Then the agency came out and said, a day after their interview, said, we believe the Fordo facility
maybe choosable, but they are just denying. The Iranian government is currently denying them access. So.
Yeah, exactly. At the soft skin.
Like, they got out their tiny mushrooms, they've been around, and yeah, nobody.
I just think this exercise tells their countries who don't have nuclear weapons, go ahead and make nuclear weapons because you're gonna be pumped. So I don't think this has made the world safer. They're just gonna go.
And you know what's so crazy, right? So you know how people talk about U.S. Colonialism or imperialism, all kind of shit they be talking about when it comes to, and then like he tried to defend that, yeah, we got laws in place now, that's the past of the past. No. He's making America great again. He's going back to Jim Crow era law. He said fuck sovereignty, Geneva Conventions, Hague doesn't exist. You know, like this is weird shit.
We may at some point need to be calling it some UN or something here to America.
They don't respect the UN.
I know.
They want us. They want to secede from the UN. They don't respect. No, they don't respect them. They don't even think we should.
The UN actually doesn't have offensive jurisdiction anywhere. It's designed to keep the peace, not enforce peace. So even if that was the case, those the UN is made up of troops of all a whole bunch of countries. So that's how the Security Council can do.
Yeah, but we still don't see the decisions that are being made together. Like, it's crazy.
Do we know where Netanyahu would like to go in Africa after he
You go to Miami. What are you talking about? Go to Miami.
He's
He's talking to Miami or New York.
I just saw this video. I don't know if it's him at the UN, but I put it in the chat, and he says Israel's now the best partner of the countries of Africa could have, and it's something that is dear to our hearts. The founder of modern Zionism, the national movement of the Jewish people, was Theodor Herzl, and he said, after I liberate the Jewish people, I will go to Africa to help liberate the black people.
What?
So he's quoting, a Jewish Zionist in Africa, but he shares that sentiment. So I don't even know where the hell where to begin with that.
Africans consider Zionism like colonialism, especially many do.
Zionism wasn't always bad. When y'all keep referring back to the early 1900s, it wasn't always bad, so like stop.
It was over,
But it is what it is today.
Right. Just like saying
So, well, but it's taking, I can speak on this.
Yeah, you can.
Just how is Zionism is being affected today? It's certainly more along the lines of how colonialism would be considered, not necessarily just what it used to be to your point there.
My grandpa's a pastor.
I mean, like, dude, he was trying to find a place, like, for nobody wanted Jews at the time. That's it. At that time, I guess not.
I'm not debating historical accuracy for sure. It's just perverted.
As if he was trying to do something crazy, when the reality is it was more of like accept us, can we live here, like can we be on earth with y'all? It was more of that, like it's more of like their own liberalism thing, like their movement.
It was about building the temple in Jerusalem. My grandpa said that before he died. My grandpa said it was some sort of brunch with the rest of the church members. It just came out of nowhere. It was random. It was just a thought in his brain. He said, Israel will stop killing everyone. Israel will stop essentially, that's what he said. He said Israel will stop war when they get to build the temple. So that's why it was asked, like, what's their plan to do? If they were ever going to do that, but they don't. It's just, it's childish.
They got temples there. They have control of the temple.
The temple on the rock, it has a specific prophecy they're trying to fulfill about
It's just trying.
I can't remember where. I'll look it up. I'll pull it up.
No, it's not trying. You don't know about the temple? You don't know about the red happened? Yep, I know about it.
The way that it's being presented is like so just chicken is like this can't there's no lie.
I don't think there's a problem to this conversation.
Who said something? Crystal? I mean, well, maybe because you haven't been in the community with us in a while, and you just don't know that person. That's a possibility as well.
Information they did revolve around France. We can be talking about becomes a French taking over the country and supplying us with those gummy bears, and how there's some kind of something in it.
Gummy bears.
I love favorite gummy bears. German gummy bears, the best.
You made them quiet, but they finally redeemed us. What's the normal left?
It's a temple mount in the Jewish tradition. The temple mount
Yes.
is the site of the first temple built by Solomon, and the second temple built by the Babylonian exiles expanded by Herod. Many Jewish religious traditions hold that the third temple must be built on this exact site, as it is seen as the holiest place in Judaism. It's the Temple Mount. You're gonna hear this.
Nobody cares about that. If that was important, they'd have done it by now. And why other people don't care about that? Because if that hadn't been done, if they did care about that, it would have happened by now. Because Israel's been around for decades. But it hasn't rebuilt yet.
Right. In other words,
Nobody cares.
And even the
they're staying low.
Correct. That's why I like to say that Zionism has been perverted into what it is today, far from what it used to be.
And then they try to bring up the past as if it was supposed to be perverted back then.
They're really throwing this guy Tom Tillis under the bus. Matter is called saying good riddance. Well, it turns on its own. That's how it's organized. They're trying to writing him to filth. They're like, his career is done. He needs to retire right now. Like, they're dragging the shit out of him because he against the big beautiful bill. People are also saying he should become a Democrat, and I'm like, hell no, just quit. And he's not going to run for re-election. I saw that earlier. I think even his own is a sight to behold. Like this poor guy, it's like a piranha on blood.
But they fought for
It's delicious.
they fought for the sex trafficker, drug addict out of Florida.
Oh my gates. Whatever happened to that police officer that was saying in Florida that he was gonna send people's remains to the fucking, he's always been like that. There's another sheriff in Polk County just like him. Oh, okay. There was nobody was acting up in his area that he had to do anything. And they won't because they shoot on sight. I'm telling you, they not one of these standing on business. I believe every single word he said.
So it says here that the only reason why it hasn't been built, the temple, is because there's actually a mosque, making it the most sensitive, contested religious site.
You don't know what it's time to
I think most of us know there's a mosque built on there. There's a reason why there's a wall. So the original, that wall, you know, the Western Wall where the Jews pray at, that is the second. That's supposed to be the isn't that like the wall from the second temple?
Yeah,
the school is going to be like the Berlin Wall.
Dude, we're trying to get you to read the
I will. I just needed to edit the piece.
Okay. He needs that microdosing. He's trying to learn, guys. Hey, Stan, they should put up Mark Robinson in North Carolina. He should went to that team. Y'all remember that dude, Mark Robinson?
So no, was it that guy that was watched
Porn, yes.
porn on his, and then wanted to have sex with his like sister or some shit?
Yeah.
Oh, they shot, bro.
Like traded porn and also like jerk off at the pool for pizza.
Jesus Christ.
He'll be.
These motherfuckers.
You know, but people are a lot of maggots agree, at least on X, you know, X is just trash. But when I go to like the post about him, they're like, oh, you need to sign Trump's agenda or get out. Like people are really wanting, his people really want this bill to go through. Like the MAGAs really want this big beautiful bill to go through. Even if they don't understand everything, they just really want to push this thing forward.
Even if it hurts them, that's the sick thing about it. Even if it goes against their nature.
And those around them, because the Medicare cuts, Medicaid cuts, right? I think we said $800 billion cuts to Medicaid. So that means people around you, if you're not on Medicaid, maybe people around you, you know someone on Medicaid that's going to affect, but people just don't care.
I read.
What about Medicare?
Oh, yeah. They don't care.
Medicare's on that paperwork too.
They don't know enough to get out there with their signs and say, "Get your hands off my Medicare." They did that for Obama, though. I read a story before I came on about a young lady who was 7 months pregnant, and her Iranian husband is now rounded up, okay, because he fought in their military, which all men, I guess, of a certain age, 18 to something, have to anyway. But yeah, have to be in it. But Trump said you gotta go, and so she's like, "Oh, we voted for him. I didn't vote for him." Yeah, okay, sister, sure.
So,
because they believe in his policies, but she thinks her husband will be back. Whatever. I don't know.
Goodbye.
So it would be harder to qualify for Medicare. The big beautiful bill makes it harder, and then it also cuts Medicaid, but Medicare is also affected because it will make it increase the burden of being able to get on Medicaid. So both of them are going to receive cuts. In other words.
What did the turtle say? So y'all can get over it. What's that guy? The turtleneck guy. The one who keeps blanking out he should retire. What's his name? The one who blocked all of Obama judges? Yeah, he said y'all should get over it. No, he's a Republican. He used to be the leader.
Mitch McConnell.
Yeah, there you go. The turtleneck. Yeah, that one. He said y'all get over it.
The turtleneck. But I was thinking of the turtleneck sweater.
Oh, okay.
Where's a turtleneck?
Yeah, me too.
It's an actual turtleneck. So.
Yeah, and then he glitches.
You're correct.
He glitches from time to time for things.
Turtle.
That other one, Joni Ernst, she said we all gonna die. That's a Republican response, so y'all get over it. Y'all all gonna die.
What's going on, First Lady?
Oh, am I not on mute?
No, you're not. I think what's going on your end, but you okay? You're just tired?
I guess, child.
Over it?
party. Let me see what's going on here. Yeah. Don't Patty look pretty? She always looks pretty.
Yes. Call that a question.
I know, but she looks like a little doll baby.
Oh yeah, I love that photo of her.
She always a 10 out of 10. Come on.
Oh, thanks, God. But still, people like to hear when they put up new pictures that they look nice. So, yes, she's always a 10 out of 10. But just recognizing the picture. That's all.
It's giving old world glamour, Patty. Like that black and white.
Yeah.
Almost like a Dorothy Dandridge.
Professional photo. Not real.
It reminds me like a young Jane Kennedy, a little bit. Dorothy Dandridge, Jane Kennedy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hey, Rosalind.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
I love your voice.
Oh, thank you. Until I'm mean, right?
Right, it is scary. It gives us
Yeah, until you crash out, First Lady. That's
Yeah, my dad was the same one.
I start counting our cash outs.
I was going to tell Sam that a lot of the Republican senators, at least ours, was trying to get with the big beautiful bill. They're trying to get their constituents to be exempt from the Medicare, Medicaid snap. You know how they do. They just want the blue states to have the issue.
That's what you heard, or that's what you know? What's going on?
My senator, Lisa Murkowski, that's what she is doing for the people up here for this state.
Shut up.
She wants that in the bill. She wants exemptions for Alaskans in the bill.
Didn't she vote for it though?
Have her vote.
April, didn't her and Susan Collins vote for the bill? I thought they were saying she voted for it.
I'm sure they may have.
Yeah.
There's isn't it going another round to the Senate?
It's going back to the House.
I thought it's going to the Congress.
Okay.
Yeah, she voted for it.
I can just tell you this morning that was the news that I read, was that she had.
Oh no, they're dragging her too. The Democrats are dragging her. Her and Susan, I'm concerned.
She gets dragged up here too. She's not MAGA enough for these people up here, and she's not a Democrat, so she hangs in the middle there.
Yep.
Let me see if I can find my article.
Okay.
Wow. So, an extra, he really wants us, the blue states to fail. It's like really, I mean, if you don't see that by now, then I don't know what's going on with you.
Yeah, he's petty like that. That's why he's all that stuff in California. What he said, he's not going to give them any more funding, and ICE is so prevalent over there now.
Yvonne, here we go. Alaska becomes the focus of last-minute changes to the big federal bill as U.S. Senate starts the debate, and this is dated June 28th. Did they vote at, what's the date, the 29th?
I think they passed it this morning, didn't they? I mean, in the Senate.
To start debate on a wide-ranging bill. I guess Lisa Murkowski and Dan Sullivan. Anyway, I'll put it as that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it got through the Senate with Collins and Murkowski voting yay.
Yeah, because they overdid the SNAP too during COVID right after, so the state's in trouble for that. They're in trouble for feeding people.
Anyway, I just want to have some fun. I need some laughs before I go back to work tomorrow. I mean, that would be nice.
Call me after she gets some laugh.
Yo, I was in and out of sleep all day. I don't even know what was going on in there. To be honest with you.
Yeah, Patty, you fell asleep and I closed the room. Oh, but child, I woke up in the wee night.
Child, baby. I was like, first lady, get your ass in this realm, baby. Oh my God, baby. Miss Chaotic was K-fucking-otic. Okay? Child.
Okay, Clubhouse update.
I just told you, Miss Chaotic was, they were
I sent to you.
Oh.
It was a lot. It was a lot.
Wait, they had deleted that
Sid,
recording.
were you there too? Yeah,
They deleted it because of
they did delete it because Chaotic was telling her that she's gonna call Child Protective Services.
Yeah, because there was a girl in there that.
Oh, First Lady, you didn't say he's on, right?
No, I'm not out.
She told the girl she had to call Child Protective Service and get her child taken away.
No, but she said that the child is with the grandma. That's
what happened was she's like, I get Social Security for my child. So she's like, how do you get Social Security for your child? But you have an income because you sell pussy and you make this amount of money.
Oh, wait a minute.
She's like,
I was in there.
Oh, somebody else was in there, not you. One of your friends. One of your.
I woke up for that one. Wait, was this including another person that makes up?
I don't know.
Oh, yes.
Okay, yes. I was in there.
Saggy boobs. They kept pulling out saggy boobs. Mm-hmm. Oh my God, it was too much.
I had to think.
I was like, yeah. I do agree about the saggy boobs. Like, if you ain't got kids, your tits is supposed to be upright to the right and tight. I don't care what you say.
What?
I'm just saying.
So I was asking, who was asking for a full recap of this?
No. I won't say we said that.
Yeah, it was.
Child, that's the hotness.
Oh my God! I can't sit there
So who contacted her to come to the room?
So no. So that means you came and asked her. This was going on for hours.
Yeah. God, I woke up.
And then the person left. She came back. She's like, y'all still talking about me? And that's when I started again. I'm like, I can't. Then the other one talking about, I want to hang out in LA. I got time to be crashing out on stage. Sis, you stood there all the way till the whole night. Even TC was in there. TC was in there. TC was there from the 5 in the morning. I went to use the bathroom. TC was still in there.
But wait, why was like TC being the voice of reason? Now you know that room was fucked up. It's the only person who had some sense with it.
Yeah, but then TC was like, oh man, you sell pussy? You know when you can't, when somebody tells you something and you can't look at them, now you can't look at them the same because she's like,
everybody knew this for a while.
And then somebody else
Did they change their name? Did that person change their name?
No. But somebody else that comes into this room, she's like, you know, you should go back to school. You would be a great lawyer. You should go back to law school, telling the girl. And then it was a lot.
She didn't change her name because there was one. She was a little short little thing, and I couldn't tell last night if that was the same girl that used to talk about selling for China.
I don't know, but I know with that name.
You know that name?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know her.
Who else?
I guess there's another.
Then TC was like, when she came out and said she's 37, TC's like, oh man, you're 37.
You know, it's going to be conservative ass.
Everybody in the chat, like, man, you saw that pussy and you 37.
Well, it's not like she has a 401k. It's a retirement plan.
Oh my God. It's crazy because when it comes to that house, I go in and out of that house. I never sit there for a long time. But last night, girlfriend, I was in
Your other same name was husband. Now, if the owner was husband.
No, the owner was hosting it.
No, it wasn't. That's his homeboy.
No. By the time you came, it that she don't let people talk about my kids, but she's talking about my kids, and she talked about my kids, and then so and so's like, no, she talked about my kids yesterday. So this is a grandchild that started yesterday and went on for 48 hours, but we didn't get that other day, the day before.
You know what? That's my homeboy. This shit is crazy. He getting messy. He never used to be like.
So when by the time you came in, he slipped out, but then he came back. Yeah. And he was such a faker. You know what he kept doing? Hold on, I just woke up. Hold on. He was such a faker. I just got off the elevator. Yeah, she's a thought. He been doing that. And she's like, really? I told you to let her down. You kept throwing me down when I was talking when she was talking. Why you didn't? I wasn't here. I didn't hear. Who's going to catch me up. Fake ass.
You know, I can tell you 3 bottles of his liquor that one for me and one for my sister.
Yeah, but it was real interesting to see TC out late at night like he was in the club or something. I'm like, what the hell are you doing up here? We had a little picture with him and his wife. I'm like, this dude, too much. But the drama started off of the topic being about BBLs.
His wife looks very familiar.
That's what it started about. You know her?
It was very familiar. Very, very, very.
Sid, that's your family. Do you know her?
Oh, God. No.
Oh, I don't know. She don't listen to me.
So is TC actually talking to him?
No, I'm talking about his wife. You know his wife?
No.
He's Latin American.
We should know.
Yeah, I just think he's been with her for so many years, probably, that when you hear him talking Spanish, that shit sounds straight Dominican.
Yeah.
It's like you gotta learn it. Like, you don't have to. But if you marry into something, it's better to learn it so you ain't gotta be worried about, like, what the motherfuckers talking about me for? Oh, you gotta keep it like, what they said?
My dad had to learn. He had to learn how they learn it important.
They're important.
You know, when you get cussed out, you know, and something has to be done.
Oh, when y'all talking about y'all about to go into my bank account, guess what? Right.
My mom started talking that shit. You'd be like, wait, what she said?
Hey, you guys, I might have to go into the office tomorrow.
Oh, man.
I know.
For real? Like, for good?
No, but my certificate, something is wrong with it. To take it to the help desk.
Let me take this figure tomorrow.
Yeah.
That means you're not gonna be here.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I can't be playing on this app with that ass recording.
I know. That's why you see my photo right now. I chopped up my whole head.
Yeah. So. The only way that he can actually look at, like, my picture right now, you can only see half of it and down.
Correct.
You gotta click on it to actually see the whole thing.
Yeah.
What? Yeah. Oh my God, you're pink now. I just have to. I love it. I love it. Say CEO, is your mic working? Is your mic working, CEO?
It is now. So why y'all going incognito? What happened?
See that one at the bottom, put A-N-O-N.
The one with the lips, they stream in the room to YouTube.
Oh, for real? Is it?
Yeah, he's been doing that shit for fucking days. He's doing it for weeks.
Kitover. What's his name? Over Kitover?
Why you calling for Congress?
Why y'all not in the room? Why is he?
It's anonymous, so we can't do anything.
So we know who it
Well, we gotta let the people know. He's in Illinois, right? And let them know to not vote for that congressman. What's his name again?
Richard John Kitover?
Yes. Don't vote for John Kitover, okay? Did you hear me? Thank you.
It's weird. But yeah, we got instructions. You got them out, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah,
I already got them.
Make sure y'all do both through the privacy and the copyright.
nuts.
Well, I'm about to say that. I'm about to say.
It is. It's pistachio flavor.
Hello. Oh no, I was telling you hola.
Oh, hola.
Because I didn't see nothing on YouTube thing.
What's going on? You didn't get a text from me at all?
No.
Okay, you playing games, and I don't have time to play games.
I'm you didn't see the back channel? I said, hey, are you gonna send it?
Listen, Linda. It is not delivered.
I know.
She is playing games. I can't tell you why she.
I'm like, I'm looking at it right now as I speak. I don't see nothing.
I'm gonna tell you why she's playing games, but I can't tell you why she's playing games.
Did y'all see, I'm sure you already have, because this always happens with me, but have y'all discussed about the Haitians that just got their government?
Yes.
500,000?
Yep.
Or more,
I also-
750,000.
I also said something to Haitian about Haiti. It says, U.S. Embassy urges all Americans to leave Haiti immediately.
Wow, what happened in Haiti? I mean, why are they urging Americans to leave there?
Gangs. That's gangs taking gangs when that's very.
Sid, I put the link in the chat.
Did you also talk about the way he slipped, he did it, because he said, he's gonna retract the TPS coverage, the TPS protection, unless they can find some type of other coverage, but then at the same time, he put a ban on the visa issuances for him.
I got it on First Lady.
Yeah, the Supreme Court also voted that you can do it. So, 500,000 Haitians, and then also some Venezuelans a couple hundred thousand of those, like a couple hundred thousand Cubans.
When does that start? It starts in August, right?
I think they have till September 12th or September, like 2 months or so. So listen, they go underground. Yeah, they going deep underground. Who the heck wants to go back and say the place that you say Trump, your State Department say it's not safe? Why would you send those families back there? Yeah, I think they're not issuing visas either. Like I think there's a ban.
That's what I was talking about. They ban any new issuances on visas, so now they can find an alternate route to get protection and make sure.
That was my understanding too, that we had restricted not just for Haiti, but for other countries as well, several separate visas. Also, good afternoon / early evening, everybody.
Midnight, sir.
Marshall. Yeah, what was that conversation like over in JB's room?
Weird, interesting, and then weird. And it was a combo. It was, do people have white fatigue? And so I went in to listen. They made me a moderator. I didn't throw anybody out or anything. And they asked me, and I told them that I didn't suffer white fatigue. The only white fatigue I suffered was white people in Clubhouse telling me that I owed them loyalty because of what we looked like, which I think is fucking wrong. I don't owe anybody loyalty because of what we look like. What is white fatigue? You know what white fatigue is, Gemini. When you're tired of white people.
When you what?
Marshall, I guess you're at white guilt.
When you're tired of being the best.
I took the title to mean people being tired of white folks and the bullshit that they come with. At least that's how that means.
That's not their definition.
What's it in
They're tired. Their definition is you know the term white man's burden, that concept.
Yeah, come from where one's home.
Yeah, so I mean that's what it's originally about. I mean that they're frustrated with having to deal with the pangs and grievances of other people who are not white.
They call it black fatigue. So this black man created a video on white fatigue. I put the link in the chat. I got it from that room.
Unrelated, I know First Lady wanted to laugh and put a link in the chat. They were looking at y'all are all welcome every Sunday. A peace company. old people right now, PTR words. Back in my day, everybody's got a coach. It's pretty funny.
That's great. Have fun, buddy. You know, First Lady did not click our links.
I already know that, but somebody can play it. Somebody can play it. It's just the guy talking, so if somebody can play it, that would be fine. Actually, can you play it?
How long is it? 'Cause I'm leaving soon. I got
That's
It's an Instagram clip, so it's probably less than a minute.
Thank you.
Not that last one. That was him doing the room. I'm talking about the one on top. Yeah.
Oh, it's bad.
The Instagram one, that one I put it. Let me go listen to it on my other phone. Let me see what he's doing over there.
It's in the chat.
When you scroll up, you see what put it against the record.
Yeah, I put a link in the chat.
Oh, okay. What are you doing? I don't know. I'm trying to see, listen to another one.
Yeah, let's do it else.
He shows you what you're looking for. So if you're saying white people have co-opted the word black fatigue to mask racism and say racist and prejudiced tropes about us online, I figured I'd make a video to describe my white fatigue, my white malaise, my white exhaustion. FYP shows you what you're looking for. So if you're saying you're opening TikTok and all you're seeing is brawls and fights and black people, look within. Because why are you searching for us? Why are you monitoring us? You guys have the biggest monitoring experience of life. If you're so tired of us, just leave us alone. I'm tired of white criminals. White people commit 70% of the crimes that arrest in this country. No such thing as black on black crime. You guys created that to continue to paint us as savages. Meanwhile, you guys are the ones committing all the crime. I'm tired of kids not being safe in school because people are being shot by white boys and girls in school. I'm tired of mass shootings in public places. I'm tired of bars blowing up places, blowing up buildings, white people killing people. I'm tired of white serial killers. I'm tired of you guys praising white serial killers and then glorifying them by making movies and TV shows. White men committing crime and not going to jail. Stealing money from people's grandparents and stealing money from citizens and then you give them more. I'm tired of you guys causing the conditions for people not to be developed around the world or undeveloped and then label them as third world countries, second world countries, and then blame them for the reason that they're not developed, even though you're the reason they're not developed. I'm tired of being exposed to food that's been seasoned with air and imagination because these cows and chickens didn't have to die for no reason. I'm tired of parents not minding their own business and then when confronted about the business they didn't mind and they have white tears, which then cause harm to their bodies, which then breeds police brutality, which you guys are the ones that perpetrate. I'm tired of the fact that your grandparents and your great-grandparents caused the conditions for black people to live in ghettos, black people not to own homes, black people not to have access to education, access to funds and programs, and then blame us for living in the ghetto, and then blame us for the violence that we are subject to, and then blame us for the conditions that we live in. Story after story of teachers having inappropriate relationships with their teenage students. Tired of the white hoods and KKK and the neo-Nazis, some of just got attacked in Ohio because they felt entitled to speak openly racistly confused and tired about those rock concerts where you guys go ahead and beat each other up, but we're savages, very savage, uncouth, ghetto behavior. Beating each other up for fun at concerts. Tired of the opioid crisis. I'm tired of white middle-class men who are criminals who all they care about is the bottom line and they willingly put drugs into the system which kill kids and which kill college students. Wow. I'm tired of seeing overweight people in my 600-pound life not doing anything with themselves and living off the government. I'm tired of white people being the largest recipients of welfare in this country. DEI programs. I'm tired of the history that you guys created in this country to the point where my parents are the first people in my family that integrated schools. My parents are the first people in my family that had full rights. Not even my mother, sorry, my dad was maybe. And you guys are acting like it's not real. That's what I'm tired of. Have a beautiful day, white folk.
That was a mess.
Yeah, right.
Nobody be trusting that boy. Something ain't right. Something ain't right.
Wasn't that not the guy slick? Who was there?
No, that was me. No. was No, it was the right link, but that was JB's link at the top of his room. The first lady be up in there, Miss Patty, okay?
Yes, I used to be in there too.
No, I'm talking about today. I'm trying to tell me something. My bad, first lady, my bad. My bad, first lady.
She giving out the receipts, first lady.
We got Brandon there, so.
I mean, but I know
now, bro.
I just want to let y'all know that was another. Hold on. That was another fuck show I was listening to yesterday. My anonymous account. And now I know Adams and the way he fucking speaks. Somebody gotta go and punch him in his face. His whole fucking everybody. His whole fucking journey. Because let me tell you, he called CO a nappy-headed monkey. Okay? Okay, when I tell you that CO came off that mic and was about to eat him fucking alive. Okay? And I was like, what the fuck? Where that man lives at? He's black. He can talk like that. He's black. Okay. What?
I told you, but
Well, I got to be there. And I'm glad. I don't know him.
trust me, he's not the person to even.
And then they got like, I don't want to talk no more. I give up. There was just a few little chicken heads in there.
Yesterday was crazy.
That was also like, oh, what's the problem? There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with it.
Listen, this whole weekend has been really crazy. We need to do something different. I don't know.
Send me some marijuana. Like everybody has a connect now, but I haven't got any chronic to my house. Not a lollipop, nothing. Man, everybody's like, I can't mail nothing to Texas. That shit ain't go there. Wrap that shit up. Huh? Wrap it up. What's wrong with you? It's candy. I don't need no, the real deal.
I'm from my sister.
It's crazy. Shit. You pick out the candy, put that bitch in a Ziploc bag, and wrap that shit up, put some saran wrap. Come on.
No, sis, no.
Oh, no.
I'll bet you that it's in New York and you fly back.
I'm going next week. Don't worry. Yeah, I just gotta put it inside the luggage and check that bitch in.
Oh, God. You gonna make me nervous. Yeah, Patty Crumb, okay, no.
Share your face. No. It's candy. You can travel with candy. Come on.
Straight for us when you go for Tuesday.
You're Hispanic, so they might pull you in the back. So,
Is it illegal in Florida?
Well, hubby does it all the time.
Is it illegal in Florida? Is marijuana illegal in Florida?
Yeah, you can have a license here. Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like I saw.
Yeah, but Texas got medical marijuana card too. That don't mean it's legal.
But it's just there are only 3 dispensaries in the state of Texas: Austin, Dallas, and Houston. They're all in the front.
Who's the first one that opened Austin?
Yeah.
Yeah, Los Angeles.
I mean, there's a reason they say keep Austin weird.
Yeah, Austin is like, what? It's real bright.
Out of all of the Texas major cities, yeah, Austin has been the bluest for the longest, despite the fact that it's
You see somebody said vacuum seal? Come on.
Stay in the base here.
In Austin, you have to bring your own bag because they don't like, you have to buy a bag. Nah, I'm just gonna consume it before I leave New York. In Austin, they wear flip flops in the summertime, in the wintertime. Because I don't want ice to pick me up. It's only because of ice. It's only because of ice I'm gonna do that, okay? Alright, but I'm trying to announce it. Looks good. Man, I'm trying to say something. Go ahead.
I just want to understand. So y'all said Florida is medical marijuana. So if you have medical marijuana, then you won't get in trouble. You can fly with it. I'm trying to understand.
I don't know about flying with stuff. I don't know about that. Fly with medical marijuana, it's not federally legally on the register. Yeah, it's not registered, yet federally, so you could not fly and have it in any airport. Airport's considered still federal ground, so FAA air, you in the air, that's considered, air marshal in trouble. I would not fly with anything.
Yeah, but people fly with marijuana from Cali to New York. Yeah.
Don't come to
When you fly out of LA,
No, I know about Texas.
when you fly out of LA, they allow you to have, I think it's an ounce and a half.
Yeah. Oh, see, that's different. So I would say check with your applicable state. But if you're, coming from California to DFW, Dallas, you need to be careful because they do check folks coming out of California and other states where actual marijuana is legal. They do have the dogs and stuff, and they do check you every now and then. Not all the time, but it's random. You have no clue.
And what they gonna do if they find you in Texas, Ash? Is it gonna be bang bang?
They're gonna bang bang you, yep.
They're gonna
knock your ass out.
DHA's job is not drug addiction. They don't really care if they find it. Yeah, they'll call a video over if it's a state like that. But their thing is any explosive your ass might put in there.
I mean, I just want to go back to why people was trying to tell my mother that I was doing something bad. Like I don't get that. Hey Patty, First Lady was over there morning. What's going on? What is happening?
Well, they bring me edibles from Cali and to Texas, so I haven't got,
The moral learning. They got some good everything now.
I read an article.
what?
I read an article about 10
Don't be
years ago,
scared.
posted by somebody who used to work in TSA, and the article
I
was
suffer
titled,
from bad migraines. Sorry, Marshall.
no, it is good for migraines. That is definitely true. So our neurologist is so excited about mushrooms. I mean, like, really small doses. What you call it? There was an article about a week ago from somebody who used to work at TSA, and the title of the article was, "We don't care about your pot." And apparently, if you ain't running around with full large magnitudes of pot, I imagine it's probably over an ounce or more plus, then you generally don't get looked at. Bastion is right. If they open up your bag and they search it, and you're in an airport, you are in trouble. You've committed the federal offense of smuggling.
That's what I just said.
Now open what bag? Can carry on or you
Yeah. If it gets carry on, you're in trouble. If it gets put under the plane and the dog hits on it, you're in trouble.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Well, we just finished a city trial. You should know. There's been no drugs
Like that, man. That's what I be telling people, man. I told one dude, y'all can do whatever you want from California, but y'all bring that stuff down here once you in the air marshal. That's federal airspace. Anything over the United States is considered.
So, I don't smoke marijuana, right? But my son does. And he has been pulled over in Texas. And they have gave him a ticket, and he had kept him moving, basically.
Yes, since Governor Perry, there has been this unwritten directive for state police, and it's within their discretion. They're allowed to go up to an ounce of marijuana and give somebody a clearance ticket. Now, if you are a hassle to the cop, light to wind, or her, and you're just a general all-around not very nice person, they're probably going to stick you in handcuffs and take you to jail. But I'll tell you, I got pulled over once, and I had a grinder and a pipe in the car, and the grinder had some pot in it. Not very much pot, but, I did enough to get into trouble. And I got pulled over, and all I got was a clearance ticket. Obviously, I had stopped smoking in my car, because that's a great way to
issue with the color of your skin? I'm just asking.
Where I live, yes, absolutely. There's a checkpoint here, and wow, 50 miles. It's 50 miles north of the actual river. And when I go on trips with my friends, if it is my Hispanic friend Wasim driving or my Hispanic friend Eli driving, they're both like fairly dark, and they get asked like 25 separate questions. If I'm the one in the driver's seat and they're the people in the passenger seats, all that happens to me is the DPS agent looks at me, or the federal agent looks at me and goes, "You a citizen?" And I say, "Yes, sir," or "Yes, ma'am." And they look at me and they say, "All right, sir, have a nice day." So yes, it absolutely has something to do with my skin colors.
I mean,
Thank you for your honesty.
I've traveled to Mexico and other places. I mean, I don't know. I mean, they just scan my passport or whatever, and I've come over. And even as a black person, I haven't had any issues. But I also keep other paperwork that shows I am a citizen, such as a bill. Anybody that travels, you should keep extra, such as a light bill, any kind of thing that shows you have residence. You always keep that kind of stuff in case you're asked, what is your residency address? You better be able to show that. At least when I was coming into Dubai and stuff like that, we had an itinerary of what we needed to bring. And when you travel, you better make sure you have these things in order. But yeah, crossing and that kind of stuff. Yeah, as a black person, some parts of where he's talking about, I wouldn't want to drive a car. But so far, I haven't had any issues traveling. I think if you don't have a crappy attitude, and you know, I didn't have a crappy attitude when we got stopped coming in. I showed them what I needed to show them, and they let us move along. So I don't know. I guess it depends. Like, I guess it can depend on your attitude too. If you know what I mean. Seriously, if you're you know what, they're gonna throw the book at you. But I guess if you work with them, I haven't had any issues with the law like that because I normally just work with them. You know, they say, hey, you gotta bust their tail light, da da da. Just, I don't know, pay the ticket, you know, or whatever, and keep it moving. So that's kind of what I. Marshall, and where you said you're in McAllen, Texas?
Yes, ma'am. Certainly am.
Yeah, that area. Whoa. Yeah, I feel you, Marshall. You made it. That place, you don't want to get no tickets in these small towns and places like that because you're lucky. Because normally they throw the book at you because they want to make money. They don't care about the color of your skin. If your vehicle speeding through these small towns, normally they're not going to give you a break. It sucks too. Don't get caught speeding.
Ain't that the truth? You speed through the ranch town I'm in right now, you're gonna get pulled over. Raymondville's got all like 3 cops. And you speed, you're gonna get pulled over by one of the 3 cops they keep on staff.
Not fun. You don't want no tickets in those small towns. That's why I told somebody, stay up on the highway. We ain't taking no back roads. We ain't dipping nowhere. Stay up on this where this map says. Because I told them, them FM roads, them FM farm roads, I don't know if y'all are familiar with FM farm roads and stuff like that go way out. Some of that stuff goes completely off the grid. I do not advise driving farm roads unless you know where you're going to go. And I suggest you keep it north-south. Like, seriously, because that's where your highway is going to be. East-west, you may slam into a ranch or some other good luck. So y'all need to stay up on the highways if you're going to drive and stuff. The back roads out here is probably not a good idea. Get up on the highway, especially if you're a black person. Don't be driving no back roads back here.
You hear that, First Lady? Stay out the weeds. After say, if you come to Texas, don't get.
And particularly stay out of East Texas. East Texas has its own really bad racist history. The last lynching in the United States took place in Jasper, Texas in 1996. Jasper, Texas is considered part of East Texas. Don't get me wrong, like, there are plenty of nice East Texans, but if you're trying to figure out places in Texas to stay away from, you want to stay out of East Texas if you're black or brown. They don't. The towns look really pretty, and the surrounding areas look really pretty, but it is one of the worst bigoted areas in the state of Texas.
It is horrible.
Oh, wait. Hold on. You said that was the last lynching in the U.S., and you're saying it's one of the most bigoted in Texas?
I'm talking
There's
about
places that get worse.
If I was talking about Jasper, I would say most bigoted and racist. If I'm just talking about the general area, I'm saying one of, because West Texas can count as some of that too, in particularly in the last 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, that's why I tell people, y'all better stay off them private farm roads, FM farm roads. I suggest people going down and grab you a map called MapSco. On the back of that map, it shows all the off-road kind of stuff if you do off-roading, which I don't suggest people do unless you know where you're going. I'm taking some stuff off-road, and let me tell you, big truck, big wheels, big tires, get going. I'm just going to tell you what I've seen. It ain't no place for no black person. Let me tell you, I just keep a driving. I told one guy, we ain't stopping nowhere up here. We ain't getting no gas. But what I tell black folks to do is keep gas canisters, which we do because I ain't stopping nowhere in no white towns. So we keep gas canisters in the back of the pickup truck so we don't have to stop for gas. And once we get up on the highway, we out of there. But yeah, taking some back roads, it's pretty rugged and very bouncy and very, I don't know, you guys, if you take them, please be careful and carry a shotgun straight up. Police see you, at least they know you got a gun. Stick your flag in there so they know, that you do have a weapon, and you'll be all right on them back roads. As long as they know you're out there, you're all right. Get out of there before dusk. Just don't stay there at night. Just get up on the highway and get out of there at nighttime.
You do not need to be on the tourism board for Texas. That's what
I'm sorry, what? Why did you say that for?
Because I was making it sound terrible.
I said at nighttime, it's not, the roads are bumpy, dude. If you drift, and those roads aren't paved. You need big tires and big wheels. It is terrible, or else your car will sink into the dang on road, into the mud there and stuff. You can't go driving no back road in a sports car. Yeah, it's not good. You better have the right vehicle or you'll be stuck out in the middle of nowhere. That's what I mean. You better not come up there with the wrong car. You ain't driving no Lexus back there. Better go pick a different car, buddy. A truck. Better ask somebody. But I can teach you what vehicles to get on back roads. It ain't gonna be nothing beautiful and swanky. Let me tell you that. Stuff get messed up out there.
Mac is in the chat. He said, me and Ash are from the same place. This shit is not the 1930s.
What is he talking about? Who is that? Who said that? Why he said the 1930s? Why he say that?
Because that's what you're making it sound like.
No, I'm not. Brother, I'm 40 years old. I'm not, old or nothing, but I've ridden all kinds of roads and stuff back here. I'm sorry if it sounds like that, but there are some places in East Texas and stuff that I don't, as a black person. Yeah, I keep gas in the back of the pickup truck. No, because I'm not stopping in some town like some podunk town in the middle of East Texas or somewhere. Nah, y'all can miss me with that. I'm good. I
already experienced that when I first came here. But it was because we was lost and we didn't have the GPS. There was no service. That's how you fucking know. When your service cuts off your fucking phone, you are not in the area you're supposed to be in. Drive the opposite way. So, yeah, I experienced.
Was that at night?
Yes.
Oh, scary.
Yes.
Did you have a map? Did you have any kind of maps? Because I know I always keep.
No, mind you, the vehicle had New York plates, the Yankee sticker, so you already know. Yeah, it was that.
You didn't have any kind of map. You keep it. I don't know. Maybe because I grew up different. We always kept maps in the back. Because yes, GPS and things fail. When I was out on a farm one time. Everything just shut off. Phone couldn't make a call, couldn't do nothing. But that old map I said, okay.
And then when you just see a whole bunch of dirt,
No, I'm glad you are still with us.
can pick up some Wi-Fi so we can know where we was going. Well, that was the worst thing we did. Literally, they jumped in the back of their pickup and they were just rushing down towards us. And I looked up and I'm like, let's go! Like, they were in the pickup truck, they had their guns out. Yeah, and I'm like, what the fuck?
We can't scoot up.
And the kids are crying, and I'm like, let's go. But yeah.
That's in Missouri. I ain't gonna lie. It's got racist sundown towns.
Yeah, and that's when I looked after that experience. Is when I looked up how many sundown towns they have in Texas, and I found 10 of them that I was able to pull up. That's the ones that Google knows about. What about the ones that we don't know about?
Well, it's this town called Houston, Missouri. And one of my friends had wrecked her car the night before. I don't know how the hell she did it. She got up on a stump. And my husband said, oh, we can go help her. We did not know. So was that kind of thing going on. And we went to help her. My husband was back there, hooking the chain and everything up to the car. And this white dude comes down the hill from his house. And my husband comes around the side to get something out of the truck, and he sees my husband, and he takes off in a damn run back up to his house. Not 5 minutes later, here comes a convoy of good old boys, and they're picked up with their guns out, and I'm like, oh, fuck, we all dead now. So they escorted us back, all the way back to Fort Linwood.
Yo, I believe you good.
Yo, he's funny. Womack said, you just gotta find the Buc-ee's and you'll be cool. You're right, because when we drove to Houston, we stopped at every Buc-ee's to, let the kids use the bathroom. And that's the same thing we did driving back.
I love Buc-ee. I've only been twice, but I loved it.
I love that place, man. I go in there all the time and pop baptism. But they like me because I go in there and I get all the food and crap in this basket. They say, Buc-ee's, man, come out of there with a haul full of food.
Actually, I was freaking crowded as hell.
It's like, what the hell? I don't know if I asked you.
Sandwiches and all, any kind of food they serve. Let me tell you something, I get it. I bought over $100 worth of food out there and gave a couple of sandwiches to a homeless man. Wow.
Mia said she stayed in the East Coast of the United States.
Y'all got a Buc-ee's up in New York?
No, there's no Buc-ee's.
It's just Walmart.
Yeah, they had.
It's a big Walmart. They started having
Walmart
is not Buc-ee's. So
Okay.
Buc-ee's is now in Florida, by the way, y'all.
Really?
Yeah, Florida and maybe Georgia. Yeah, because I remember going when I saw it, I was doing my shit.
Okay, so that means they're trying to move down that way. They have more locations.
Okay. Yeah. But you remember, like, it's not gonna ever come to New York, at least New York City.
They don't have the same
states for shit. Correct. Our Walmarts are like, if we do have a Walmart, it's Walmart. It's a market there, or just like a Walmart West. Oh, is it like a regular Walmart or like a smaller?
Super Walmart. It's a super Walmart. Oh, we got Walmart in Long Island, guys. I know you don't like to go to Long Island, but
like Rockland County or somewhere else.
Yeah.
I mean, or they can tear down some of those old buildings. I saw a special about New York, how they have all these old vacant buildings, and yeah, they should implode those and put a Buc-ee's right there. I think that'd be a massive attraction for you guys.
No, we need affordable housing, actually. We don't need a bunch of shit. So, no, we actually need to build up. We need to build up and build affordable housing, especially senior housing as well.
Oh, Buc-ee, I mean,
you're getting crazy in the chat.
It'd be nice for y'all to have a Buc-ee's up there.
Wait, I have breaking news, y'all. Breaking news. I just got on the no, this is actually so sad as firefighters targeted and shooting in Ohio.
I just read that story.
Oh, well,
yeah. So, firefighters.
I think it was 5 people shot, but
maybe two of them just died. So that's
She didn't even tell her whole story.
That's okay. You know, these males want to be heard, okay?
See, where was that at? That's a fact. That's a fact.
Idaho. So it says firefighters were responding to a fire call when the shooting erupted. The sheriff said, adding that it was not clear how many might be wounded. It says at least 2 people were killed in Idaho as firefighters were ambushed while responding to a call on Sunday. The authority said, adding it was unclear how many people might have been targeted. The emergency responders, but the data remained at large. They were actively looking for a sniper. They were actively taking sniper fire as they were trying to respond to the situation. So we don't know who the suspects are. We don't know how many they were. We don't know if it's 1, 2, 3, or 4. If these individuals are not neutralized quickly, this will likely be a multi-day operation. Sheriff Norris said that the authorities were taking rapid fire out there. He added that it appeared that high-powered rifles were being used. And the shooters were in heavy brush. Well prepared, they are blending with their surroundings. So it's a heinous direct assault on our brave firefighters.
Wow.
They said the fire, because somebody here had asked a question, literally, I just had asked, did someone set that fire intentionally to lure the firefighters or lure that department there, or were they targeting somebody within inside that department? Because to us here in Texas, that sounds really, really weird.
Well, to everyone it sounds weird, but I wouldn't want to jump to conclusions.
Either, yeah.
I'm surprised Gay Pride, everybody been behaving. My citizen app hasn't really went off.
Scotland is covering the Gay Pride parade, so if you want to split each Scott.
Okay.
Wait, is he in Texas? He went to Texas?
No, he's in New York.
Oh, he's in New York.
I wouldn't want to go to a Gay Pride in Texas. That sounds like a religious one.
Well,
Just go back. There'll be fucking people up over there.
Wait, Ashton is a Gay Pride. Ashton is that where you are in your PTR, Ashton?
Yeah, it went off without a problem. You know what I mean? Nobody, I'm an advocate for LGBT and stuff, and our church provides security along with the police. We had a helicopter in the sky. It wasn't whack or anything like that. We had
Where do they hold Pride Parade over here?
In Texas, Trinity Pride was the name of the one that we put together with the city in cooperation with the city of Fort Worth and the Fort Worth Police Department. So they want to make sure they had security out there. So we put this stuff together. We want to make sure people feel safe. Absolutely. And we did a great job making sure people are safe.
Austin does that too. There's
Okay.
Austin has a pride every year. I want to tell you, San Antonio or Dallas have a pride every year.
Yeah,
I'm surprised.
Well, I think the price is warranted.
You know what? Now Austin is not like the state of Texas. No, even right now, she said there's one in Fort Worth, right? So I'm even surprised that they allow them, right, to even do this. Whether it's small, because let's be honest, nothing's gonna be like Pride New York. No different than when we speak about any other parade. The amount of people that come out is fucking disgusting, literally. There's not many people out there. I'm surprised because of the state it's in. So the conservative, nobody has tried to vote against that or stop that. That's why.
But I mean, we had 11 to 12 people, and I think that was a good number for what they projected was around 5,000 some folks, but we had that to 11 to 12,000 people out there. So I think we did a good job, and that'll continue to grow, I believe, just from there. So I think we did a good job of just putting it together. I really do.
What would you say, Marsha?
I was gonna say I completely understand your skepticism.
Inside of the Republican Party in Texas itself, there's a group known as the Log Cabin Republicans. They're a national affiliate of the GOP, but they also have states, so like separate state branches. And every 2 years, the GOP Interfaith Frozen Convention is the largest convention in the country by state size. It's like 9,000 separate delegates come. The Log Cabin Republicans have asked for a booth at this convention every year for the last decade and a half or 2 decades, and the SREC, the governing steering committee of the party, refuses every year to give the Log Cabin Republicans a booth at this convention, despite the fact that Log Cabin Republican money helped get several significant statewide officials into office. And so I completely understand your skepticism, noting that the GOP has acted like that the whole time I've been involved in prior to that.
Yeah, it's good to have that skepticism. I mean, because some people would look at Texas from an outward window and say, man, do they even care about the LGBT? But no, there are many, underground groups or other groups, P-Flag, other groups that we work with and stuff like that to help make sure that people know that we provide the safe place so this P-Flag and other affiliates that are with us, that is also important. But at events, they also know that people can step up and offer, armed security, which is needed in this era, along with the police. So this kind of stuff is very, very needed because you have people in states like this and other places that still, want to cause harm to LGBT and that kind of stuff, but it does not stop the mission of what we believe in. We just believe in helping all people from LGBT to the homeless to black, white, it doesn't matter. And I just think it makes a better society when you're able to show that you can integrate and work with all kinds of people regardless of where they come from or how they choose to live their lives. And so that was the biggest conversation that was had yesterday out there too. They had several speakers out there, and so that was a conversation as well that we got to get back to caring about one another and treating folks how we like to be treated. And a lot of times Republicans are not doing that in the laws and stuff that they write to impinge those who are LGBT and that kind of stuff. So those are things that I think about as well as I look at this current bill that's like it's on 900 pages. Trying to get through that. So, the man.
You talking about this bill that's looking past the state legislation, or are you talking about the federal bill?
Well, we've had some the state stuff is not good either, and the federal as well. But the federal also has some stuff in it I think folks should check out. And it's 900 some pages, so your eyes get weary. So I had to hook some of that into a machine, and it's gonna scan it and audible for me because I just can't.
Yeah, it's just too technical and it's too technically oriented. I didn't know exactly what you mean. If you have any special questions about the bill on matters of NASA funding this year, the Houstonian, or dealing with airlines, noting one of the biggest airports in the country is Houston, just send me some questions in the back channel. My little brother is on Commerce in the Senate, and he'd be happy to answer questions if you had any. Just wanted to offer the resource to you.
Yeah, because it's confusing, dude. It's like, and I'm blessed because, I have a machine, called an OrCam, and the thing is a marvelous machine. It's $1,500. It's worth it because I told somebody my head hurts trying to read all this, and that machine just it reads it all, but if the time it would take is over 15 hours or more, if you were to sit there and read that, that's like reading the Bible and a half. No. So even putting it through it now is very painful. Very painful. I'm sorry. I was just talking about that that's painful. But go ahead, Ash. No, I mean the bill, guys, you read that, you read it, it's a lot, man, and it's a lot of things that are being cut and stuff, and a lot of people are really concerned about it. And I think LGBT at that event yesterday spoke out about state bills and some of the federal stuff. And it's kind of concerning.
Daydream.
The back channel, man, for real.
What's going on?
Now we were talking about that. There's a developing story in Idaho.
Oh yeah, no, the firefighters.
Yeah. And then
Coeur d'Alene is woo. It's a very special place, Coeur d'Alene. Were they black firefighters by any chance?
Oh, you know what? I don't even know. I just read like the first 2 paragraphs of the article, and then of course we got derailed. So
Of course.
Of course. Then I got my theory of tacos, which is a derail, but I'm very excited. Man, let me tell you something. This lady was in a little truck thingy and she was sweating her ass off. This shit is no joke. Tip your food truck people. Ship them well because there's sweaty bullets in there. Okay?
Yeah, I mean, out here in Texas, they had the food trucks hooked up to air conditioners where they clip on or somehow, I don't know, whatever traction, and had them hooked up that generated hours of power, so they were doing good. Another guy brought out another extension cord and hooked it into a building, and they had, so I don't know, do they not have outlets on the street there where people can hook into power? She was hot inside of the truck.
Have you been to DOD?
It wasn't even like a full truck. It was like a quarter truck. You know, it's like a small little trailer.
Yeah. Her generator or whatever we used to cook, I can't believe it way for this lady to hook up to power out here in Fort Worth. They're putting outlets in the ground there. Of course, they unlock them for festivals for people, and then they lock them back at the end of the night.
We have constant food trucks. Like we have food trucks. We have a ton of food trucks here, right?
Yeah.
On everything. On each block. But these are fire. These birria tacos.
Okay.
Seriously, they are fucking amazing.
Wow.
These are fucking amazing. Anyways, I'm gonna mute up. I'm gonna enjoy. I'm gonna make love to these tacos.
I can't believe that ladies inside of this. Man, it's 100 effing. Yo, it's 101 degrees. And this person's inside of the truck.
I mean, do you know food trucks work though? I mean, I don't understand.
I was at a festival the other night and they had all these food trucks out here.
Right. But these aren't special event food trucks. These are everyday food trucks. Like where people, you know, when you walk down the streets in New York City, there are food trucks like on the street that sell food all the time. Like I love the street food all the time. So
street, okay, I see it.
This is not like a festival or special event. This is an everyday thing. Everybody has their favorite, like you said, as the taco man, you know. Like in the winter, I have my favorite roasted chestnut wagon, my food truck that still sells the roasted chestnuts. And I love always go to your corner. Yeah. I got like 3 tacos. I like the Bronx got the best tacos. But anyway,
I don't even get tacos when I'm in New York.
the tacos. And what is the When I go to the truck store. I think I rice water. My friend gets so mad at me when I call it the rice water, the horchata. I go, child, don't keep saying rice. Yeah, she don't like it when I call it the rice water. But I love the rice water. I love the horchata. I love horchata.
Child, you better try to bring it into Starbucks. That's what we are going to be protesting. Yeah.
What's it called again?
Horchata.
That's crazy. I be on a coach.
The first time I had it, I went to my cousin's graduation party, and of course, we were in Texas. They're gonna hire a Mexican truck to be in the back cooking tacos, and they had lemonade, and yeah, that was the first time I had it. It's all right. It's okay.
Now, if they get coquitos in Starbucks, I'm protesting.
Protest for the coquito.
I want to see every Puerto Rican out at every fucking Starbucks with the out.
Because that's egregious right there.
That's but I'm surprised these Mexicans are not outraged over the horchata against Starbucks. I was like, excuse me, I said so on Mexican president. The screenshot of it. And they're like, what?
So, what do y'all call guanabana? Y'all call it guanabana?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh my God.
That's what we call it. It's called sour sop.
Yeah. We just call it sour sop. Now that's my real jam.
Now that I love. I'm not a big fan of horchata, but now sour sop, that shit is good as fuck. It's hype.
Oh my God.
And there's in Best Buy, there's people that sell it on the street.
Ooh, that's all over. Oh my God, it's so refreshing. Oh my God. No. What is it?
What happened, First Lady? First Lady, what happened? You wanna come play blocks with us?
Yes. Open the door.
She wants to come play blocks with us.
You never get to make a pattern.
Yeah. Oh, look at you. You go, girl.
You get to make one, but I don't know how much pattern you get to make. As much pattern as you want.
Oh my goodness, that'd be so fun.
I probably have enough blocks.
You have enough of them?
Yeah, I still have more.
Oh my goodness. That sounds awesome. I'm gonna have a good time. I'm gonna build a fort for my garden.
Now I'm used to make myself.
Cassie, she said she's gonna make a fort for our Barbies. I'm gonna make a house for my Barbie with some blocks.
It might be a little bit tricky. Like add them on the side, but it's okay. Still add them on the side. Even though it's a little bit tricky.
Oh my, she is adorable. She's such a sweet. And then she puts it up on top to you, so she's
I love tricky.
that's how it is. It's difficult.
Does the toothberry bring you anything?
She found me ready. She's not gonna spend it yet.
I don't remember you saying that.
Hold on to it.
My dad's standing in his office. It's all the toothberry.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Let Dad hold on to it. That's great.
Yeah, my dad leaves it in the office.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't lose it.
Right. So
Okay, but I have it, so yeah.
that is awesome.
All right, say bye-bye to First Lady.
Bye-bye, First Lady.
Bye, beautiful. So sweet. Is she in the chat? I'm about to drift off. Because Mommy won't open up her house so that we can play.
Damn, that was delicioso.
You swallowed it.
I did.
Yeah, I still have more tacos left, but I'm like, I can't that. I'll just try to take it pretty far. The perfect amount of spice. Just
Shit. Niggas in the corner of my house, too. Fine. I'm gonna go for a walk. Anything else going on in these streets? Dr. AG, we spoke about the big beautiful bill for a bit.
okay.
Your social media. And
Who's
the Republican senator who voted against
Tom
it.
Tillis? Tom Tillis?
Yes. Yeah. He is currently being tried of being called a rhino and all this shit.
Did Josh Hawley give in? I gotta Google it. I haven't been following it.
So we're talking about that. What else happened today? Rihanna is Smurf in the Smurf movie. It's coming out July 18th.
Yeah, she's in it, and then Cardi also. And then
Not just Smurfs.
they both have songs on the soundtrack.
Yeah, I think it comes out like in 2 weeks, right? Yeah. Does your daughter like the Smurfs, or is that just like our generation?
I think I must take her, but it's probably a little different. Like, what's this?
Yeah, because it's like the Smurfs used to be the shit, and I used to call my dad a Smurf, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And of course, I was Smurf fan.
Rihanna is actually a good choice for Smurfette.
Yeah.
Yeah, she actually is. I wonder what accent she's gonna use. Yeah, she's a good choice for.
So now I'm walking by this restaurant called Blend.
Yes, I know Blend.
I never been to it.
No, I've been to both locations.
Okay. No, I heard about it. But I haven't been in the spot in there.
Yeah.
I have not been. I'm like walking past it right now.
The food is okay. It's not like, oh my god. It's not like, oh my god, I want to go back. It's alright.
That's why I'm like, these street tacos that I have are fucking awesome. So I'm like, you know, these shits are good because, you know, there's smorgasbord here on Saturdays. So I usually get I like to get the birria tacos. Even though it's still kind of hot for the birria taco, but I do like to get tacos from that particular place. In Smorgasburg. But this place is better than fucking Smorgasburg. This corner is just like corner of Bedford. Anywho. So the fire.
I was gonna ask if you wanted some tamales.
I don't know tamales like that. So Dominicans eat tamales different
made out of plantain. So I don't really eat the Mexican style tamales. I will eat Puerto Rican tamales and Dominican tamales, then that's it. Which are called pastillas.
Wow. So you don't eat the corn tusk tamales? I've had the ones that you're talking about, if they can be spiced up a little bit. Somebody made them, and somebody made those, and I told someone they kind of tasted kind of bland. And so
I've never had tamales. They're okay, but I mean, if you had a Puerto Rican or Dominican one,
okay.
why would you ever try a Mexican one? But it's like it's not
different. What is it?
Yeah, we make it out of plantain. That's what we tell them, but I don't know. They just don't eat very different from people in the Caribbean.
From what you're saying, because that sounds
like out of
plantains.
Yeah, we make it out of plantain. It's much bigger, and we usually have pork inside.
That sounds better than that dry corn.
Yeah, it does feel better.
Better. I'm gonna try that.
I'm not gonna do it. You need to the thing is, it's a lot of work to do it. So it's only people usually just do it around Christmas time.
And we do it during the holidays.
Yeah, you need an assembly you need multiple people to do work on it. So it becomes very laborious.
Y'all use taro too, malanga? Or just plain plantain?
We make yuca also.
Oh, you can.
Yeah, so I personally do it with just plantain. But I did learn from a Puerto Rican lady who did use a blend of potato, yuca, and plátano.
Oh, it's potato, not malanga?
She put potato, and I think it's because of rising costs.
Oh,
so it's the rising costs, you kind of have to,
Yeah.
I have to look at her recipe, but it's a 3-day sort of thing to.
Yeah, it's
it's laborious.
Oh no,
I'm
have to pay somebody to do that. I don't know if I can stand it.
Yeah, that's why you buy them during the holidays.
But you could buy the lady that I take her cooking classes sometimes. She sells for $45. You get a dozen. And sometimes if you go to the hood, you could go. You could get 40 for a dozen.
Oh wow!
Right? Yeah, but that's what we eat during the holidays and even after.
There's a website called Rican.com, and he ships all around the United States.
Yeah, I've ordered from him before. Yeah, I ordered from Uber Eats for Christmas. Yeah. I didn't want to cook.
No, but what I'm saying is I've had a shipment for people that live in other states that you can have a shipment to the house.
Yeah, but I have my lady, my Puerto Rican lady, Maria. She's amazing. I get all my shit from her.
Wow.
I just like how she does it. It's called Mia's Cocina. She's been on Food Network. She's
You guys had barbecue into the
No. Barbacoa is a Mexican thing. We do not eat like that.
It is.
We eat different.
Is it barbecue?
Barbacoa.
It's different. Where you take a cow's head and you wrap it in burlap several times, and then I think you get it wrapped in foil. And at this point, there's already a 6 to 8 foot whole dog that's about 4 feet long and about 3 or 4 feet wide. And it's been filled with wood and it's burned down. The wood fire has burned down embers. They then put the burlap, aluminum foil, the cow's head onto the coals.
Yeah.
And then cover it with banana leaves or something else. I'm running a blank on what we use here. And then you bury it, and it cooks for a day or so, maybe 2 days if you're super excited about it. and then you dig up the hole, you pull out the cow's head, and the meat just falls off the bone.
Tender.
It is
Very tender, yeah.
It is one of the highest cholesterol.
Yeah, it is. It is very. I don't know if they. She said they don't cook it that way. I mean, if they don't do the barbacoa, maybe they could use black Angus. Something higher end meat, maybe.
So we eat, pork. When it comes to like Dominicans and stuff, in Puerto Ricans we eat like the pork shoulder.
Okay, I can feel you on that. Nice.
I like pork shoulder too.
Me too. Yeah.
And then, once we season it really well for like maybe a day or 2, depends. You put it in the marinades for a day or 2. Then, you cook it, you cut it up, and that's the meat that's gonna be used to assemble the pasteles.
Wow, that sounds pretty cool. Wow.
That sounds
Yeah.
really good.
Yeah, it's funny because my man's Puerto Rican and he had pasteles, like my family's pasteles. He's like, this shit tastes like my family's pasteles. And we're Dominican. So
that's what I mean.
The Puerto Ricans pasteles are better, but I'm like, you cannot fucking tell the difference. So
I've had the opportunity to have mofongo when I worked a campaign job in Florida, and it was super tasty.
yeah, that's like a daily. You eat that, and you don't have to eat for the rest of the day.
Y'all talking about mofongo. Let me tell you, we just had an experience in Houston with mofongo. Let me tell you something so you can laugh. So we go to a restaurant that claims to be a Dominican restaurant. So I'm like, oh my God, I'm hyped. Oh yeah, we got a Dominican restaurant. We get there, my husband asks for mofongo de chicharrón de pollo, right? Do you know that those mother freakers did not cut up the chicken and put it inside of the mofongo? They literally gave him the plantains mashed and the freaking the chicken on the side, which is chicharrón de pollo is like fried chicken on the side. I'm like, Dominicans.
Girl, they was doing that. They was going.
Oh my God! Let me tell you.
They were my plating. That's called plate.
When my husband saw my face, I'm like, and when that bill came, I was like, never again. I'm not going to eat Puerto Rican or Dominican food in Texas. It's just, it's not worth it.
What do you mean?
Even the morisoñando, I wanted to throw the morisoñando in their face.
Oh hell no.
How can you mess up a morisoñando?
Yeah.
What do you mean? What they do? Did it taste bad? Was it burnt? What was the?
So the chicken was burnt. Let me tell you.
Not good.
The chicken was burnt, but also you're supposed to mash up the plantains with the chicken. So you can get one with shrimp. The shrimp is supposed to be inside of the mashed up plantains. That's the best way to describe it to you. So it's supposed to be inside. It's not supposed to be just that there and then the meat just thrown to the side or the shrimp thrown to the side. I was just like, and let me tell you, this little Cassie, she could eat, she loves chicken. So when I didn't see her touching the chicken, I was like, yeah, this ain't gonna work. This ain't gonna work. Yeah. She barely wanted to eat the rice and the beans.
So I don't know what's going on with those people, but that shit would not slide over here in New York City. I'm telling you, boy, these Dominican, you go to Corona, the best food in the fucking world.
Mm-hmm.
I don't give a fuck what people say. Corona, Queens. Best food ever in the world.
That's what we used to stop at to get our chilies.
Y'all ain't got the
Ecuadorians. You got Ecuadorians, you got Indians, you got Colombians, you got everything in there. And it's fucking amazing. So I don't know.
Man, the South, the reason that it's different, man. I'm sorry that happened to you in Texas. I mean, I cannot believe that they played it that way. I looked it up. You are right. The stuff is all supposed to be you know, in the center of that is how it's plated here. A chef plated this, but yeah, it's supposed to be
But you know what? They have to water things down for white people. That's why their shit is trash. Because when I first started going, when I moved to San Antonio, I went to restaurants. They had a lot of Tex-Mex food, and I'm like, I'm not a fan of that. And one of my clients owns like several restaurants in San Antonio, and she would bring me food. I mean, she would bring me trays of food. She loved me, right? And she would give me the food that her housekeeper would make. And it was very different from what was served in her restaurant. And she was like, yeah, I can't serve that stuff in my restaurant. I'm like, this is good as hell. She's like, yeah, but, you know, people don't like all those seasonings.
That's crazy. They must
You know, they know how to season their food, but like they will cook to white people differently because they know that white people, you know, some white people, like the majority, don't handle all the seasoning.
Yeah, they did that when I went to college. This place called Pizza's. They made horrendously bad Mexican rice. And it took me, I'm not kidding you, it took me 8 times to figure out how to make it correctly. I can be a good cook, but at that time it took me a long time.
Marshall,
no, I said Mexican rice. Ninfas is what it's called.
Spell it?
Ninfas.
I bet I know. Marshall, if you go to the back and talk to those Mexicans, just let them know, be like, look, don't be giving me this white people shit. Talk to them in Spanish. Be like, don't be giving me this white people shit. Cook it like how you make it for yourself. And they'll give you the real shit.
Oh, thank you. Because the conversation I had with the waitress about the Mexican rice was like, hey, this like doesn't taste anything like it. It tastes like you put cumin on rice. And she was like, oh yeah, like we can't make real Mexican food here. White people will buy it.
Yeah.
Like, that's that is so good. Indian food on its own is amazing.
It's so you gotta cater to the majority though. And you're not in the majority, Marshall. But that's most ethnic food, because even the Chinese food is not Chinese. You know, the Chinese people don't eat like that with all that sauce and all that deep fried shit like that. Like how you make it. The Chinese, real Chinese food is not like that. And even Indian food, like some of it is what would I call that? De-emphasized. Because in general, Americans have a very limited palate. Palates are not very mature in America. So a lot of ethnic food is toned down in these restaurants.
And that's kind of sad because it takes away from the cultural experiences. Like I was telling one lady, I said, hey, I bet you I can get you some food from the hood that'll rival anything in downtown. And sure enough, shoot, man, that lady ordered 5 plates off, you know what I mean? And I said, the price is different too. She kept looking at the board. I said, yeah, that's the price. This is the hood. She said, hey, can I order as much? That lady said, you know, as much as your wallet can have. That lady hooked us up. So another pro tip, if you want real good food, a lot of times you'll find it in the hood in some places, because they don't give a damn. They will season their food. They not just be like, well, I'm sorry, we're going to make you a veggie burger. Ain't no veggie burgers in the hood. Get out of here. So no, if you want real food, regardless of what city you're in, generally the hoods have it going on for you. Because I done got some real good food about the hood. Do you hear me? It's seasoned good. Good job.
First lady left us. She's like, I ain't messing with y'all. Tired of y'all.
Is Lisa here or is she just playing?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Where the hell is I'm about to call her phone. Where the hell she at? So tomorrow they back in court, and the jury is gonna be. Let's see.
Deliberating, is that what's happening tomorrow?
Yeah.
All right.
Let's see if they're gonna Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Let's see.
How many days do they have to the trial? Is there a time?
Well, they don't have a time. They don't have a time. But it's a holiday on Friday. So.
Oh, the 4th of July. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And some folks said they may have another King's rally on the 4th of July. Somebody was making some announcement about that also at the event last night. So maybe look out. Some people say they may be protesting on the 4th of July. So
Patty, bring JD up, because I'm on another page.
I've heard the same thing. I don't know. I don't know if they'll have one in McAllen. We had a King's protest in McAllen. Everybody was really decent. There were more American flags than Mexican flags, interestingly enough. Since I'm so close to the border. But everybody was real nice. Like the cops didn't antagonize anybody, which I think there's a lot of times cops just feel like former confrontational they need to be. It was just a decent overall protest. The only person I saw get in trouble was a MAGA dude. He had like a vest carrier. Like one you could hook weights to, or one you could put like vests on, and he was wearing a MAGA hat. And he was like, it was the street, a hotel, and behind the hotel was his car. But there were lots of cops out. He thought because he was MAGA and he was at this left-leaning protest, he was totally tight to spark a joint with a buddy of his. And they sparked up this joint, and there's a cop, the dog, just like comes racing up. And the non-MAGA dude got asked a question and like stepped back and put his hands up and was like, yeah, dude, I'm not trying to make life harder. And the dude with the MAGA hat got asked a bunch of questions, resisted getting put in handcuffs, and then cried to like the 4 people watching him that he was being wrongfully detained. He was not being wrongfully detained. He literally lit up a joint in front of a police officer. That's idiocracy.
I don't think people should go to jail for. Hey, he's a MAGA person, so I don't really care about them going to jail on this. I don't think you should.
There's a little premise of I don't think possession of marijuana should get you thrown in jail. I tend to agree with you on that. I don't think it's very helpful for it to be at a level of illegality it's actually at. What I meant was I perceived his belief and attitude to be one of I'm on the same side as the cops, so I can get away with it. That's an assumption on my part. Yeah, and that's an assumption on my part. And as my dad used to say, assumptions make an asset you and me, so I easily be doing that. But it was an assumption from the way this guy was not cooperating with the cops. Like, hey, dude, he saw you spark up a joint, it's illegal, right? Like, why make the guy's life hard? Doesn't make any sense. Just like you were doing something you knew you shouldn't be doing, and you got caught for it.
Maybe I would have got just nothing but a peer ticket or something.
Exactly.
That's another thing that I tell people, just, if you just cooperate, like we got pulled over, they told us the tail light was out, and You know, somebody said, "Hey, where can we go to go get it fixed?" The police officer gave us like a discount, something, some kind of place, and we went to that place to get our tail light that went out fixed. Right, so it's just little things like that. We didn't know that we would get get a discount, at a place that he knew. But it's like that's cool,
Nice. Damn job.
Hey, that wasn't no scam, but he actually, we honored, we got our, percentage off for what needed to be fixed. It worked for them. I mean, they were able to pay for it and get their light fixed. So, yeah, we didn't get a ticket, so I'd rather get the light fixed than get a ticket. Let me tell you. Operating can go a long way. The premise is, don't be, have an attitude like that man did, because that's crazy. That will get you with a handcuffs doing that.
Agreed. His interaction could have gone so differently if he had simply bothered to, be honest with the guy. Yeah, you know what? You're right. You didn't catch me lighting up your ends.
This was a white man?
Yes. One of the very few whites with a very red belly.
And he would have just been able to, and he probably got all kinds of stuff for doing that and stuff. And he said resisting arrest or something. Yeah, that concerns it more than just a ticket in jail.
His buddy was a Hispanic dude, but he cooperated and he didn't get put in the cop car. Only the white boy did.
Yo, nobody's even fucking talking, and this motherfucker is still streaming. It's crazy. Who is it?
Dude with the lips at the bottom.
He was here earlier. He ain't big with the music no.
Yeah, somebody needs to tell Clubhouse about this anonymous shit. This is crazy.
I think they know that he's been doing this. I'm almost positive people have blown Clubhouse out.
Right, but then you can't remove anonymous.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
You should be able to remove anybody from your room, or you should be able to block anonymous. Right. They have a town hall on Tuesday. This is some, I don't know, some kind of.
I don't know. I took his email and I sent it to and I sent all the names, those screenshots we had.
Hey, man, try to run for any position in Illinois. I'm finna blow his ass up. Not like that. Let me rephrase that. I'm gonna.
He already ran and lost by more than 3 points. Because he's now what?
Don't. Yeah, why should we say? Yeah, definitely don't vote for this crap.
He's aware. We should all show up at the town hall on Tuesday.
Yeah, we should.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, make sure you tell all the other rooms, go to the town hall and talk about this too. Everyone know.
I mean, I care less about him than the ability to control who comes in and out of your spaces. Because, you calling it a house, but you telling me that I can't remove someone who's in my house. Like, what's going on?
Right, there's a public building.
Right, you coming in here uninvited. And right, you can't lock the doors. I can't lock my door. Like, I can't. Yeah, that's, and it's not safe. Hey, I have no way of knowing who these people are. They can be up to all sort of nefarious
activities, it doesn't create a safe environment. First lady, get your ass here. Have you tried the thing with the YouTube? Not trying hard. Did you do your YouTube report? I love me some you. Let's see the topic. What you want to talk about first, Katie?
Somebody give me the link so I can do the report too.
The link is talking about to the room.
Whatever.
To YouTube.
Yeah.
Wait, can you report an anonymous person? You guys are not being good friends today. Nobody's talking. No, but you can report on YouTube's page when you see your picture. Because I see my picture clear as day. Is there anything interesting in the hallways? Patty probably slept already. Gabby just finished taking a shower, lady. Damn. Are we politically correct? Out, we drink, what's going on? I told they said open her room. Fuck politics, like what are we doing? It's a Sunday. I can't. Y'all gotta give me something. Y'all gotta give me something. That's right for me. Jeez. I'm not late. Oh my God. That's over this morning. So everybody fussed us over today. That's a bad thing or a good thing. That's the third Sunday we've been up at 6 o'clock. Because they won't like in other places paying attention to clubhouse gossip and stuff out there in these streets. What happened? What are y'all talking about? What happened? I know you're coming back to come and see on my stage. My stage. Something that more energy. Conversation going on. I can't focus. I know, Doctor. I can't either. I don't know. This is the reason I shut down the room yesterday. I was like, yeah, Mel, can you? It's a wrap with the music. I'm going in the hallways. No, I actually went to go open up food in my house. What's going on? Can she not hear? Well, guess what? You guys were sleeping. Nobody cared. No, I can't hear you. I don't know what's going on.
talking about that message earlier?
So this morning, me and Lady opened the room early because we knew the men are supposed to have the room at 3. Well, the men were talking about they were going to do their room in their house. Oh, so what happened? They were going to do their house. Oh my God. My brain is spinning. Okay, so the men were supposed to open their house. And it's like when 3 o'clock hit, Ness was on the stage, but he slowly slipped out. JD left. Freaking Gemini comes in at 5 o'clock. Now I know JD and Ness was here for the room, but
I already got told that the room wasn't happening. That's the reason I didn't pull up. So I was in my church thing.
so I'm not sure if you guys was reading the were you reading the Telegram to see what was going on that side? Yeah, I see. Yeah, it was like you're outside, so it's Cardi B outside. He ain't coming on that. And then one person don't start the show. Black came out and said, I have to go. If you don't open it now, yeah, he said if you don't open it now, I have to go to rehab to see my mom, right? And then Haitian was like, yo, I'm here. Let me know whenever y'all gonna open. And that's not happening. The only person that was really ready to open was actually Haitian.
No, I was ready. I wasn't in the chat, but I was ready. I was ready to go. I just was told it wasn't happening.
It probably would have been just you, JD, and Haitian. Everybody else had something to do. But I sent out the note. So. Yeah, because he did his own separate telegram, right? So
We were taking a mental health day.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was mental health and his ass up in here and then disappeared. It damn sure was. Yeah, he was in there. He was here all fucking morning and all of a sudden disappeared when it's time to open it up.
To be fair, that conversation with that woman Pretty would require anybody to take a minute.
Oh damn, I missed that conversation. I came in at the end and then she left. I missed the tea. I thought we were doing good for a minute, Dr. H.E., because you said, First Lady, get in here. I was like, okay. And then I tried. I thought we was going the right direction. And then I know she turned another corner. I said, oh, you know what? I cannot.
And you know what's so funny? I got picked into another room, and I was in there while I was making my sauce, and there was a woman. I kid you not, there was a woman on the stage making the exact same argument, and it was revealed that she had scammed. That she had ran a program on public housing. It was the exact same story, just a different person. It was insane. I said, they must have had something on the app this morning about people who abuse public services or something like that. There must have been something on the app yesterday or something where they were talking about that, because that's impossible. Twice in a row, the same day? Yeah, it was wild.
Damn, I wish I was a blind one. What was wild was complaining about people scamming and told us how they was scamming.
Exactly. And then arguing that they weren't scamming though.
Remember, you was in here telling us, and I had a new car.
I was like, but you still, she's like, no, but I did it. She did it the legal way. She like the people who came in the right way. I was like, that's not allowed. You're not supposed to do that.
Well, I did jump the line, but that's because I was already in the system under my mother, and she just sent it over to me. What? So he was there.
Your heart, you need to forgive.
Right. That's income. And that's not she said I bought a car. So, and then when we started asking her questions, it was, well, my uncle gave it to me. Okay, all right, okay. So I can't keep up with the lies. Well, plus people start telling me lies, so I just can't.
Regardless of how you fix up the story, man, the point is that you had that washer and dryer, you had that vehicle, and it wasn't allowed. So you secreted those assets so that you could stay
On the system.
Yeah, she's like, oh, well, yeah, but you know, I just did that for a time and then I got out. I was like, yeah, that's exactly how it's supposed to work for everybody. It's a lot.
But the thing is, she was championing the fact that she did trick the system in the beginning. You said she didn't say that. I'm trying to tell you that she said that. She was, her first statement was all about, well, I know that we tricked the system because I was one of them. She said it. And then as we started questioning, because I said, that's funny. I said, so it's okay for you to receive the benefits, but it's not okay for other people to receive the benefits like you did and abuse the system like you did. Well, I didn't abuse it. You just said that. So I'm glad you jumped in, said what you had to say. I felt like we got somewhere with her, even though it may not have stuck for a long period of time. She kind of got it. But the other one, Peaches, whatever her name was.
Yeah, that was done.
Well, there was a Peaches and a Pretty? Well, Pretty Peaches, whatever. I don't know. So, that's probably why she ain't showing her face. Good night. Because she's saying all the stuff on the app. I'm saying that I know she had my head. You know, that's a fact. She did. Yeah, man, I missed the tea. So I would have had a good time listening to that. Oh, yeah. I mean, you miss a lot of tea, but I guess I miss a lot of tea at night as well. But that $500 cash apps that was rolling through on the app. It was 1,000 first. 1,000 was an actually 1,000, 5,000. Wait, what was that for? It was 1,000 for saggy titties. And then 500 for somebody that claimed they're going over how to say it? A Russian man. Yes. I was like, okay. $500 because they were going out of the country. Somebody and rich auntie if they get cash. Exactly. And rich auntie showed up and showed out. And the girl posted the PTR. Showing from them. I wouldn't give them my cash. Mind you, the chick that got the 1,000 for her mattress wasn't even following Shorty. For a mattress? Yes. It wasn't like, oh, I'm following you. I know you from the app. No. Why would they give money for a mattress? I got me a little after that conversation. On the floor. Yeah, I got there a little after. No, she sent her 1,000 cash apps for the mattress. Damn, you had been. $200 on Amazon and keep the rest. He's gonna be spending her money for physical therapy because of that. Yeah, at this age, my mattress gotta cost $100. Oh my God! Talking about mattresses, I watched Nelly and Ashanti show. I never knew that there was mattresses that range from $25,000 to $1 million. I don't know. That shit's so listen to this. They went to this store in Manhattan. So Nelly and Ashanti, they lay on the first mattress. They have the workers put the blanket on them, and then they go down and tell the guy, "How much is this mattress?" He's like, $75,000. Nelly jumped off that bed so fast. He was like, "Get out of these people's mattress," telling Ashanti. Then they laid on a second one, and they're like, "How much is this one?" $315,000. Wow. What does it do? It's how it's made. It takes. He popped the pig for $3,000. Yeah.
cashmere mattresses. That's why they sleep real well. But I mean, I'm not gonna pay $200,000 for a mattress. But
I can sleep in a Rolls Royce.
It's sleep good though. But it's what's inside of it. I'm probably gonna have to watch the episode again. But
I should man in that mattress. I'm not paying $300,000 for no goddamn mattress. That's half a house.
Yeah.
I know Snacks mattress was some crazy number, but his.
Yeah, they were like 3 feet tall. Like his feet.
Yeah.
Custom made. Yeah, they also do that also. And they make really big mattresses. If your mattress is hand tufted, like they make it, that'll make it custom too.
Give me a Birkin bag first. Sorry.
Who knows? Depending on if I'm gonna live in my bed or not.
Well, yeah, maybe. If I'm living in my bed and I can't move, I'd give me a 75 would be the most.
75,000.
Yeah. If I'm living in my bed, because at 7,500 might think 75,000, but they have a warranty. 7,500.
As soon as that shit starts anything,
starts moving wrong. My back still hurt. I want to turn it in. I'm not flipping bed mattress over, none of that. The mattress gonna stay comfortable.
Your back gonna hurt. Your back gonna hurt regardless.
But here's the deal. Your partner, so you gotta look at like if your partner is a side sleeper. You gotta look to see if your partner is a side sleeper or sleeps on their back and stuff like that. And if they like their back is soft, or if they like your mattress soft, extra for all that stuff.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, that's why it's one to read.
I don't like the number bed one. I don't like that.
My thing is, the number bed has the one that you have your own mattress, right?
My mom has a number bed.
No, it's just the size. You can get the ones with separate mattresses, but it's just the size.
Yeah, so the one with separate mattresses, isn't that uncomfortable when it's time to have sex?
Oh my God.
Yeah, you go to one side, you go to his side, you go to your side.
But I want the whole mattress. Yeah, because I was looking at that one.
This is what ChatGPT is for. I like it, but I don't like it.
I'm with you, girl. I don't want to fill another mattress up its phone.
Yeah, because it's like the split. Like, I feel like I'm on 2 hospital beds.
My parents have that because my dad is older and my mom's older, but they have that and it's comfortable. I mean, laying up in their bed sideways, all kinds of ways. And it gets cool. You can turn the temperature down on it.
Yeah, those are all luxuries.
But guess what? That bed ain't 75,000. That shit must go for it.
But when you go to the door,
Yeah, it's uncomfortable because of the slit. I'm telling you, the slit. It's the slit for me.
It's the slit.
So I did put a message in the chat about the funeral, and you can see like the long line of Melissa Portman and Mark Portman's funeral and their dog. I guess they did it all together. I mean, we spoke about that earlier, but
the dog died.
There's a huge loss. Yeah, he killed the dog. I didn't know that.
Was the dog there too, or they just mentioned him or had a picture or something?
You know what? I don't know.
The dogs remains were there. I believe they.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
And that is so sad.
I know.
That is so sad.
And
I love golden retrievers. You almost made me cry earlier when you was talking about the goldens because my neighbor has a golden and he is so well behaved until he sees me outside. He sees me outside, he runs across the street. He don't care what the hell they talking about. So I try to go to him before he comes to me because he's getting older. But oh my God, he's so beautiful.
Moose story took me out because I was in tears because Moose has to put his dog down.
Yeah, that's
last
sad.
weekend. So
But he's a good pet father because yeah, I mean I had to do that with my Newfie. My Newfie lived to be almost 12 years old, and he was 145 pounds. And those extra large breed dogs do not normally live that long. And I broke my ankle, so I was home, and I was like actually paying 100%. And like with a kid, paying 100% attention. And I was like, he's not doing good. And it just broke my heart. So I ended up putting him down before I went back to work. But it was hard. It was heartbreaking because even though he was hurting, I would come to get him out of his cage, take him outside, take him for a walk. He would walk with me, he would do all that stuff, but it was hurting him. And that's how I saw it. So, yeah.
You guys, on a completely unrelated note, do any of you guys have anything that you do that helps you with migraines? I have the worst fucking migraine ever.
And get a shot in my ass in the emergency room.
Yeah.
You smoke? Marine of the earth? You smoke?
No, I don't. I quit a couple years ago.
Yeah, I don't do no drugs, but yeah, I just get a shot in my ass if it's that bad.
Oh, yeah, when it gets bad, the only thing that helps is something like that that'll knock you out. That you can sleep it off. I thought anybody had any special potions they used or anything.
I'm sorry, I wish I did. I've never had a migraine, thank God, but I have a lot of friends who suffer with them, and it's bad. So I pray that you feel better.
Yeah, and I'm sorry about that. So the story about Gilbert, the golden retriever, he was seriously wounded by the gunman, and so they euthanized him. Yeah, so that means he was shooting in the house. He wounded the dog.
And that means that Gilbert was protecting his parents.
Mm-hmm. That's what it looks like.
Wow.
But I don't remember hearing about Gilbert, like when the story was happening or after.
Oh yeah. I didn't hear about the dog. They said that they shot the dog. That was part of the initial story. They shot the husband. Yeah, and
I don't know why. Like my brain didn't want to process that because I'm like, I was just so shocked that the dog was dead because I don't know. This is just shocking across the board. And yeah, Trump never said anything. Someone mentioned that in the Trump still hasn't said anything, obviously, because he just wants to separate us even further.
That's exactly what I was going to say, Stan. We have been separated. We are the red-headed, bald-headed stepchildren.
Dr. Adriana, you click on links. The link in the chat, that's the mattress store in Manhattan that they went to. Patty, if you want to check it out, the mattress store.
So that's publicity also. So they gotta check that.
Oh, well, they didn't buy Elevate like that. They didn't buy the mattress. They didn't buy nothing.
Elevate like that.
Yeah, they didn't buy anything.
Yeah, but they're getting something out of it. They're doing all that. The show was probably just a grift for them. I don't want to ask. So tell me about what else happened with the Trump stuff, because you said that they did mention that he was going to rap for Trump and that the mom and Ashanti wasn't with it, but ultimately
he performed at one of the parties.
He did it, yeah, the inauguration part of the show. She was saying.
Yeah, so it was on episode 7. He comes up to her and he's like, "Oh, just reached out to me. They want me to perform." And she's like giving him a face, like not saying anything, but just giving him a face. And then she comes and her mom comes over. She tells the mom's like, you have to worry about this too. You're married to him, so the heat that he's gonna get, you're gonna get also.
And she's like, I can't do anything. If he wants to take it, then he's gonna take it. It's not if I can't do anything. As a wife, I just have to support him.
And then he did the right thing, honestly.
And then he comes back and he's like, I'm gonna do it. And he ends up doing it and they end up speaking afterwards. And he's like, I was not endorsing him. What else he said? That I wasn't endorsing him. I just have respect for the office, he says. But he also put out a statement on Instagram because once it aired, the backlash came back again.
And that's probably scripted. That he probably did make that decision, and they're like, "Oh, let's play it out and show."
Yeah. But remember, the way they
have respect for the office,
also,
but I would not do shit for Donald Trump.
They also spoke about the fires in Cali, so that's around the time that they were filming.
All right, did they speak about his charges? Because he got caught with a freaking
they didn't speak about. Yeah, they didn't speak about his charges. It was more about her than him. He's trying to rebrand Apple Bottom. Not rebrand, but bring it back out, but with the same name. I don't think that's gonna do anything, to be honest.
No. And then you do deals with Trump, like
like if you follow them on Instagram, the show wasn't what showed me exactly what I've seen on their Instagram. You understand? So the only thing that was new was that mattress situation. Everything else is their Instagram. She celebrated his birthday party. The baby was born. She never showed the baby's face. She has the baby's face blocked for all the episodes. She sits down with LL Cool J's wife. Yeah, stuff like that. It was alright. Nothing like, oh my god, you gotta watch it. Yeah, no.
They're cute to me.
No, they are cute together.
But
they speak about their
regular, they're just regular people.
Exactly.
So the little tense, the little drama you see between them on the show was that he wants to move back home to St. Louis. She wants to stay in New York. His support system's over there. Her support system's over here. So they literally live in an apartment in Long Island. They go to St. Louis sometimes, and then besides that, they're on the bus. So they don't take the plane for now because the baby's born, and they don't want to take any planes. So they've just been driving from state to state. So.
Yeah. Isn't a plane safer than driving?
Well, remember when they thinking about germs, so we're thinking about two different safeties.
Oh yeah.
Obviously we know driving. Yeah. So they're thinking about the newborn. They're not thinking about accidents and stuff like that.
Yeah, my kids never left the house until they were 6 months old. So yeah, I understand that.
Yeah. So she shows her first performance after giving birth. Another performance, them speaking about tour, because he's going on tour, she's going on tour. She purchases a ring for him because he hasn't had a ring on his finger because she had it custom made. Stuff like that. But yeah, they're cute, They're cute together. Yeah. I didn't know they were together for 11 years. So they were together for 11 years. They separated 2 or 3 times, she said.
And he went married to a chick. Took him with some chick right after they
Yeah, he got with this chick, Mayweather's ex.
Miss Jackson?
Yes, he was with Jackson for 9 years. Didn't give her anything either. It's and he also mentioned that he was going to propose to her year 10 of them being together, and that fell through. He said he wasn't ready. So yeah, I don't know.
I remember when she wrote that song.
Yeah,
that shit was sad.
It's funny because when she performs it now, he's next to her, he can look it out like that.
But you know what's funny? When she performed at Versus, and Nelly gave her that hug.
No, that's when they got back together. They speak of all that. Yeah, they speak of all that. He came to me. No, the mom came out and said, when I see him backstage, just came across the stage, and then he's laughing out. He's like, "You saw the way he was rubbing my back? You see the way he was just rubbing my back?" He was so and she was like massaging his back. She was funny, like, "Yeah, I forgive you, I guess."
But she had a boyfriend at the time too, didn't she?
Yeah, she's been in relationships. Yeah.
Because they did an interview with her like maybe a week after, and she was like, "Oh no, we're okay now. I haven't talked to him since." But I guess he said he got her number from Joe.
Yeah.
Right. And called her later on.
So how about that? She also shows
He called her to take her shopping.
They got back together. I don't know what year it was that they got back together. I think it was 2021, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 2021. And they also show like Ja Rule was on the show. And
yeah, but they're real cute. And goofy as hell.
They are cute together. I have not watched the show. I've seen, the promos and stuff, but thankfully Mel just told me everything.
yeah, she speaks about how, her working out, think that, save lives, how nice got thicker than ever. Breastfeed, pumping, that whole journey of
She's pregnant already.
No, she's not.
Why did I think she was pregnant again?
Because they came out with the rumor again, that she was pregnant. They speak of that also through the show. Does she want another baby? Yeah. And she wants a girl. She mentions, but you know how that is. It's like rolling the dice if you don't take the girl out of it. Take the girl out of here for 2 boys. And he has a daughter and a son. Because remember, he has his daughter and son, and then he raised his sister's kids that passed away from cancer, which is a girl and a boy. So he raised 2 boys and 2 girls. Yeah.
Oh, wow. So these are
interacting.
I heard they haven't changed diapers.
Oh no, he doesn't change diapers. He's like, holler at me when that baby's potty trained. That's what he can hang out with me. What I was gonna say, you see her interacting with the stepkids, because obviously they're adults now. They're not as little as they were when she was with him last time. They all adults. They're like 30, 32. Yeah, around all those ages.
Wait, 30?
Yes, his daughter is 30. He's 50. His daughter is 30. He had his daughter when he was 19 years old. His firstborn. And now they're like, Dad, you got a 30-year-old and a whole baby. He's like, what's going on? Yeah, and he said it. He was like, I never thought I was gonna be a father at 50, but yeah. But he knew she wanted kids, so obviously if he got back with her, that's what she was gonna want.
Yeah. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
But I feel like that is a long distance relationship thing. It's tough, and I think, I don't wish that on anybody, but I feel like I've been in that situation where a man moved for me, and he always resented me for it, and it ended up, we ended up breaking up, and now I'm in a situation where I moved for somebody, and it's easier for me because it's women are more adaptable.
Yeah.
Or, it's I did a freaking mama's boy that was underneath his mom's ass every 5 minutes. He was not good in New York, but, it was his hood. He didn't want to leave it.
I don't know, the mom boy in the hood.
It was, it was actually, the best hood, because it was, I think they're called Columbus houses. It's 102nd Street, Upper East Side.
Don't tell me about that side.
Right? But, it's Manhattan, so you have, it's Upper East Side, but you're in the PJs. Oh, I'm sorry, Upper West Side. Yeah. And what are you? Columbia.
Okay. idea. Oh, so that's nice, I guess. Love is love. I just know that I repeated that little hug between us. I was cracking up. That was fun as hell. Yeah, she said, Fat Joe and John Rule always wanted her to get back with him. Oh, they also speak on Irv's passing. She does an interview with Angie Martinez and speaks on that. I love those Angie Martinez. I think he's 71 years old. Oh, wow. And he's not. She did an interview with ASAP Rocky a while ago. It's before her podcast. And she said, because ASAP Rocky is named after Rakim. Right? I don't know if they know that. But his mother named the pop after Rakim because she loved the rapper Rakim. Mm-hmm. And but his actual name is Rakim, not Rocky, but that's Rocky's name. But anyway, when his mom was when ASAP was a baby, he saw Rakim on the street and was like, yo, you understand, I love you, you're my favorite rapper, I need my son. Will you sign something for me? And he was like, yeah. So she couldn't find anything to sign. So he signed the diaper for her. It was just like I love Rakim Mom and ASAP Rakim Mom for himself. And then he got a chance to have Rakim on the show that she's made, and Martinez surprised ASAP Rocky with Rakim on the show. That was nice. I noticed that Fat Joe and Jada have a podcast. I haven't listened to it. I don't think men should have podcasts. I'm sorry about that, but y'all men be saying fucking weird and shit sometimes. So I think if a man is gonna have a podcast, he needs to be co-leading with women. But an all-male podcast, they should ban those.
Said ban an all-male podcast.
Unless you have a co-lead, there should not be any all-male podcasts. That's, if I was president, that's what I think.
There may be some men that say, hey, there shouldn't be any women in anything either. I don't know. That probably would be a good idea.
Joe Biden has a successful podcast. He thinks some stupid shit sometimes.
Who?
I think men are hilarious.
Joe Biden?
Yeah, and he's extremely problematic on his podcast, and I only semi-listen to it because Melissa Ford, but I think she left. I'm pretty sure she quit his podcast. Or did she come back?
That's a lady. I'm not sure what he is, but he said sometimes.
Yeah, he's one of one. And then when men get together and goofy, oh my god, or so-called locker room talk, that is also problematic.
The only thing I'll give him kudos for, he took a fading black career and twisted it to something sustaining. So I give him kudos for that. He opened up another lane where you can make money.
Which has my Ashanti and Nelly and Fat Joe and all these motherfuckers. So,
Wait, is the Clubhouse room?
No, it's YouTube. So, you know what Fat Joe said? He said as soon as they announced that Fat Joe and Ja Rule was doing verses, he got a call from Nelly. That quick. He was like, looking for an end.
Let me tell you something. Once your ass he fucking real life.
They're too funny.
Yeah, but if you watch the reality show with his first wife, it was kind of different. It's like she was the mom instead of the wife.
Wait, Nelly had a show?
Yeah, he had a show before with his
He did have a show, but I didn't know there was. I don't recall a woman being on the show.
Yeah, that was a woman. And his wife, girl, it was weird because it's like she always had.
Yeah, but he said on this show that he's never been married.
Well, I guess that was his girlfriend.
Well, so you think his baby moms?
Yeah, his baby moms.
Yeah. Okay.
They were living together, and it's like she'd have to like bust at him all the time. This show is like maybe have a funny.
That show's so old that I remember like little pieces here and there.
Yeah. But you can tell it's two different relationships.
Yeah.
Really different.
Yeah, but also the age. You get more, the older you get, hopefully the more mature you get, the more wiser and all that.
Yeah, but they play a lot. Like, Melly and her play a lot.
Yeah, she's always smiling.
Yeah.
Well, both of them are always smiling.
Wait, she's a Libra, right? What's he?
I think he's a Scorpio.
Oh, shit.
If I'm not mistaken. Hold on, I think he's November. He's a November Scorpio. Yeah, November 2nd.
Yeah, so you get true Scorpio.
Yeah, he is Scorpio. I guess it works.
But if you watch the other one, he was like, he wasn't as boastful, didn't play as much as he does on this one.
Yeah.
But she's the fuss a lot about everything.
They tearing them up on Twitter. They telling Ashanti it's about to be over.
Y'all heard about that girl that put the damn post up talking about, wow, y'all acting like a happy couple. Yeah, we squirted 2 weeks ago.
Oh.
Yes, like Google it. It's crazy.
I did see that on my algorithm, but I believe you.
It's sad. It's like, it's like, if they, I don't know what they got going on, but they look happy.
That's crazy.
But they're going in on him because he said he don't change the diapers.
Oh, yeah. That's what he said.
Well, my dad was like that too.
Yeah, a lot of old school men don't change diapers.
Yeah, my daddy won't touch a diaper.
Yeah, but people just feel like,
if I wasn't home, that's the only time my husband would touch a diaper.
Yeah, that's the same with my dad.
Yeah, you ain't got no choice. You don't want the baby to get a rash.
They gotta be
let me tell you something. People's relationship dynamics, people have different relationship dynamics. Like, I remember when I was around one of my closest little friends, I served my man a plate, and they were like, what are you doing? Since we're like, so they be like, it's they're like about green. Now our tools have an expectation. So I don't judge people's relationship. But like if y'all were at home or somewhere else, wouldn't he also give you a plate at some point? Like
No.
Oh, okay. I think it depends. I don't know. I know most of the time if you go somewhere where someone has a white at home, a lot of times the women get together. They'll serve it. But I don't know.
Yeah, I serve whether I'm home or whether I'm outside with family. The men usually get served first, and the women serve them. Well, their mother served them. If they don't have a woman, their mom is going to serve them, or another woman. Like I have served
women in the kitchen. Whether they find something to do or whether they, speaking or whatever.
If you can't cook, you're gonna cut something up or do something.
And let me tell you something, they're looking at you, especially if you're a new chick around. Like if your brother or your uncle bringing a new woman to the house, if we don't see a woman getting up off that sofa, we're ready to jump.
Yeah, if she don't try to come in there and see what we're doing, that's a problem.
Yeah, at my mom's house, I guess I'd be the one out there not knowing what you're doing. Because let me tell you something, I don't know, I grew up different. I didn't have to cook in no kitchen or learn how to do any of that. My folks told me, hey, go do whatever your mind desires for you to do. And that was not cooking in the kitchen. I cut grass, whatever it was. I was the one that went up on the roof when the antenna had to fix the antenna and had analog TV. But yeah, I just didn't want to do all that stuff. So I'm fortunate to have a man that really don't give a what he does. He said, I don't really care. Because honestly, we work together, you know what I mean? I may not cook, but I can fix stuff. I'm mechanically good to fix things. And so, hey, we put our heads together and make it work, and we have. I mean, I don't know if women should be told that they have to fit into this. I don't know. You have to do this or cook this food, and if you don't, you're not considered a woman. Well, I guess I'm not, because I ain't doing none of that. And, that's why I got an F in home ec, because it ain't my kind of thing. Mechanical was my thing. I went on to mechanics in school and stuff, so my brain didn't operate in no kitchen. I just want to be real. My folks knew that at an early age. I just was not, I didn't want to be in a kitchen with a bunch of women cooking nothing. And, seriously, when I was a kid, I traded with my sister. She didn't want to cut no grass and get on top of no roof. Gotcha, sister. I'll do that. And she was down there, I don't know, cutting celery or whatever they did on Saturdays. I just wasn't doing that, man. So I grew up, I guess, pretty blessed that. And you know what's the beautiful thing about that is that if you are not that person, then you find somebody that's okay with not having that.
But there's men that want women that
Want that attend to them. Yeah, of course. So you find what you like. Your cup of tea.
Well, yeah, not only was I my mother's sous chef, I was my mother's. What's the assistant to the handyman, y'all? No, to do this. She gave me a to-do list. I mean, because we were in a peculiar situation. Basically, we didn't have enough money to. My mom wanted to fix up the house and make it safe for us, but we didn't have enough money. So me and my brother, we worked alongside my mother. And she was learning different things. She would work alongside the contractor. And the funny thing is, my mom is one of the most feminine women ever. So it's too funny because she was a teacher by day, and by night she would come home and change her clothes. But she was also the family cook, like literally for our whole family. She was one of the ones that would be. She was the main cook anytime we had family reunions and stuff like that. So it's pretty funny. I mean, I hear what people are saying, and I do understand gender expectations. I don't have any problem serving food to a man, but I also serve food to my guests, like that, like what y'all have said. But I mean, I was also the person in college who could put together people's cabinets, you know what I mean? And I was like the techie person. If something broke, I had no, because I knew how to work a power saw, power tools, all of that. By the time I got out of high school, it was just what we did. And that was just because my mom wanted us to, she didn't want us to live in the projects, quite frankly, because that's where we were in New York. Yeah. And then, in Pittsburgh, she was like, we're going to do this. We're going to do this together. And we did. And it took many years, but we did it together, and I'm proud of her and all of that. So, I mean, everybody has their own little journeys. I get it.
Well, my dad wasn't a handyman, so I said I'm going to marry a handyman.
I know that's right.
When you ain't got a man that's not handy, when your father ain't handy, it falls off on the women.
Okay.
And that's right. My dad was not handy. He can't even put up a motherfucking curtain.
He wasn't handy, but always got somebody.
Yeah,
You
so
see,
my mom she does everything. Like, she does like work. But my dad helps her. Like, she'll try to teach him stuff.
Yeah. My father wasn't handy. He's just not handy. There's a lot of men that's not handy. And you see more men now that are less handy than back in the days.
And they got some nerve, but y'all want to still maintain expectations of us, but you ain't even handy, child.
He didn't have the patience.
Oh, you.
He didn't have the patience. I'm talking about from putting up, dealing with TVs, radios, CD players, whatever it was.
Yeah.
It was me or my sister. Not even my mom, because my mother's another one. Put both of their heads together. It was just me and my sister figuring shit out. That's basically it. And this is back before YouTube, okay? Before Google and all that shit.
I'm crying.
Yeah. Yep. So I was like, and then it's crazy because this is my second marriage. My first marriage, that motherfucker wasn't handy either. So the first time I married my father. The second time I married what I wanted my father to be.
I know that's right.
Yep. I learned my lesson. Let me tell you, all you need is 2 men in your life. So everybody that be like, I gotta be in a multiple relationship, no. I just need a fucked up one, show me what I don't fucking need, and have a good one. That's it. But yeah, my husband now, he does everything. So I gotta worry about that.
And let me tell y'all, First Lady, is First Lady still a lady?
First Lady, get on that mic, First Lady, so I can pull you on your phone.
Yeah, First Lady. I have never heard you scream. Wait, I have never heard you scream the way you screamed at Trey yesterday. I just listened to the replay and
they were listening to it. What, baby?
Mel told me to listen.
Yeah, I was like, go listen to that recording. That's fine. No, I didn't tell her this is yours. It was the other one.
She told me to listen to the whole conversation. She didn't even mention you. You were surprised.
Oh, I didn't even know she crashed out also. Everybody's just wondering what's going on, so I was like, yeah, I want to listen to that recording.
Mel told me to listen to the last 5 minutes. I started an hour before, and First Lady was going ballistic. You hear me?
I slept and this is not
You could have said, you be listening to the whole thing. I'm like, saying that. You already said,
peace of mind.
Yo, the First Lady, this guy is still recording us, all right? And we ain't talking about shit that has to do with politics. Like, what's wrong with this dude?
Just ignore it. It's simple, Tim. We're gonna keep on that prayer. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put the onions up at the door. And nothing I plan. I'm serious. We're gonna put onions up the door. And I'm telling you, we're gonna plead the blood over the lead us to go. Sorry, I just want to say, wait a minute. I need to clear my name. Thank you. I did not do any of the such things. I'm not sure what something God is speaking about. All I know is that when people start telling lies and untruths, it causes something to erupt in my brain. And I'm not responsible for that from that point. So my twin showed up. I don't know what happened, but it wasn't me. Thank you.
I guess I got a twin too.
This is Mel.
That twin was on last night. You didn't hear?
I heard her.
I was trying to help my sister. I was like, okay, so
somebody, speak like first lady, motherfucker. Fuck out of here. Are you stupid? I don't give a fuck. No, you can't. Talking that way. I don't know that way. You talking that way. My mother's a fucking immigrant. You know that? You hear me? Fuck. She was ballistic. Oh my God. No, not for nothing, but I think in this room we the top 3 crash outs. I don't even. You okay, First Lady? The trophy doesn't go to one person. We all taking that bitch home. No, because that should be classic. I swear. Yeah, that's true. But you know what, for real, y'all gotta give Lisa grace. Sometimes she just be talking and she don't be thinking when she says certain things. I was on the toilet. Yeah. No, and then Haitian got the smoke. When that second room reopened, woo, child. She's like, why would you close the fucking room? Haitian's like, I'm gonna text you the bag. I ain't talking on this. Oh, so it wasn't Lisa that closed the room down. No, Haitian opened it. Oh, yeah. Haitian's like, fuck this. It's not gonna be content. I said, well, it ain't me. I don't do shit like that. I don't do that shit like that. Oh, yeah. So I was like, that wasn't me. And then that's when Haitian said in the telegram, it was me. Oh, he's just a peacemaker. That's all. He said that he don't want the ladies to be content. Exactly. That's real go ahead, Haitian. Real love. And I only make me play good, yeah. You went over there, you Jamie? No, Jamie, just listen to the last 5 minutes, Maggie. JD, listen, if you want a real treat, go back an hour, you hear me? I stopped counting our crash outs, because we have crash outs so much, and it's not even a year. You know what's so crazy? Let me tell you something. 6 months ago, right? Because even Brooklyn would be like, hey, remember the first time I went off? And Brooklyn was like, this not Patty. Patty don't do this. And I came off the Afro week. So I was like, these motherfuckers got me coming out of my body. That I shouldn't be doing this. I was like, fuck out. I'm not coming back. But you know what? This fucking app and these goddamn rooms, y'all motherfuckers up shit. I think my little friends of friends was good enough. I should have kept it at that. Let me tell you, the phone has to be a block between me and you guys. Because if not, I will be locked up. Because when I go. I'm telling you, it's like that fucking airplane. When that shit leaves, there's no bringing me back. And that's not a good thing. So the phone being between all of us, right? my barrier, my wall, it's like, it saves me. Help me understand. Because if not, I will be in the street fighting. But this is my thing, how I told CEO yesterday. These motherfuckers will never say this shit in person. Never. We lay the fuck out, bro. Let's be clear. Well, Trey has also said that as well. But what I'm saying is that what they called CEO yesterday, who in the right state of, not even the right state of mind, who will have the fucking cojones, the balls, to tell you, nappy-headed monkey? Nobody will say that shit. They'll be locked up.
Yo, who said that shit?
Not that.
Said that the CEO.
And yo, he was upset, and I was like, yo, I'm feeling it, bro. Like, I feel you, brother.
Yo, that's a funny experience right there, yo.
He told me I gotta get off this app.
Dr. Goddess, what did I say when I first started?
and I was like, wait a minute. Don't, because he kept going, and he started talking about, I think Sandra talked about like her profession, or like he was like telling her like don't do that. It went beyond the boycott, but it was about the boycott. And he was like, you can't tell somebody what they can do in their life. Like that's her opinion. That's how she wants to go about her life.
But you're missing a significant piece because Sandra kept interrupting him. And I said, Sandra, don't do that. Let him finish. Please, let him finish. I specifically stopped her from interrupting him. He finished saying what he said. I said, okay, thank you. I said, Sandra, now you go ahead and you say what you got to say. She said what she had to say. He wanted to continue fighting with her based off of her opinion and what she's doing in her life. So I said, no, Trent, you're not going to have that conversation. We're not going to have that conversation. No, we're not going to have that conversation. Why not? Why not? Because we're moving on. Then, minutes later, probably about 5 to 7 minutes later, he said to Lisa, well, you don't want to have a conversation because you guys are always beating people and not letting them speak. That's when I lost it. Because I did allow him to speak. He just wants to keep repeating himself. Nobody wants to hear that over and over again.
And he thinks that he's so right. He was trying to bully everybody because CEO, chimed in. Other people were like, no, Sandra's correct. Like the Target boycott by African Americans in particular has been wildly successful. He kept being like, oh, it's just a waste of time. You just can't please everybody. The right, they care about the gays, and now the DEI. And you could tell he wasn't following everything. And then, look, I'm going to go back and listen one more time.
That was a damaging conversation, I thought. But it's so disappointing.
Yeah.
Because no one's forcing you to participate in a boycott, but at least you could not speak negatively about a boycott that's working, right? We know it's working.
And then he went on, remember? He went on to say, I meet with a lot of people in marketing, and this is what we're talking about. Remember? He said that, and then somebody was like, let me say, it's not funny, but it is funny. I'm only laughing also because, listen, I crashed out a few days ago. I mean, y'all weren't there, but I went off. I threatened people. Mel would have been proud. I'm trying to think.
The projects came out.
But somebody said, I think Trent was like, let me speak or something like that. And do you remember the word that you said? Because I could hear your voice, First Lady, but do you remember that? She said something like, I did, or I have, but it was so loud and so high and so strong. I swear I have never heard First Lady scream like that. And that was it. And he kept talking to her. And it's like, literally, if you hear First Lady at that level, you need to just be quiet, let her calm down. Even if you think you're in the right, just let her calm down. But he wanted to keep going, so she kept going.
That's what happens when you give First Lady a plus.
It comes from the bottom of that bottom part of her soul.
Yeah,
it comes from.
Funny going into it because.
No, what about that? He was like, I was in a choir. I could.
That's what it is. She goes from behind the diaphragm, and she just getting from behind the diaphragm, and she's.
But I be telling y'all, I'm like, tick, 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 it's coming, it's coming. That's how I be muted up. It's coming.
I know. First Lady, she busted me a couple times. I was like, I'm just gonna be quiet because it ain't personal. She just.
That's what I always feel like. Yo.
Oh, definitely not like that. Never like that. If somebody falsely accused me, they was like, you heard First Lady say we were done with that topic. I said, no, I did not. I only heard First Lady say we are done with that. I didn't know what the that was referring to. I said, y'all know I just sat in the room. I said, don't be trying to tell on me in front of First Lady.
because she always trying to get me big time and go, yeah, baby, so First Lady was over there.
That's right.
But, no.
Yeah, but before she said it, somebody else said it. I said, yeah, I know she was over there. That's why I went over there. Like, who you telling on? Like,
I just did she knew she read my heart. That's why she called me out.
Pray for the mods is politically correct.
Please don't pray for me. I'll pray for us. We don't need them to pray for us. Trust me.
Not these deals.
Don't ask for these. We be walking around with 7 legs.
And 2
eyes. 17 arms.
2 eyes.
Hello. 12 toes on each foot and shit. No.
What if you size in your eyes?
No. I don't want them to pray for me at all. No, ma'am.
Ma'am, you didn't even break us the news that Stephon Diggs and Cardi B are Instagram official.
Yeah, they've been Instagram official.
What you mean? What does that mean, official?
Yeah. Instagram official.
What is Instagram official?
Like posted each other on Instagram. Yeah, they was at the Rolex store last night.
Oh, that's stupid. I hate
He put up a video saying,
that's fine. I'm not posting no damn body on my page until I know for show that this is a show. You know what I mean? Like, don't do that. That's stupid. I don't like that. And I see all these people put all these love pictures up there and they be kissing and next thing I know, a month later, it's like, all the pictures gone. What happened, sis? What's going on? I don't see no.
And they noticed that too. So and so unfollow each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see this video. I freaking fine.
That relationship is too new and too messy already to be doing I don't see that last that long. That's just my opinion. I mean, I want the best for it, but I don't see that in this situation. Just kind of marriage. She's still legally married. Right, you still trying to settle your marriage situation.
Yeah, those damn Libras, they don't give a fuck about getting a divorce before getting into a relationship.
I
told you, I got with my second husband 11 days after I separated with my first. I was still legally married.
Lord Jesus.
And this motherfucker waited 3 years to give me a divorce.
I want to know who the male body.
He didn't give me a divorce till I had a belly.
That's another thing that I said yesterday.
After I got a divorce, girl, I was outside every goddamn.
No, if I didn't have a belly, he would have never gave me a divorce, Patty.
Yeah.
So that was another thing that was said yesterday. Some male mud is cheating in here with 4 different people.
Oh yeah, you should have heard me. I went off yesterday. Y'all was here for that? Besides the First Lady and Patty.
I didn't hear that.
Woo, child. I didn't know what they were talking about.
Who is it?
So, you see, so the truth, I'm gonna tell you the truth. I left the room, so I didn't get to hear that. But you know I got a back channel, because I get a back channel for everything. So I get the back channel, I'm like, hold the fuck up. Who are they talking about? Because I'm the only married female out of the mods, right? So off the back, I was like, I heard him clearing up Patty and First Lady. Like, oh, I know Patty wouldn't do that or something, and First Lady, I know you wouldn't do that. That's what I heard. So I don't know him, so I didn't think he was gonna clear my name up anyway. But after I got that message, I'm like, who he's talking to? Yeah, so I went off. Zach was in here. That got the smoke. That's why I threw his ass with my beat and everything. I threw his ass to the goose. Down.
Wait, why? What did that do?
Because he was telling me to calm down. And I'm already high. And he's trying to calm me down.
Oh, yeah. My bad.
He was saying other shit, but once You have no idea. Not only I see red, whatever you're saying, I do not even hear you. He said a bunch of shit, but all I kept hearing was, calm down, calm down, calm down. I didn't hear anything else he said. Then the motherfucker wanted to talk about mental health in the chat. Then I kept going off. When he put that mental health, he was like, mental health is the beat. So, like, I can't even tell you what he was trying to tell me. Dad, I'm telling you now. Oh my God. You know what? Remember how we used to slide the phone down when we was younger and slide that phone? Yeah. That's hard to do. That's how she was bring him out the room yesterday. She slid that phone down. And then he ran over there to the room that we was just talking about, that we had to whatever. Oh, did he leave on his own? He just put him down. No, I just threw him down. Yeah, okay, he left on his own. But he just don't want to be without me, so he feels some type of way. That's what he's not usually modded. He's like 20. But what happened was, so I got just what? I got Quinn and Dr. Goddess here. Ladies, do you remember when I opened up that room after being over there on the other side listening to that foolery? Yeah. Before yesterday? And you needed mine at the end. Lady with her. Yes. So when I came in, Dr. Goddess came behind me, so I modded Dr. Goddess. Then Sin came, then Biggie left, and then I modded Dap. Yeah. That's how he got the beat, because we don't give a shit. Now, why I was trying to ask someone something, and I put it in the Black Men's Speak chat. Shit. You told me that. He's calling the police. Point, you've been saying you called the police all this time. Why you haven't called the police? Like, what are we gonna do? Damn, what the hell was I just gonna do? You're going to delete them.
Now, wait a minute, First Lady. There were only a few people in the room when the showdown between you and Mother occurred. Do you want to tell the group about that?
I mean, well, the other day, Mother, somebody bought it now. I'm not gonna say who. But I was working on my computer. And I had to look over, and I see this white lady next to me. I said, who the hell wanted like laughing or whatever? I wasn't even going to touch it. I was just laughing like, who the hell did this? So he was like, he comes on the like, I'm sorry, I really gotta do this. And throws me to the So I feel like he left, and I didn't come back. Until later on, maybe about 3 or 4 hours later. So I was good, but he talked to me again. That's when I brought it up. So Mel brings it up, and he was like, oh, she'll be all right. She's gonna be out plenty of times. First of all, don't say I'm gonna be all right. That's number one. And number two, most importantly, I had never thrown him out or to the goal. He's gonna argue with all the mods on here. Even when him and Sonny was going back and forth, I didn't throw him to the goal. I said they mediated between the two of them. They go back and forth all the time. I've never thrown him down. So for him to sit there and lie on me, and then get in the chat talking about, oh, now you want me to victim. I'm like, I don't know what kind of deranged shit you on. I don't know who's gassing your ass up, but it damn sure ain't gonna be farting and flashing like over here with your gassy ass. No, not here. I'm not having it. So you can go ahead. And then he was coming again today, and I said, when I saw him, I brought him on stage. I said, oh, I thought you was going out of the country because he's supposed to be in Istanbul or something, another Turkey. And he was like, yeah, something. But yeah, so why did we move from the other states? I'm like, what you need to know for? It go baddie about, because nothing. Because we wanted to. That's the reason why. Well, you can just stay on mute. Excuse me? You think you're a whole ass woman in here. You really think you're a white woman, and I'm not.
I'm not gonna deal with that spirit. So you can just go ahead and fly your kite down to the principal's office. But I'm not
No, wait a minute, First Lady. Wait. You said, second of all, you ain't gotta stay. We did it because we want to. And also, you need to, if you're not gonna give me an apology, you ain't gotta stay here. Yeah. And he was, and Mothers was like, oh, I'm definitely not giving you an apology. Now, why are you saying that to First Lady?
I was like, okay, you're about to see how this shit goes down. I told him it's gonna be on site from this point on.
Yes,
So,
I was like, and remove you, and you bye.
You won't be in my presence. Not acting like that. Because it was uncalled for. All he had to do was say, I'm sorry, whatever. And not play the victim. But I'm more pissed about the fact that he said he did it to me because the fact of something I've done to him when that is not a true statement. Do you ever remember me getting into it with mother? I don't remember. Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't remember either.
I remember getting kicked out unless he was, disrespectful? Yeah, but the only time I've ever seen him get disrespectful was like when,
I think when him and Sid had a back and forth.
Him and Sid had a back and forth, him and Justin had plenty of back and forths. Yeah. But even during that time, no, I never touched him. So I'm trying to figure out, what are you talking about? What are you trying to justify? That's the part I'm mad about. I moved on from this point. It's more about the justification of why you chose to do me. And when I was talking to him, I clearly said, and this was not today, but the day before, I said, well, what I don't understand is why you chose me, because I don't play games like that. Like, the only time I moved something like that was if they were doing something crazy and they don't have no business doing. And even still, I try to tolerate it as much as possible. And then I proceed. So, I don't get it. Oh, come on, you've done it before. You've done it. No, I don't. You're not going to say it loud. So, it is what it is. Who's that down there? Martha? Who's Martha? Is this Mother's, Martha?
Hello, everybody. Thanks for letting me in the clubhouse. I just want to join. Just want to say.
Hey, who sent you?
I was sent by the government of some foreign country.
See, that'll get you kicked.
I don't have any kind of agenda or anything.
I got my eye on you, buddy. Would you just say something?
I was going to say Patty, because the admin at Black Men Speak, because I put something on there and I cannot delete it because the delete favorite feature is not there. And I was just trying to joke around with Mel and I put it in the Black Men Speak chat and I was there. You know how these people are.
You can't delete it.
I can't delete it because Black Men Speak chat doesn't have their delete enabled. I'm shocked. But an admin has to delete it or enable the delete feature.
Really? You can't delete your own messages?
I can't delete my own message. Only on this chat. I'm on the Black Men Speak chat right now and I can't delete it.
Yeah. Wait, so what's it?
Someone could delete it. I could react to it and I could copy it. They don't let me. But if I go to any other chat, I could delete my message.
That's crazy.
Black Men Speak won't.
Oh, but I just got names on it. Oh, well. It is what it is. Shit. That's what I'm telling you. When I'm upset, I can't even tell you what the fuck I said yesterday. So don't ask me to tell me what happened yesterday. I can't tell you. Maybe the ladies can. But I don't remember shit. In a way, I learned something. Oh, yeah. That's a bunch of bullshit. You remember stuff from 5 years ago. I have. Yes. I don't remember
Don't tell me because I'm not. Don't ask me. I can't. I don't remember. That shit went in and out.
Well, for me, my short-term memory is a little skewed. However, my long-term memory is amazing. It's just like the information gets downloaded in my brain. That's the reason why I always ask questions, so that I can actually put it in its perspective place that it needs to be. So that's just how my brain works.
Now, imagine when you're upset, you really don't remember nothing. Now, and I noticed there's times that people have called me things, and I'm arguing with them on Clubhouse, and they're like, yo, you didn't hear her say this? No, I didn't hear that shit. My mouth is so loud, my mouth overpowers the person that's speaking. And I don't even need a big mic. These motherfuckers got wires. I ain't got no wire connected to my phone. This is straight my voice to the phone. And I'm not right now. My mouth is not even close to the mic. So I'm upset. That phone be all in my mouth.
So at that point, Ayla's poll was by the Terrence group. Boy, you want to come up here? Hey, Robert. Good to see you, brother. And why you said we're young? We're not young. You said why they young, so that means you were talking me and Mel.
When I invited you on stage, you didn't want to come up. I'm calling the police.
I'm gonna call the police on
Someone please call 911.
Don't do that.
to remind you the church right now.
It's in my heart.
Hey, brother, don't be putting that thumbs down. What's wrong with you? That's not nice. You think I don't see? I see everything. Love bucket. Hey, Franco.
JDRT, you're back.
When
You're not tired from the stage ever since they found out that these people are streaming from the stage. I was wrong.
it's okay. It's 10:37 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. What up, ladies? That's how I'm going to. What's up, ladies? But yeah, we don't have a topic. That's why they not coming out. What we talking about? We talking about nothing. We just shooting at it.
We exhausted. We trucked out.
First thing, did you hear me when
That's what I wanted to tell you.
I picked leaves off my collards and cooked them collards, and it was a whole freaking mess of collard greens. Remember I took that picture? They like tripled the insides. So I cut all the ones off the bottom. Yep, because one of the sisters told me, I grew up in Atlanta and you gotta pick them damn colors off the bottom. So I picked them, washed them. Oh my God, my hands look like friends. And cooked them collard greens. Oh my God. And I never done it when they were that young, ever. So, that's that.
Yeah, so I was gonna tell y'all that Antoine Massey, you remember that day when I was like, oh, they found him? He was in an Airbnb. It was, Yes. And somebody called in to I wonder if somebody won the award, the money that they were giving away, because they called in to the hotline, and that's how they got him.
That's right.
Yeah.
I thought his ass was in Mexico somewhere.
That's what I thought. I was like, he already in Texas.
And he was so sad too. So y'all know the internet. The internet made a team Kitover. They put all of the 8 or 9 escapees up there. They were like in the winner is, and it shows the last person, and he has like the low cut. I forget his name, but there's only one more person that's out.
Yep. So that last one that he committed 2 murders, I think it was.
Oh, dang.
They still out there. Yeah.
They murderers.
Well, I don't know why I thought, oh, man.
Oh, that last one is a murderer.
Oh, dear. No, y'all have to get quiet. I thought y'all made me rob somewhere. Something.
I'm really disappointed in Massey. I thought he would have smart.
I just didn't see his face. Yeah, I got the photo when they got him. He's like, fuck.
Right.
let's start at the beginning. I'm always watching the news like that. January, let's start at the beginning. What's society?
Someone that believes that, like, Israel's their homeland, but it's supposed to look like the fucking Bible or some shit like that.
So you don't know. No.
So, you know.
Yes, no, I know. And this is embarrassing, y'all.
Because the way he's saying it, he's saying, hold on, I'm hearing other things. Guys, hold on. Hold on. I should have right to know that. I was going to ask you a question based on hold on. Just 1 second. Just let this happen. Somebody with empathy and friendship reach out to your boy Jaguar and tell him that he shouldn't interject himself into conversations that he knows nothing.
I didn't interject. I asked him a question.
What is a Zionist, Jaguar?
I didn't interject. I asked him a question.
You know that I was wrong and you were about to tell me, and then like,
You understand what we're dealing with? I didn't interject. I asked him a question. Yo, Roger, I hate you. JB, I hate you too. Alright? Yo, you guys want to listen. I'm listening to Tony Anthony. I can say my sister a little while because he's a fucking idiot, made it awesome. So, Jeff, you say you know that there's the delineation between a Jew and a Zionist.
no, I'm asking if you was cool with it. I was like,
Hold on, you let me finish.
I was correct.
Okay, thank you for correcting me because you don't know what you're talking about. But then you see what they say.
No, I'm correct. You saying what you said. I was
Can I finish?
My bad. Sorry.
You said what's going on over in Israel. You support what's going on in Israel. Then I said to you, what's going on over in Israel? I don't know how to watch the news. So why would you make a statement like that?
Because I'm your clubhouse. I'm your clubhouse.